for us. And now I believe that we are probably live on YouTube too. So let's hope that we are. I think we are. It should be. It might take a few seconds for that to connect because, of course, it's a few seconds behind. But I think we're there. Let's have a look. Hello, YouTube people. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all well. Lovely to see you. Welcome to the Unconvinced After Hours show. This is the one where we just hang out. And Pastor Ferry, great to see you on the YouTube side as well. I love how you fly between the two like a secret ghost or something. That's absolutely brilliant. Lovely to see you, friends. This is the chill show, isn't it? This is where we just hang out. No furious debates, no angry conversations, no riding the mute button, no crash outs, just hanging out and talking about whatever you want to talk about, whatever you want to ask me about, whatever you want to bring up, whatever you want to share with us. It's totally fine by me. It's literally anything goes. So these shows are typically smaller in size in terms of audience than the debate streams, but pretty well subscribed in terms of people wanting to come up and share stuff and have conversations. So if you are one of those people and you're on TikTok, just hit request and get in the TikTok queue. And if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to join, as a couple have already, then feel free to join via the clickable link in the description or the link that I've just put in the chat right now. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest, the same one as ever. And I will be very, very happy to talk to you about anything you want. Okay, well, the first guest we're going to take, we're going to dive straight in. Sean is not with us tonight. He is he's got other stuff to attend to. So we are sans Sean tonight, but we'll manage with just us, just the two of us, as they say. We will be fine. In fact, he may not be with us tomorrow either because he's got kind of stuff going on this weekend. So he said he may be able to get in tomorrow, but fairly unlikely. But that's okay, isn't it? We will manage. So we're going to go straight to the first guest, which is going to be FM. Let's hopefully see that we can get the audio for FM working, and we'll bring FM in to be the first guest. Let's try this right now. FM, are you there?
I am. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Welcome. Thank you for being our first guest. You're very, very welcome in.
Well, thank you for having me. First, John, I want to say your title on the video says July 3.
Oh dear,
I clicked on it.
That's my bad.
I heard you saying, I hope everyone's going to have a great 4th weekend. I'm like, I just thought I was losing my mind for a second.
I'm so sorry.
The last one.
Thank you for pointing it out. I'm actually, while we're speaking, I'm going to just fix it because I think I can fix it right now. Let me just see if I can. I'm not completely sure if I can, but I'm going to try because that's a bit misleading. What I do on the YouTube videos, you're able to reuse a previous title so all the details come up exactly the same. And I always forget to change the date. It's about the 3rd or 4th time it's happened. And someone smarter than me invariably comes in and says, what's all this about? It's the wrong date, you fool. Yeah. That's me.
I was scared for a minute there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm looking at it now. There we go. It says July 3rd, doesn't it? And I'm going to change that right now to July 17th.
When I clicked on it, I think it started off with the tape of 2 weeks ago. So I just feel like I'm in another dimension or something, but I'm recovered. Deep breath.
I'm pleased that you're recovered, and I'm pleased also to report normality has now been restored. I have fixed it while we were talking, so thank you for bringing it to my attention. I appreciate it, and I definitely will lose points.
Someone else pointed out in the chat.
I'll lose points from my homework today. Well, welcome in. Thank you for being our first guest, and literally the floor is yours to talk or ask about anything you want.
Well, I'm afraid I'm sorry I'm the first guest because I have a little bit of bad news.
Okay.
I saw it happen again. On your streams. The last time I called in, I talked about, you changed your mind. And we talked about how that wasn't really the right way to say it because it implies there's a choice. And I know that belief is not a choice. I get that. So I think it was last week sometime. So
have I messed up again?
A week ago.
Have I messed up again?
Well, it was either you or okay, it's a little bit. And I want to preface this by saying I don't want to be some pedantic buzzkill or whatever.
It's all
I
good.
want us all to sharpen up our language,
I'm
And so it
all
may have
about
been
that.
Sean that used this analogy. It may have been Sean that used this. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It gets a little fuzzy because I've been watching you guys for hours, so I've got a lot of material in my brain. But I think it was Sean who used the analogy of a light switch.
The light switch being either on or off. It might have been me, actually, in terms of belief being either on or off, and then various brightnesses being like the confidence of the belief.
Something like that. I just had this flash of, you flipped a switch.
Yeah.
We've all had, I should say, it's fairly common that people have an experience of like an aha moment, an epiphany in the colloquial sense.
Yeah.
A moment of clarity. And that's very possible. A lot of times, though, it's a much more gradual process.
Right.
My concern is that we're using active verbs like you changed your mind, or you flipped a switch, or I flipped a switch, instead of my mind changed itself, or a flip was switched. I have a hard time saying that. But I'm just like, I want you to avoid these active verbs and think of maybe a better analogy so that it's not so easily misunderstood. Because if I flip a switch, that's me making an active choice. That's an act. It's not,
Yeah. Oh, are you still there?
I'm here, but I'm hearing an echo. And I've got my other tab closed, so I don't have, I'm wondering if I'm hearing it on your side. Unless it's a little, no, let's see. Anyway, so I thought to myself, I like the analogy of a light, in terms of if you look one day and you discover, hey, that light is gone. I had a light, like I was born into my religion and I didn't have any reason to doubt it. And I just sucked it all in like a lot of people do. And most people do that way. But the day came when I looked around decades later and I go, oh, I don't believe that anymore. So it's like this. If you think of the light in a room, it's kind of like the mental map of your mind. You have a map of reality inside your head, right? And you look inside and you go, what do I think I see? What do I think is true? And then if you start off with a light, but then it just gradually gets dimmer and dimmer, all on its own, because you just learn more about the world and everything, and you learn things, and it just, you're not paying attention to it maybe necessarily. So it is a gradual thing. I think with Sean, I think his story has that very gradual aspect to it.
Yes.
And mine was certainly gradual, but
Yeah, as it often is.
I hear you. Make sure that we're using the best words.
I appreciate you, and I understand where you're coming from. And hey, look, I'm never too big to learn from people around me about how to improve the way I communicate about this stuff. I've never thought in my own mind that my kind of communication on this stuff is perfect. I'm always trying to improve it. I'm always trying to see if I can improve the examples or the metaphors to be more on point and to be less open to misinterpretation. I think I'm fairly careful about never describing belief as a switch that you can turn on and off, but I understand how it could come across, because what I've said is that the reason I've used the idea of a switch in the past is to just show that there isn't an intermediate state between being on or off. You either believe something or you don't believe it. And then if you believe it, you can believe it with degrees of confidence. And those degrees of confidence apply to, could be said to be like the brightness of the light. So in that sense, it's quite a good metaphor. But I do understand where you're coming from, being that a light switch is something that people do voluntarily. Yeah. So maybe there's a better way of communicating this idea of it's essentially a quantum state. There's no intermediate. There's no middle position between the switch being on and off, or on or off. It's either on or it's off. But I really appreciate that. Thank you for giving me a shove and making sure that we tighten up our language, because the last thing we want to do is use confusing metaphors that don't help to communicate this idea correctly, because it's so important. It's such an important idea.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love Sean's new question about, if you saw a baby being harmed, would you put yourself at some personal risk to help?
Yeah.
And then, but that one channel, the first time it happened is like, they just, well, if you found out God didn't exist, would you still put yourself at some risk? And the guy said, oh, sure, absolutely. And just proved it right away. And then the next one was just like, your question doesn't make any sense. And I'm just trying to encourage a compassionate view that says, this question of God's existence and this whole entire worldview that's just hermetically sealed and just, is really, you really are asking him to turn reality upside down, and it's just not gonna happen that quick. Some people will be able to navigate that, and obviously that one guy, he crashed out. I forget his name, but you know who I'm talking about.
I do.
An answer to Sean's question, and he just
Yeah, and Sean was brilliant. I didn't realize that he'd refined his question in that way until I heard him saying. I thought, that's a really clever modification to the question. Very, very clever, because it's an excellent way of getting to the heart of things. Because previously, he or I might say, "Are you concerned with the well-being of others?" That's very abstract. But to say, "Would you be willing to put yourself at a little bit of danger to help, a drowning child or something?" It's such a brilliant question, because it gets right to the heart of the BS, which is that without a celestial policeman, you have no sense of the right thing to do. Is complete gibberish, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So. I felt bad for him in that sense. There's a lot of talking past each other that happens. So I really hate it when callers are they won't shut up and they won't stop and listen, and they won't answer questions, which is just absolutely infuriating. But
it is.
But I wanted to just kind of try to, in the same way that if it's a true statement when I say I do not believe or I am unconvinced. When the theist says, "I am convinced," that is also a true statement. They are convinced.
Yeah.
They may not have good reasons, they don't have good arguments, but they do have that belief. And just asking someone to completely turn their worldview upside down may not happen in that moment. Hopefully it'll have an effect on people who are listening to the stream. All the countless people that, are the quiet, silent.
That's the idea. People often say to me, like, you're never going to change the mind of that person you're talking to. I'm like, it's not about that person. It's about the 25,000 people who are going to listen to this conversation in the next 2 weeks, and some of them will, maybe it'll unlock a door for them to be able to think about this stuff differently. So thank you for coming up, FM, and being our first guest, and for your brilliant suggestion. I will definitely bear it in mind, and I'll speak to Sean about it too. And we really appreciate your input.
Well, I really appreciate what you're doing. I've been watching a lot of the streams, and I registered on the Discord basically to just be able to check in for real-time updates on your lives, because I have to set an alarm. Otherwise, it just gets past me.
Well,
I got to bounce, John.
All right.
So thank you again.
Thanks, FM. Keep well. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was good. Good suggestion. I just want to address something that Not Jay said over on the TikTok chat, and I've lost the actual line now where Not Jay said it, but it was a reasonable point that Not Jay made, which is something about, I forget the exact wording. It's like, what about ambivalence, right? What about if someone is in an ambivalent state? I'm just trying to find it so that I don't misquote Not Jay. I want to present his comment as he made it. Why can I not see it? There it is. You don't recognize that one could be in, or you don't recognize that one to be in a state of ambivalence. You can be in a state of ambivalence, but if you're in a state of ambivalence, then you don't believe the thing. So it just means that you're not actively affirming that it's false, and you're not actively accepting that it's true. Therefore, you are without the belief, even if you're in a state of ambivalence. You either are convinced it's true, or you're not convinced it's true. And so a state of ambivalence falls into the category not convinced it's true. And the reason why that feels counterintuitive is because it also doesn't fall in, it's also not convinced it's false. That's what ambivalence means. So if you flip a coin and I don't know whether the coin is heads or tails, and you ask me, do I believe it's heads? I say no. I'm in a state of ambivalence. I don't believe it's heads. If you ask me, do I think it's tails? No. I have no reason to think it's either. And so that state of ambivalence falls as a subset of not believing the claim. So I hope that helps to clarify that. Okay, let us get our next guest in. It's going to be our good friend Espresso Jack, who has been absolutely killing it on the bingo recently. Let's have a look. Jack, are you there? Do I need to reset your audio? Possibly I do. This video thing is pretty weird. Let's try this. Jack, are you there? Still not. We will try your Bluetooth headset and see if that works. Jack, are you there? Audio issues with Video Ninja. It's a very strange platform. Can't hear you, Jack, I'm afraid. You might need to refresh, go out and come back in or something like that. But at the moment, I'm trying to get to you and I can't. I can see you there, but I can't hear you. So we won't be able to speak until we get that sorted out. I'm going to try one more time on the default device and try to apply that. How about that, Jack? Are you there? No. All right, buddy, you'll need to maybe go out and come back in, and I'll try you again. I'll try you again. So I'll drop you down for now and come back in again, and we'll get you next time. So the next caller is going to be Leorando, and we'll do exactly the same with Leorando, checking out the audio. There we go. And Leorando, are you there? Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. Let's just turn the volume up. Yeah. Hopefully, I can hear now.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. So you recall I've been digging this well last time.
Yeah.
The good news is that I'm done with it, at least for now. The bad news is that the neighbor from the flat below mine was furious when he got back home. Apparently, I have to pay for damages to the ceiling.
Oops. Oh, sorry to hear that.
Well, yeah, I have a couple of, I have a few quick points to talk about. First, we've been talking about Dune and the adaptations.
Of Dune, the movie Dune, yeah.
Well, I think the best Dune version was the 70s one that never actually came out, Jodorowsky's Dune.
I didn't know that.
There's actually a documentary about that failed attempt to make a movie, and that's worth watching by itself.
Right.
So it's a Chilean director, Alejandro Jodorowsky. And yeah, the documentary is just called Jodorowsky's Dune.
Fair enough.
What else? We were talking about all those, what do you call a deer with no eyes, etc., etc.
No idea.
We missed one joke from that set. What do you call a fish with? Yeah, what do we call a fish with no eye? A fish.
I knew that one. I knew that one. I was ahead of you. I knew that one. Also an oldie but a goodie. But there we are. So last night's stream, if anyone who missed last night's stream, we had a good number of callers, and then it kind of tapered off, and it got very quiet for the last couple of hours. And man, the crowd stepped up. Our regulars were just caning it with the jokes. It was brilliant. It was a dad joke fest like no other. It was absolutely brilliant, and I loved every single one. So yeah, that was it. So anything else, Leorando, that you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, a bit of evolution stuff. We're always talking about apes or monkeys. And in actuality, I'm not a scientist, but as far as I can tell, apes are monkeys in that they, they're the descendants of old world monkeys. And so technically, it really depends on what you mean by the word. It's completely valid to say that we are monkeys. But, it's like, what's a fruit and what's a vegetable? One is a term in biology, the other is a culinary term. And so depending whether you're talking about the clades or the animals that are alive today, et cetera, you could make the case either way.
I'm skeptical about that. My sort of rule of thumb and the heuristic that I go by is if it doesn't have a tail, it isn't a monkey. But I could be wrong. I'm not an expert here. I have no idea.
It's not a question of wrong. It's a question of what specifically you mean by the word in the context that you're discussing.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like there's an easy yes or no. It depends.
Fair enough. Well, I know not of these things. There are people who know a lot more than me, so I wouldn't claim to speak. And in fact, many of them are in the chat right now. We're all fish, says 46 Strings. Yeah, we're all fish. If you go back far enough, absolutely. My great uncle was a sea-dwelling creature. So I guess that makes us all fish.
Fish with an eye.
Fish with an eye. That's it.
Yeah. And yeah, and another thing about this, evolution opposition is there's often what's the percentage of our DNA similarity, to chimps, to bonobos, to all kinds of other things, and that's not clear cut either, because there are different algorithms you could use to reach different numbers, and actually there are algorithms, kind of methods devised by creationists to lower the number deliberately. And they're so bad that if you compare a human being to itself, you get less than 100%.
Fair enough.
Just terrible. I watched an explanation from Erica Gutze-Gibbon that was several hours long, explaining all the stuff with it.
She's fantastic. Well, yeah, I would always defer to her because she's awesome and knows more. She's forgotten more about biology than I will ever know. But yeah, thanks for coming up, Leorando. Nice to talk to you again, and hope you're doing well, friend.
And one last thing.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should add more prayers to your show, because
Sure.
Sometimes you get people that are not able to wait until the end of the sentence, or are not able to answer simple yes/no questions. And so maybe it would be best to just take a moment and pray for that miracle to happen.
I think that's an excellent idea. I'm all in favour of adding prayer to the show. I think it would go down absolutely brilliantly with the audience. Let's do that.
Maybe you could ask the person who doesn't have the power to answer a question to just join you in prayer.
I'm all for it. We seem to spend most of our time not having our questions answered, but I guess that's part of what this stuff is about, isn't it? But thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Lovely to talk to you again. Thanks a lot for calling in. Take it easy, Leorando. Bye. All right, that was Leorando. We are going to get in Ash, the dentist, our good friend, long time friend of the channel. Bringing in Ash right now. Ash is like old school TikTok only days, buddy. Hey, Ash.
Hey, buddy. How's things?
Things are good. How are you?
It's always good. I keep catching the debate channel part, with the opposition only. Yeah. And I really needed to catch these ones, because there's times when I always do like to try and look at the opposing view, as you know, and try and see the other side of the argument. But it's something that, sorry, my sound is a bit dodgy.
It is horrendous, actually. Are you somewhere with a really bad signal?
I am. Give me a second. Can you bring me in a bit later, actually?
Come back later. Yeah. This isn't really workable, so give us a shout back later when you've got better signal. All right, man. Fair enough. Good stuff. We will speak to Ash later once he's got a better signal. And so instead, we will bring in, it looks like a bird. It may be a pigeon or a different type of bird. I'm not entirely sure. Hello. Hello. What name shall I? What name? I can hear you. What name shall I put down on the screen for you? Because there's just a.
Okay.
What are we calling you?
Josh.
Josh. Okay, we'll call you Josh. Well, welcome in, Josh. Nice to talk to you.
It's nice to talk to you too. I've been watching your videos for a minute now, and it has really helped me with my deconstruction journey.
Oh, I'm really pleased to hear it. Where are you at with that?
The position that even if I do get proof, even if God should come to me in flesh, I don't think I would be interested anymore.
Yeah.
Just because of the obvious reasons, basically. So what I wanted to talk about here, I spent most of my life in Nigeria before moving to the UK.
Could I ask you to just... sorry, Josh. Could I ask you to speak a little louder, because we're struggling to hear you a little bit.
So, I live with a really religious family, and I'm sort of in the closet. So
you're having to speak quietly.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try and manage it then. So I'll try and repeat what you say in case anyone can't kind of hear it. So go for it. So you're currently now still living with a religious family, and you're having to be in the closet about your own beliefs. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So I was going to talk about basically how religion is in Africa, and most Nigeria especially, because I don't think you get a lot of guests or people. I don't think you talk to a lot of people from there.
Not so many from Nigeria. We've got friends in Ghana and in some other African countries, but not too many from Nigeria. Are you in Nigeria right now?
No.
Okay.
I used to live there.
Yeah. Okay, you were there.
So it's crazy, like really, really crazy how religious people are. It shut off their thinking, basically. I don't know if you've heard of recently there have been loads of kidnappings, and some of them are actually happening in the church, like during a church service, and people would come in and abduct people worshiping. I wonder, don't these people just open their eyes to see that this God that they're worshiping is not helping them?
Yeah. So let me try and echo what you're saying for anyone who didn't hear it. You're saying that in Nigeria there have been lots of kidnappings, even in churches. So people coming into churches and kidnapping other people. And what's the meaning behind these kidnappings? What's the significance of that? Who is being kidnapped and for what reason?
I would say it's not exactly targeted as Christians, but just for ransom, basically.
Oh, buddy, we're really, really struggling to hear you. I understand you need to. I understand you need to be quiet, but we need to be able to hear you. I'm so sorry. Obviously, if you're not safe, don't speak now if it's not safe for you. But
yeah, I'll just drop out and join some other time I feel more comfortable.
Yeah, do that. Your safety is the most important thing. But give us a call back next time we do the show, and if you need to contact me, drop me a DM on TikTok if you need to. You can just find me if you need anything.
Thank you.
All right, Josh. Take care and be safe. Take care. Thanks, buddy. Wow. Shows you what you're dealing with here. Some people are not free to have these discussions freely. And can we just all take a moment to feel a sense of gratitude if you are in a position where in your life you can have these discussions openly and you have the freedom to express your views without worrying about what's going to happen and how your life might be ruined or destroyed or endangered or whatever the background situation is. We should not be taking those freedoms for granted. We should be understanding that a lot of people don't have them. So even if we enjoy them, we need to act in solidarity in some way with people like Josh who don't. And it breaks my heart to see it. So Josh, if you're still listening, drop me a DM and let's talk. I'll do whatever I can to support you in any way I can. Okay, let's get Ash back in, who apparently is in a more amenable place right now. Hey, Ash.
Hey, can you hear me?
That's so much better. You sounded like you were in a car factory or something.
So sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, terrible connection, but I'm basically sitting next to my lovely router.
Oh,
so
okay.
I've got some good speed now. But
good.
Yeah, I guess it's just been timing. Like I've always just caught the debate versions of it. And then there's part of me that does actually want to debate, but at the same time, I'm like, it's probably not the right, like you said, place to try and do it because it's a different setup basically. And which I get it. And again, I'm always just more coming from the curious side of it all. But the thing I wanted to kind of talk about a bit was something that the previous guest about that middle option, like when things are quite binary.
Yeah.
But other times it's this middle space. But then it's the interesting thing about being convinced or not convinced. It is quite binary, would you say? Or would you say there is actually this... Is that...
I think it is binary. It is binary, which is not to say that you can't be in a state of indecision. So yes. You can be in a state of indecision, but if you are in a state of indecision, then you haven't accepted the belief. So it's a little bit like imagine you're considering making a purchase, and you haven't decided whether you want to make the purchase or not. But until the point you've made the purchase, you haven't made it. You could be thinking about it. You could be tempted. You're considering it. But you need to actually make the purchase, and then you can say, okay, you've made the purchase. I mean, maybe that's a bad example. And again, I don't want to make it sound like adopting a belief is a decision like deciding to buy something. It's not. Your mind is either convinced or it isn't. But if you're in a state of ambivalence, and the best example is a flipped coin, as the same example I used before. If I flip a coin and I'm holding it in my hand, you have no reason to think it's heads, and you have no reason to think it's tails. So you're in a state of believing neither one. But believing neither one means you don't believe it's heads.
I guess the premise is the interesting thing of it all, right? Because if the premise is not fully understood and from all the different angles, then is it really just a one answer or the other?
Well, those are the only options. So you either think, like with respect to God,
like a 50-50 coin, of course, there's two options. It's
but a God either exists or a God doesn't exist. Those are the only two options, right? So you either think. Go ahead.
I hear you, but is it in the frame of the Abrahamic God and our perceptions of the Bible in that sense, or is it all forms of God?
It could be any. So you can say, I'm open to the possibility of any God. You could be closed. You could say, I definitely don't believe in the Abrahamic God, but I'm completely open-minded about some other God. That's a completely valid position to take. And being open-minded about the God doesn't mean you believe it. It just means that you haven't, in your head kind of ruled it out.
I guess, because when you put it into the framework of the Bible and the Abrahamic God, it just, there's so many things and inconsistencies and problems you can easily pick out, because it's like, how can you have an all-powerful God that's all good? It just doesn't work, But if you imagine a God that wasn't all-powerful or wasn't all good, then it's possible, but could science really ever answer this? And it's also could science ever really answer how long, obviously there's theories of inflation, how is the universe has always been there? Is it cycling, or was it a single pinpoint of the Big Bang? It's kind of will always be theoretical. I don't think we'll ever get the power to figure that out. There's great evidence for both theories, but we'll never fully know, and therefore it comes down to a belief. And unless you get more and more evidence overwhelmingly pushing you in that direction. And this is where I think the three states of being convinced, sort of in the middle, of being open, but all being far on the other side, where you're just no, I'm just, nothing is really going to convince me otherwise because I believe in such a thing, or, from their story or the history of the person.
Well, let's use that exact example. Let's say you're considering whether the universe has always existed or whether it came into existence at some point. And let's grant you the science at the moment can't answer that question. And you could say, okay, well, there are three positions you can hold. You could say, I believe that it's eternal. You could say, I believe it came into existence. And you can say, I believe neither. Knowing that it will be one of them, but I don't believe that, I'm not convinced of either position. I'm just holding a neutral position. So if you're holding that neutral position, it still means that you don't believe with respect to any of the other positions. And that's not a choice that you've made. Let's say in your head you think that the chances of both of those scenarios are the same, and so you can't find one more convincing than the other. Then, as an involuntary thing, your mind is convinced of neither, and that's a completely valid epistemic position. We tend to think of not coming down on one side or the other as being a liminal state, as being like an intermediary state, like a corridor between two rooms, and you don't spend much time in the corridor, you're going to end up in one of the rooms. But actually the corridor is a room, and it's a completely valid place to be. So with respect to questions that we don't have the information to answer, it's a totally reasonable place to say is to be and remain, possibly for your whole life, is, I don't know, I believe neither of these things. I grant one of them must be true, but I don't have a reason to believe either of them. And that would be a position that you take as a result of finding yourself unpersuaded of either one.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. That middle position. But this is the interesting thing. I guess in a debate format, it's usually one or the other. The whole point is to argue it, which side do you land on. But rather than focusing on that middle state of hey, it could be, it could not be, but
It's completely
Let's see
valid.
what happens.
Yeah, and in dialectics and debates, it's often framed as that's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. You're running away from the question. These are just performative nonsense that people say when they're trying to score a win. The intellectually honest thing is to say, I don't know. It's perfectly reasonable position to take and to stay in.
Well, this is why I really do like your channel in that sense. And because when you go to other channels, it really pushes you on either one side, or you treat the other side as just complete, like crazy. It doesn't matter what the topic is on, you can literally see the extremes, but that's how it's been designed. But you've kind of take the emotion out of it, and it's just let's just hear it for what it is.
Yeah, and let the reason do the talking.
Makes sense.
And I'm always happy to be proved wrong. If I advance a position and the arguments aren't solid, then I want to know about it. I want to understand. It wouldn't be the first time that I've made a bad argument and someone's corrected me, and I'm I see what you mean, and I'll update my position. I consider that to be a gift when that happens. So, for me, it's not about ego. It's not about winning. It's about testing ideas and improving my own thinking and learning from other people who are often smarter than I am. So I'm completely up for that all
Definitely.
the time.
I am pretty impressed with what was it, 9 or 10 hours? I saw you live. I went to sleep. I woke up and you're still live. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, that was fun.
How are you? I don't know. I'm guessing there's times when you might, lose your calmness or just the way of going about arguments.
Hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
I've got to eventually scroll on TikTok and I'll just see John's lost it. I was like, nope, no, keep it strong, man. You're doing great. And
cheers,
I love
Ash.
catching these. I'll catch you guys.
Good to speak to you as always. Take care, friend.
You too, bye.
Take care. All right, that was Ash, the wonderful dentist. Okay, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in, who's going to be accidentally atheist. And then we've got the wonderful Silas in the queue, and then a bunch of other friends over on the YouTube side. I will get to you all, I promise. So thank you so much for joining me. I actually really love these streams. It's just a lovely kind of break from the furious debate thing, which I also completely love. But this is a different vibe. I always really look forward to these shows. So Tim is out of the gate with, this was actually last night. So my new super chat aggregator, if I miss a super chat right at the end of a live, it keeps it for me until the next day. So this was one that Tim was talking about, 910 pickles on YouTube. And I haven't yet gone to watch it, but I will follow this one up and have a look at the short. So thanks for that, Tim. That was from yesterday. And today, Shadow Slay, thank you for the super chat. Amazing how God grants us free will, although I suppose there is no other choice than to have it. This and many other unanswerable questions, thanks to Christianity. Yeah, so many unanswerable questions. And this whole thing about God and free will, God doesn't care about free will when he's hardening people's hearts and sending spirits to deceive people and all of that kind of stuff. God really doesn't give the slightest stuff about people's free will. This is mere propaganda. And Buzz says, am I wrong to have Dutch ovened my son? Am I wrong to have Dutch ovened my son? No, seems perfectly reasonable to me. I'm not sure what a Dutch oven is, but it sounds delightful. And Tim says, did anyone ever watch the old show Romper Room? And I see Astronova and Uncle Charlie, I Go By Star, and I see Kiff and Roy Williams and Kerry. I have never seen Romper Room. I know not what that is, and I'm sure I'm old enough to have seen it because I'm probably older than most of you lot. But I don't know what that is, so I stand to be educated about that. No idea. And Indy, good to see you. There are two types of people. One, those who can extrapolate from an incomplete set of data. That's it. Very good. I like that. We're starting with the jokes already. This probably doesn't bode well. And Bab says, Video Ninja, as stealthy as its namesake. You don't know it's there except by its exceptional silence. That is true. And in a very unexpected occurrence, we seem to have a Sean James here. Sean, what are you doing here?
How you doing, John? Well, hey. I just wanted to come up as a guest and say hello and to kind of save you. So you haven't heard of a Dutch oven?
I'm not sure I have.
It's a very cruel thing someone can do to their romantic partner or what have you, but basically you're under the covers and then you pass gas and then you pull the covers over your partner's heads, and that's called a Dutch oven.
That sounds delightful. Well, I'm very sorry to have missed out on such an experience. And and now my education in such matters
too late.
is complete.
Never...
Thank you for bringing the raising the cultural temperature of the show to where we need it to be. So, no pun intended. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
No
What are you up to? We're all missing you, but I hope you have a fantastic evening.
I appreciate it. No, I have plans in a couple of hours, so
good stuff.
In the meantime, I just wanted to come up just as a guest and let everyone know I appreciate all of you as a community. John kind of started this, if I'm not mistaken, basically just trying to promote your book, right? And it sort of accidentally turned into a deconstruction community.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing, like everyone that's a part of it, all of you listening on YouTube and TikTok, you are the community and you are what makes this great. And I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate the way everyone stands up for each other, has each other's back. People are in need throughout the community. Everyone stands up for each other. And that's a beautiful thing. That's what religion has. When people go to church every day, you're part of you're sort of like part of the tribe or what have you. Everyone's looking out for each other. We should look out for each other too, and people outside of our community as well. But anyway, I just wanted to get all touchy-feely and put that out there.
Good stuff, Sean. Well, thank you for saying that. I couldn't have said it better. And you're a huge part of this, Sean. So we miss you, but have a fantastic time. Whatever you're up to, have a great evening, and we'll see you when we have the pleasure of your company next.
All right, thanks, Sean. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, buddy. All the best. Keep well. Keep well. Okay, that is the absolutely awesome Sean James. Brilliant fellow in every way. Okay, let me get a next guest in, and we'll clear that off the stack there. And our next guest is going to be Accidentally Atheist. So we will bring Accidentally Atheist in right now. Great name. Hey, how are you?
Hey, John. I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Welcome back. We spoke early June. I think it was the 9th of June, according to my database here. How are you doing?
I could never dream of being that detail-oriented, so I'm impressed.
It works. Gets me through the day. What's going on?
Well, I was going to be great, but then Sean robbed me of the absolute pleasure of telling you what a Dutch oven was. I thought I was going to get to do that, and I would have done it far less elegantly than he did.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's my bone to pick.
Well, I'm so delighted that we can all think about this now for a bit longer. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about, or was that the main focus?
No, that was absolutely not the main focus. There's something, John, that keeps coming up when I'm in these lives, whether it's you or Justin or Joel or Mezzo.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's the most terrifying thing in the world, but it's like this dumb part of Christianity. And this is heaven. So every Christian that ever comes up on any of these, like, they pitch us this idea of, like, you don't want to live forever. And I remember little, 11-year-old accidentally atheist going to my mom on a Saturday night. It was like midnight. I was in tears because I just couldn't stop thinking about the idea of eternity, doing anything. And I was like, Mom, this is terrifying. Like, think about the thing you like to do the most, and then imagine doing it for 1,000 years. And then imagine doing that 1 billion times. Like, this concept is just abject terror to me. And so my mom, of course, rest in peace, Mom, all she had to say was, well, do you want to go to hell?
Oh.
Thanks for that one. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
But they come in and they just assume that we all have this fear of death and that we want to live forever. And my statement is always, I do not consent to eternal consciousness. Doing anything eternally, like, whether the Bible's all over the place. Someone would say literally we're going to serve in his temple day and night if we go to heaven for eternity. And others, there's like this wedding feast. I don't care if it's like the best feast you've ever been to. Is that like, am I the only one that feels how horrifying that is?
Yeah, I've thought about it too. And it's interesting because there's a tension there, because generally speaking, we enjoy existing, absent being in like constant pain or anything like that. But under normal operational conditions, we enjoy the feeling of existing, and we don't like the idea of not existing, because it feels like the ultimate loss, because it kind of is the ultimate loss. So the loss of the capacity to have any experience does feel like a frightening loss. But if you know that you have an eternity of moments ahead of you, how are you going to fill that time? How many things are you going to come up with to do? And as you say you decide you're going to learn the guitar. So you spend 1,000 years learning how to get proficient at the guitar, and you're not even a billionth of a percent through the time you have. How many songs are you going to want to play? At some point, you're going to get bored of the guitar. So, okay, well, I played the guitar for 20 million years. Now I'm going to take up chess. And so you become a grandmaster at chess because you have, 1 million years to study the game. And then you play chess for 100 billion years. And then you're going to be bored of chess. So you take up painting. And the same thing happens. And eventually, you're going to find that you are going to have to be finding more and more obscure things to fill your time with, because you've got completely bored of all the low-hanging fruit of things to do. You've had all the sex you want to have. You've eaten all the good food you want to have. You've done all the culture and art, and you've written plays and you've put them on, and you've been in plays and you've watched plays and you've sang songs and you've listened to songs and you've climbed mountains and you've been diving and you've done all the things and you've raised llamas and all the things in the world. You're going to have to keep on coming up with things to do. You're going to be bored out of your absolute mind. And eventually, the only experience that you won't have had, sorry, that's just my crazy air conditioner, which is making a ridiculous noise. It will stop in 5 seconds. Eventually, the only thing that you won't have experienced is my air conditioner. The only thing you won't have experienced is not existing. And I can see an eternal realm absolutely full of beings who are just aching to get a taste of what it's like to not exist. And God's going, nope, you can't do that. Nope, you're stuck here forever. It's a life sentence. You signed right here. It says forever. This is the contract you signed. I agree with you. I totally understand what you're saying.
I think there's a piece of what you said I want to zero in on, because you said that that you do feel a fear of not existing. So I think it's just the backwards way that I was raised with the indoctrination. But like, we would get to that last verse of Amazing Grace, and it says, when we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days.
Yeah.
No less days.
It's terrifying.
That's so fucking terrifying.
It's terrifying.
And so to me, like, when I finally like came out of the closet as an atheist and let myself exist there for a little bit, I found that I was like, holy shit, the idea of losing consciousness is so settling to me, John. Like, I would lose sleep. I would be laying in bed terrified just at the idea of anything going on forever. But like, now I'm like, okay, cool. Let me get my like 70 in, and then I'm done. And like, it'll be like when the dinosaurs were around and there's no more accidental atheists. He's just gone. Like, and so I think they predicate so much of their like indoctrination and their brainwashing around this concept that A, is not what they think it is.
Yeah.
B, the Bible can't even agree what it is. And C, you have to sign up forever. So there's a sign up sheet. You don't know what you're going to do, but you know you'd rather be there than lose consciousness.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah, I feel you. Totally understand. I think some people relate. I mean, what people might say is that, it's easy when you feel like you're a safe distance away from that 70 or 80 years to talk about it in that way. And once you reach a certain point in your life and that point starts to be considerably nearer to you than it was before, and you're nearer to it than you are to the beginning, maybe that perspective changes a little bit. I found as I'm not an old man, but I'm not a young man either, and I do think about these things, and I still feel like I have a lot of living left to do. I'm not in a hurry to give it up right now, and I don't know what I'm going to feel like, at some later point in life. So who knows? But I totally understand what you're saying. I think some people will relate. It's certainly a different perspective to the idea of being terrified of losing it. It's a different thing.
I do think about that too, and I'm 40, so like I'm on the second half of my go. Like I know that for sure. But anyway,
yeah,
I won't drone on about that. But thank you for holding these where we can come up and just share something. And
pleasure. I always love these. Thanks, buddy. All the best. Keep well. Take care.
Will do.
Take care. Thanks. Bye bye. All right. Accidentally atheist. Great guy. Good point. Okay, we'll read a couple more messages, and then Silas is going to be in next, and then after Silas, Midnight. Okay, I can't believe how oversubscribed these shows are for callers. It's wild. Like, the audience is a quarter of the size of the audience of the debate streams, but so many more people want to come get involved. I love it. It's just a different vibe, and I'm completely here for it. Absolutely love these shows. And we've got some wonderful people in the queue as well. We're going to be speaking to Christy later, and JEC, and Zach, and T, the wonderful T. Let's get on with it. So I'll read a couple of super chats, and then we'll get Silas in. Buzz says, my son took his revenge on my lap thrice. Yeah, fair enough. I guess it's karma, isn't it? And Tim says, if, and that's a big if, God and Satan are at war over human souls, Satan has just as much investment in you as God, so Satan loves you. If I had to choose between the two, I'm definitely choosing Satan. At least that guy kind of does what he's told and has a plan to be a good boy. God's all over the place. Satan just does what God tells him. At least he's obedient. And FPVTYP, I'm not sure how to say that, but lovely to see you, and thank you for the super chat. Keep up the good work. What unfulfilled needs can an all-powerful and all-knowing God have? The answer is none. Absolutely none. It's not possible for an all-powerful being to be unfulfilled, because any condition that an all-powerful being wants to pertain will definitionally pertain. So this idea of God being disappointed and regretful and whatever is just a different version of a God. It's a much more anthropomorphic, human kind of God, like sort of Superman type of God, rather than this all-pervasive, omnipresent kind of magic ghost that people like talking about. And last super chat for now, Babs. The courts have made gender-critical protected belief. Now Amnesty International can be prosecuted for calling JKR groups transphobes. I'm not really sure what the details are on that story, but thanks for sharing it, Babs. And hope you're feeling well and okay. Babs, thank you so much. Okay, we will get Silas in right now. Silas is all sorts of awesome. Hopefully coming in on the tick. There we go. Hey, Silas, how are you?
Hello, my friend. I have very, very little to share, but it's always good to see you.
It's a joy. How are you?
I have a good friend who does not have a TikTok. So I was going to say, if you see me join up the queue on your normal debate streams, please feel free to treat me as a normal guest, because I might be one of my friends. But that was honestly the main thing, is I knew that you told me to get out of your queue before, to stop coming in on the non-friendly streams. So I was giving you a heads up.
So explain that again. So if you are in the queue on a debate night, do I understand that it will be a friend of yours who wants to come and have a discussion? Do I understand that correctly? Okay.
Correct.
So noted then. If I do see you there on a debate night, having discussed this with you, I will make the assumption that it isn't you calling in to say hi, which I love, and hi.
Yes.
It will be something else, and that's absolutely fine. And I'd be absolutely delighted to speak to a friend of yours and help. So what's the kind of position of your friend? What's the deal there?
Unfortunate, and I would say mainline evangelical. Think. Not even like Wes Huff, like more like Frank Turek or Josh Howerton.
Yikes.
Or
okay. Fully drank the Kool-Aid. But why would your friend be interested in coming to have a conversation like this?
We've actually had some very good conversations and are starting to sort of go down better rabbit trails.
Right.
But he's he's somewhat naturally combative.
Right.
But
sure.
So Anyway, I don't know if it'll work out or not. I just was like,
Sure.
the last time I tried to come up during a debate stream, you yelled at me for 45 minutes straight per your normal character, and I just didn't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? So,
sure. Well, I'd be very happy to talk to your friend. I used to work with a wonderful guy. We're still very good friends, and we worked very, very closely together for some years. And he was a man of faith, evangelical, fully in it, and I was, of course, exactly the same as I am now. And we used to have great conversations. I mean, we knew each other well enough, and we loved each other enough as just friends that we cared about each other to be actually quite unguarded in the way we spoke, because we both knew that we were quite secure in the relationship. And so even if I said something that I knew he wasn't going to like, he would understand that I wasn't saying it to attack him. I was just expressing my view, and vice versa. And so we had a really kind of honest discussions about this stuff. We never really came to an understanding about it. It always ended up being, well, that's your view and this is my view and that's it. And we were still able to maintain a friendship and a working relationship. And it was okay. And I think he's slightly less in it nowadays than he used to be. But it's okay. So these things can work.
One of my best friends is a Calvinist, and we have a very similar relationship. Right. I struggle with the on-ramp. It's sort of, why is this? Well, it's for God's glory. Okay. Yeah, well, that's the answer to every question I've asked over. Yeah. But we also have that honest relationship. And like he was talking about homeschooling the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, because you have to indoctrinate them at home instead of letting the state indoctrinate them. And he was like, correct. Like we have that level of absolute meta knowledge about each other. Like, that's good. So. Anyway, he's a great dad and a great friend. But yes, so I may have that happen someday. We'll see if that all works out. And if not, I'm going to keep poking him to join into your streams. I'm trying to work on getting him to listen to Christian apologetics, because I think like N.T. Wright, for example, is someone who I actually respect quite a bit still. I actually just read one of his books, and I want to understand how to properly steelman and properly understand the historical arguments. I really like holding those things in tension. Your content was very enjoyable and was a perfect step-off point for me. But then I quickly wanted to get into how do I get into the deeper scholarship side and the deeper philosophical side. That's brilliant. No disrespect to you. You're amazing.
No,
and
none
very fun
taken.
to casually listen to, but it was a springboard in a way.
No, I think that's brilliant. And I absolutely think that's the right way to go, because you should be able to expose yourself to the strongest arguments from the other side with complete openness and intellectual rigor, and you should be able to take them in and consider them, and then be able to either come up with your own objections to them if you can, and if not, look into what the objections to them are. And if you can't find any, then those arguments are going to persuade you, right? So that's what intellectual honesty has to cut both ways. So you don't want to, obviously, if you only listen to Frank Turek and Cliff Knechtley and people like that, that's like chewing gum apologetics. It's BS.
Yes.
Read the smart people. Read the William James and the people who are good and know what they're talking about and have more sophisticated arguments, and consider them fully. I mean, I think they fail, but you need to do that journey yourself. So I think that's brilliant. I completely salute you for doing that.
Absolutely. And then a quick book review, because I've read recently 2 different things recommended to me by Christian friends who are wise. One of them was Francis Schaeffer. I do not recommend that. I did not find that enjoyable particularly. He's from the 1970s and was one of the founders of the thought behind the moral majority. I found that to be difficult to follow intellectually. It felt like a lot of suppositions I couldn't follow and track with. However, N.T. Wright, I will absolutely recommend. You may not agree with all of his conclusions, but for anyone looking to get into Christian literature and understand that side of things from a very clearly, gently thought out, and honestly, like, one of the most important things to me is Socratic sort of dialogue, not claiming certainty where there isn't certainty, claiming that you don't know when you don't know. That's one of the things that drew me to you and your content. And I think N.T. Wright actually does a good bit of that as well. So.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's great. And anyway. I think that shows a willingness to just be intellectually honest and rigorous, and I'm all in favor of that. That's fantastic.
So that's all I got. Have a good
stream,
Silas.
My friend. Thanks, buddy. Great to talk to you. Keep well. I'll look out for you on the debate streams, and it won't really be you. I love that. Lending his friend his TikTok account to come and debate with atheists. I love that. That's stepping up, isn't it? Brilliant work. Cheers, Silas. Great to see you, friend. Okay, we'll read a couple of messages and then we're going to get Midnight in next. Let's do that. And we've got Buzz said, Dutch oven trapped under covers with a fart. Yes, thank you. We know this now. Let's stop talking about Dutch ovens now. And I go by Star says, 2 antennas meet on a roof and decide to get married. The ceremony wasn't much, but the reception was incredible. Boom, boom. Okay, raised it tonight. I love that. And Tim says, Romper Room short with a link, which we can't click on right now, but I will have to have a look at this. I'm really getting an education here from the community. I love this. I'm here for it. And KN Young says 2 maggots were fighting in dead earnest. 2 maggots were fighting in dead earnest. I guess they would have been. They would have been. That's probably what maggots do. Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's get Midnight in next. Hopefully the audio will do its job. And I do want to get where's he gone? I wanted to get Espresso Jack back, but I can't see him. I was hoping that his audio issues may have been resolved. But let's see. Midnight, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good. So 2 things. This wasn't initially what I intended to say, but I wanted to address what Accidental Atheist was saying. So he was talking about boredom as a concept and living eternally. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to steal that a little bit, because you're assuming you'll still be human in heaven, which you won't be. You'll be like a soul, right? So boredom is like a survival thing. You need like dopamine receptors to feel boredom. So like in heaven, you won't have those things. So like Jesus says, right? Like, I'll give you the water that eternally quenches your thirst. That's basically like turning off your dopamine receptors. Basically, you'll be content. Is the promise basically?
Right. Yeah. So a sort of mind wipe to take away your ability to want things.
It's more like if you have read Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari, it's like it's said that like maybe in the future we like a lot of suffering is this boredom thing. It's like the dopamine thing, right? So
Yeah.
he's saying like maybe in the future humans will figure out a way to biochemically engineer out that thing. But
Right.
he's all like it also says that it's what makes us human. Like we progress because of that boredom. We find
Right.
new things because of that boredom, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So So I just wanted to like say that like you won't be human in heaven, so you won't feel bored in heaven. Right.
Fair enough.
Anyway, that was a tangent on my part.
Okay.
So the thing I actually called to talk about was I saw a clip of yours. I think it was like 3 months ago, so I don't know how relevant it is now in regards. So he was talking about everything has a cause, and basically, and you were saying he couldn't understand why you were disagreeing with it, right? And you were saying it's like an argument from incredulity and a fallacy of composition, right? And I don't think you got that.
Yeah.
So I think you need like step down your language a little bit more, like for people like that. So the way I see it is human intuition is based. It sounds logical because it's based on human intuition, but human intuition is based on things that we experience. For example, let's take the speed of light. For example, intuitively speaking, when you are moving fast, if you apply a little bit more speed, it should move faster, right? That's the human intuition. But if you're like moving at c, if you push it a bit more, c as in speed of light, if you push it a bit more, it won't go any faster, right? So physics is not intuitive. I think that's like the key point that people need to understand.
I often say this. When you get to the level of the fundamental level in physics, when you're talking about relativity and quantum mechanics, it's very counterintuitive. So our own intuitions are unreliable.
Yeah. So it's not logic. He's saying it as though it's logical, like everything has a cause, but it's based on human intuition.
Yep. I would agree. I know exactly which video you're talking about as well.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to say, sometimes you have to step down your language, like people who just quite can't figure out what you're saying.
That particular guy needed a bit of a dressing down because he'd come in with a very big attitude, and his confidence outmatched his abilities, and he was a bit unpleasant. So I didn't feel inclined to be patient in the way I was explaining things to him. I just wanted to put him in his place a little bit, which was maybe a failing of mine. But generally speaking, I'll give people the time of day. No one can be blamed for knowing less, and there's certainly lots of things I know less about. But when someone is speaking down to everyone else and massively overestimating their own competency in a particular area, I don't feel inclined to gently walk them through the arguments as much as to just give them a bit of a dressing down and say, look, sunshine, get back in your box, and you're not the superstar you think you are, and here are all the mistakes you're making in your argument. Go away and have a little bit of a think. It kind of worked because he went away. It was delightful. So thank you, though. I appreciate the point you're making.
Refusing to listen to what you were saying. But just wanted to make this point real quick.
All right. Thanks, Midnight. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Keep well. Thanks, friend. Thanks. All right. We will move it along and get in JEC next. Lots in the queue. We will get to you, I promise. Keep on going. JEC, how are you?
Hi, pleasure to be up here. I've listened to you for so long. Never been on your live.
Pleasure
I'm
to
good
have
today,
you.
thanks.
Good.
I'll try and be quick. I just basically I've been under coercive control for about a year now. It's a really weird situation. It's my tenant, and the UK laws make it so that he can abuse me as much as he wants, ask me to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. This is just, I've been working for this man solidly for a year.
Oh dear.
Damages my flat, I have to keep running around, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. So I've kind of developed a bit of this fear, and to the point where I couldn't sleep at one point last year. And I found solace in the only thing that I could listen to at the time and sort of start to concentrate in a sort of storytelling manner at night. A lot of it was you, but atheist chats. And for some reason, just because, I don't know, I just long for the truth and enjoy learning about science and love the nature and science that I know and all the miracles that are on our earth and in our universe, and just thrive for people not to put on these acts and these performances, which I understand obviously are very indoctrinated, etc. But what I'm starting to see, I didn't just look at atheists. I also started doing a lot of research and TikTok lives about character disorders, misogyny, US politics, a lot of NPD behaviour going on.
All the fun stuff.
Groups.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone points at a different group, but it's not a group. It's every industry. Yeah. It's all political parties. Everybody is everywhere. We're good and we're bad. Yeah. Some people just lack empathy and are able to harm others. But you've got to a point, you and Sean, who are so organic together, and it's so natural. And a lot of other atheist lives have done it as well. But you're getting to the point where you're being much more firm. You're putting the mathematical logic out there. In every way, you're just poo-pooing it. What do you think, you guys? I'm just so curious. The needle is turning, right? The shift is happening. What I can see is the belligerent people who can't see past their beliefs because they're so deeply affected.
Yeah.
These people are putting up these guards, and some of them are still just unable to go past it. And they're going to go back into their groups and stick with what they know and stay in their safe zone.
Yeah.
The division is going to become quite pronounced at some point.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of, I don't know, I'm starting to see that in a weird way that good people and the bad people are going to become a separate entity in a way.
I know what you're saying, but I think
because
there's
we're
always
breaking
been
open all the lies.
there's always been tribalism, and there's always been reasons people find to split into different groups according to some kind of signifier, whether it's race or political persuasion or sexual issues or hot button issues of the day, whatever it is, or Brexit or this or that. We're very good at dividing ourselves into different groups and communities. I don't know if you ever read, there was a fantastic Dr. Seuss book called The Sneetches about these creatures, and some of them have got stars on their belly and some of them don't have stars on their belly, and the ones with stars on their belly have kind of privileges in society. It's actually a brilliant story. The ones with stars on their bellies have certain privileges, and the ones without the stars don't have the privileges. And this one guy comes along one day claiming to be able to solve the problem by putting stars on the bellies of the non-star-bellied Sneetches. And this starts happening, but then all the original star-bellied Sneetches don't like this, so they petition the guy to remove the stars from their belly, and thus to try and retain their hegemony. And it's all very clever, because in the end they're all kind of jumbled up and they're not able to sort themselves into these tribes anymore. It's actually quite a clever story, but we always do that. We sort ourselves into groups and tribes, and we other the people in the other tribes. It's always going to be that way, and we'll always find something. Whether it will always be religion or whether it will always be particular issues, they'll probably change. I'm all right with that, and I just think what I like to do is try to give people ways of thinking about this stuff that may have kept them stuck for a while, which might help them to become a bit less stuck. And that's a really, really meaningful kind of. When people say to me, "Why do you do this?" The reason why I do it is never to change the mind of the person I'm speaking to. I know I'm not going to do that. It's to try to put something out there that might help some other people in the way that other people doing this 10 or 20 years ago helped me. I mean, I was never stuck in a religion, but I've always been fascinated with thinking and fascinated with belief and all of this stuff. And I've learned so much from listening to other people. I figure if I can do a little bit of that and help some other people, then I feel like I've sort of been part of that process that helped me so much get my thinking together. So it's really, really meaningful for me. And I've kind of accepted that tribalism's always going to be there. People are always going to, go back, as you correctly put it, into their safe, whatever their safe space is, whether it's a space of bigotry or ignorance or science denial or whatever it might be. You can't save everyone, but I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that I know this works. I know this helps people, because I get messages pretty much every day now from people saying this was helpful for me, this helped my thinking, or thank you for this. And it's not that I need praise. It's just I need to know that the stuff I'm doing makes a difference and is worth the time that I put in to do it. And so it keeps me really, really motivated to do it.
Can I just say one more thing? I feel like for me, and this is probably because I'm in my bubble and freaking out about all the weird things going on, but I feel as though everything comes down to control and your autonomy. And when people start to control others in every different way, whether it's physically, in plain sight, or if it's in this narcissistic 1,000 cuts way, there is if we could work out the people who have the ability to harm others because they lack empathy, they then take it to, the power and control of another human being. And if we could diagnose that in people's brains who miss the genuine feeling of, not cognitive empathy, but the people who really do not feel real true empathy. I know it's insane, but surely we can do brain scans by now.
We can, but you to have a brain scan, you have to, first it's very expensive. Real-time fMRI stuff is super expensive. Those machines are booked up for important, medical procedures. It's like the reality of that is really hard, and you've got to have willing people who are, by the time someone's willing to come along for your study and get inside an MRI machine and lie still for 20 minutes, it's like this is a person who already is giving you a good deal of kind of goodwill in to do with whatever your endeavor is. It's hard. We don't have the tech yet to scan the brains of people like we might, scan an iris or scan a bit of luggage going into, onto a plane or something. It would be interesting if that technology does come about, and then it opens up all sorts of tricky avenues about what kind of consent needs to be given in order for you to be able to do that.
I think it's
a big mess.
I think we could be cleverer than that.
Maybe.
I think there are ways of asking the right questions and then failing the tests, and then we getting to research their brains and teach them how to be human.
You might be right. I'd like to think that the solution, if there is a solution, lies more in something more natural. Like, let's just educate people properly. Let's teach children in school about critical thinking. Let's teach children about let's teach children humanist values, which apply, whatever your religious persuasion is, you can still get on board with humanist values, or you should be able to. These are the things I think we should do. But, we're a long way off that at the moment. So this is the world we're in. We have to make the best of it we can. And some of us, are want to waste loads and loads of hours on the internet, waving a flag. And that's kind of what my life is about at this point. And I love it. I'm really happy doing it.
It's brilliant. Thank you. You're right. We're always shifting. We're always manoeuvring. We're always adapting. We're humans. So we'll get through all this social media crisis and start cleaning up our act, hopefully, because what you guys are doing, so many good people are putting so many correct, true messages out there now. I just really hope that we can sort of rise up and educate people. Thank you for everything that you guys do. Love listening to you.
Cheers, JC, and good luck with your situation. I know that's stressful stuff. I hope it pans out all right for you.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Keep well. Bye. All right. That was JEC. Who is next? I'm looking for Espresso. I cannot. Oh, there. Let's see if we can get Espresso in, because he was here earlier and we were just struggling with the audio. Jack, are you there?
Hey,
there we go. It worked second time. I'm so pleased it did. How are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Excellent, thank you. First of all, I have to say, you are killing it on the bingo at the moment. What is up with that?
I kind of hate my job, so I try to tune in where every possible chance I can get. So that's my unexplained improvements on the bingo.
Fair enough. Well, you're on it, and it's great to have you about. How are you doing? What's going on? What's up?
So I just got the final screening done yesterday, and I officially do not have cancer.
Delighted.
So so all the scans were good. They don't know exactly what it is, but they're thinking diet or exercise might help. So we're going to start with that.
Diet and exercise are always good, but congratulations on being clear. I know what that feeling is like, having actually had it and then being called clear afterwards. So I'm really happy for you, and congratulations. And let's get time to get on with your happy, healthy life. So I'm really pleased for you. I'm sure we all are. Anything else? What's going on? Any thoughts? Anything you want to share?
Yeah. So I've been on an Atheist Live every day for about a week now. I found Async Network, not to, if you don't want me to shout them out, I won't. But
no, for sure.
I love
Gretchen. Hey, Gretchen. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're great. It's been a phenomenal week. I don't know what that was, but okay.
It's okay. We got you.
All right. So yeah, I've been on him for about a week now, and I've noticed, even in yours, that there's less and less time for atheists, and that's not a bad thing. I understand like what you're doing and how you want to set up your live.
Yeah.
But would it be more beneficial to have like atheist spaces? What's your opinion on that?
Well, that's kind of what we're doing now. I mean, this is not an exclusively atheist space. Anyone is invited to call in here, but this is, for now, it's a non-debate space, because it just what we were finding is on the debate shows, when it was like anyone can call in, it was like whiplash, because 1 minute you'd be having a really sort of heartfelt, emotionally vulnerable discussion with someone who's in the throes of a painful deconstruction and worrying about how to come to terms with that and how to tell their family and how to negotiate this, and they were very emotionally fragile, and you have to kind of, to meet someone in the place where they are in a situation like that, everyone has to kind of empathize, right? All our mirror neurons are firing furiously, and we're all trying to put ourselves in that person's shoes and empathize and identify. And
I'm sorry, I'm getting like feedback. I don't know what's going on.
Are you hearing other noises from in the chat? Because I can mute some other channels if that's what you're getting.
I'm hearing it from the live.
Yeah. I think I know what's going on. I'm just going to mute some other chat. What it is the people in the Video Ninja queue can probably interfere with you. So that will hopefully be better. Is that better now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So 1 minute you're in that that place of compassion and empathy, and then the next minute you've got some snotty, aggressive Philbro type coming in, wanting to be really combative and really aggressive, and it's like you're screeching from one kind of emotional state to another, and it just didn't really work. And I was finding that people were leaving the rooms, and then we'd be getting a good kind of debate thing up, and then someone would come in and talk about a really difficult situation they were having in their life, and that conversation would go on for 20 minutes, and people would leave, and it kind of came to a head one Saturday. It just wasn't working, and so I thought I have to do it this way, because my intention is I know that we're doing good stuff here. I know that this channel works. It's not even about me. It's just that I know these ideas help people. The whole idea of belief not being voluntary is such a powerful idea in terms of helping people to see themselves more kindly and helping people to push back on toxic, horrible religious ideas. Is my mission to spread this, and so I want to do it in a way which is really effective. And it was like a decision that was like, once I decided, it was so obvious that I had to do it. So that's why. And by the way, the numbers in the live streams have massively gone up since I did it, like nearly doubled. Noticed. We often we'll have 1,400 people in regularly, and it was never ever like that before. And the reason it works now is people know what they're there for, and so they know what they're getting, and then the people who want a different type of interaction like we're having now can come to this, and we create a space for it. The community building has always been a really important part of what I love doing. I'm never going to not do it. And so it just made sense to me to focus it in one place.
Yeah. No, like I said, I'm glad that you found your niche and you're doing it the way that you want to do and what you see fit. And it's working out really well. But I'm just saying, like, do you think that the community at large would benefit from more atheist-only spaces? I'm not saying you have to do anything.
I see. I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that we don't need atheist-only spaces. I'd like to think that we could just have spaces where it's completely fine to be an atheist, and you're not going to have a problem, being where it's safe to talk about that. I know people who are not atheists who I would still welcome into a space because I know they're not going to vilify anyone. Everyone's just happy to accept other people have beliefs, and they're not going to start telling people they're going to hell. You could just have a space where there are norms of behavior and that are in line with, let's say, our secular values. I don't love the idea of sort of saying this is a space where if you happen to have a certain belief, you're not welcome here. I'm not sure I like that. I prefer the idea of saying this is a space where if you're not capable of behaving in a certain way, you're not welcome here. And that seems to me to be I'm all in favor of that. Absolutely in favor of that. And it's especially when for so long the predominant culture has been that religious adherence is sort of equated with moral worth, like it's good, and if you're not religious, that says something bad about you. I think that's ludicrous. That's something we need to push back on.
Yeah, I could see that. So it'd be more beneficial just to have more spaces in general where people are cordial with each other.
Yeah, let's stop arguing about what we'd call our imaginary friends. We've got plenty more important things to worry about and talk about, and problems to solve, and things to realize that we have in common, and all of that kind of stuff. And we just need to stop telling these horrific, toxic stories to each other and just get on with being decent human beings. And I don't really care what someone believes, as long as they're not making other people feel bad or shameful or worthless or judged or any of that. As long as they're not doing that, I don't really care if someone wants to believe in silly stories. as long as it's not stopping them educating kids correctly about science and all of these kinds of things. That's why I say it's about how we act, not what we believe. For me, that's how I look at it.
I also am a big fan of religious plurality. Just in general, it's the opposite of Christian nationalism, which is becoming a huge issue in my country.
Of course.
But yeah, it's I am a fan. Like, I don't have anything against people who are not atheist. I'm not anti-theist, like a lot of other people that I know. But yeah, it's
my friend Christy, who goes by the name Chaos Christy. Her kind of TikTok thing is all about creating these kind of spaces that you're talking about. Her mission is like, let's get people together and learn to just be human beings together and be around each other and understand that we generally have far more in common than what separates us, and let's just learn to be together and live together and accept each other for our differences, and no one makes other people feel wrong or bad or worth less. And she's doing a great job of trying to promote that. So there are really good people out there trying to make this this vision that you're talking about happen. I'm all for it. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, I actually, could you send me information on that? I might want to get in touch with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I will. Let me see how I can do. Yeah, we can email. I can email you her TikTok details and give her a follow. She's doing great stuff, and she works with Recovering from Religion, and she's starting to do more coordinated activity with them. She's a person worth checking out. She was going to come up tonight. She's in the TikTok chat right now, but she's brilliant. So yeah, I'll happily plug you into her.
Awesome. I appreciate it. And I also wanted to shout out Beard of Empathy. He's in the chat, I see. So I'll let him do his whole thing if he wants.
Great. Look forward to that. All right, man. Well, we'll keep going, but keep smashing it on the bingo. You're amazing. And really, really happy to hear that you got a green light on your health. That's awesome news. Good for you.
I appreciate it.
All right, Jack. Keep well, friend. Take care.
See ya.
Bye, mate. Okay. If you've been in the queue for ages, forgive me. Like, sometimes when it gets to this point, it's hard to keep track. These systems don't kind of label who's been in for the longest, so I just have to kind of try and kind of wing it. So forgive me. I'm gonna get in Paul Bird next, and then Black Atheist Man after that, and then we'll just see where we are. But I will try and get to you all. I massively appreciate the fact that you guys want to come up and chat. It means the world to me. So let's get in Paul Bird right now. And there we go. On the way in right now. On the TikTok machine. There we go. Hey, Paul.
Hey, do you mind skipping me? I'm driving at the moment, but I'd love to talk to you about 20 minutes.
Of course. Give us a call back later on. No problem at all. All right. Yep, no living and driving, of course. So then we are going to do Black Atheist Man. Next. Hey, how are you?
Hey, doing great. What about yourself?
Excellent. Lovely to speak to you. What's up?
Yeah, just a real quick question. Well, first of all, love the channel. Think you guys are doing a great thing here. I've been an atheist since I was like 15 or 16. Kind of in the last few months, I've found these kind of new atheist channels, if you want to call them that.
Yeah.
And I've kind of landed on yours. I really appreciate like your perspective on belief not being a choice. Never had heard that before. It's super impactful to me.
Thank you.
My question here is kind of, I think I want to pose into this space. I kind of want to start going live, talking to people about their beliefs. I remember doing it in the past when I was like a teenager. Yeah. But if you have any advice you would give to somebody who's never really gone live before, in these spaces, something that you wish you'd known when you started, I would be happy to take any advice.
That's a really good question. I mean, I would never claim to be an authority on this, because I just winged it. Honestly, I came on here a year ago, or almost exactly a year ago. It was the end of July last year that I started on TikTok, and I just thought, I've got this book coming out. How am I going to let people know about the book? I need to start getting people to my website where I've got some details about the book and some videos I'd made. but no one's going to just randomly come to some guy's website. So I need to create some kind of funnel. So although if I start making TikTok videos, maybe I can point people towards my website for my little book, and so I just religiously started doing them with no clue that I was going to be doing live streams. I didn't even really know what live streams were. I was just like, it wasn't even a thing for me. And I think the advice I would have is use creating content as a way to build an audience, because if you just start doing live streams, no one will really care. So if you can create content that people like, you're going to start building an audience. Just find a way of messaging about the stuff that's important to you, and people will, if you do good stuff, people will like it. Like, it's just, you will start to notice. TikTok's quite easy to grow quite quickly on, and then you don't need a big setup to start doing live streams on TikTok. I used to do them I used to sit at my dining table in, like, next to my living room, and I'd put my phone on a little stand, and I would just do them and on my little phone, and it was great, and it was very kind of small scale, but the same names started to come back, and you start to build a community and just be authentic. I think people respond to good content, good meaning just like real, authentic. If you've got something to say it. Don't try and act a part, because if you do that, if you establish yourself in some kind of role playing, then you have to stick with that for the whole time you do it. Whereas if you're just yourself, I think people respond to, just being you. I'm thinking of someone like, have you come across Leaving Faith? Do you know Sarah?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I think the reason she's so successful is because she's just so obviously authentic. You can see from a million miles away that she's just being herself, and she's just having conversations, and she's speaking her mind, and she's speaking from her experience, and she's showing empathy to others and understanding, and she's affable and personable and honest, and there's nothing performative about what she does. She doesn't sort of start live streaming and then adopt the character or anything like that. And so I think that would probably be the best advice I can give is create some content. TikTok rewards consistency. So, what I used to do is I still have it on my phone. I used to keep a notes file on my phone, and every time I thought of an idea, it could even just be a line. So an idea popped into my head, I'd put it on there, and I at any one time I had 20 or 30 of those ideas, and every day I would make a video. I'd look through there and go, I'll do this one today. And I would just film it, stick it up there, pretty gangster. I mean, not high production values. I'd literally just film it on my phone, stick it up, write a description, stick it up, and see. And it's kind of started to grow from there. And TikTok rewards consistency. So do that every day for a few months, and you'll see that your audience will start to build. And then do some lives, and they make you jump through a couple of hoops when you start doing live streams on TikTok. So right at the beginning, you can't get any guests on. You have to do 3 live streams of a certain amount of time and you have to kind of get some air miles, and then they kind of unlock you being able to bring guests on. And then once that's the case, it's open, and just have fun and be authentic and have conversations that people want to join in on, and it'll start to grow. And if you do that, I'm always happy to lend a hand. Reach out to me. I'll give you a leg up if I can.
Excellent. Yeah, that's great advice. That's exactly what I was looking for. I think I can kind of take that and apply it. I love your point on kind of just being yourself, authentic and empathy. I think that's what we're seeing in these spaces now. And not to like throw shade, but I guess I came up in that Matt Dillahunty kind of, very aggressive era. And I love Matt. But it's like what I see today is more like, I guess, calm conversations where people are just talking, and it seems really positive. You know what I'm saying?
That's my preference. Everyone's got their lane. Everyone's got their thing that they do. There are people out there who are not necessarily in that lane, and they're absolutely amazing at what they do. Again, it's that thing of like, I couldn't be like that because it's just not who I am. So I'm like, well, what I do online has to reflect who I am as a person. Otherwise, I'm making a rod for my own back. And then I have to like role play every time I get on a live stream. It's exhausting. So just be yourself, and you sound like a nice guy and articulate and intelligent. Go out there and be yourself, and people will want to hear what you have to say, I'm sure.
Awesome, John. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate your kind words. Take care.
You too, man.
All right, that's awesome. And I wish him every luck, and I mean that. If you get going, give me a shout, and I'll do whatever I can to to help, give your channel a boost. I'll come and hang out with you on your live, and we'll see if we can get some support for you. I'm all for the more voices we have in this community, the better it is for everyone. We're all, it's corny to say it, we're kind of stronger together and all of that good stuff. All right, where are we going next? We are going to, I'm trying to see who's been in. We've got to bring in T. Where's T? I did see T. Where's T gone? There is T. We have to bring in T right now. Hey T, are you there? Hang on, let's do the little audio thing and make that work. T, are you there? Might have to do the go out and come back in again, like Espresso had to do. It's such a strange platform, this thing. Let's have a look. I'm trying to look at what your microphone is. Let's look at your USB mic. It's the same one. Let's try that. How's that, T? Can you hear me? Guessing not. Man, not working. So you might have to do what Espresso did, T. Go down and then come back in again, and we'll get you in. I'm just going to look out for you right now. Come back in right now. I'll bring you back in straight away if we see you. Such a strange platform. The moment someone makes an alternative to Video Ninja that actually works reliably all the time, I'm jumping on that straight away. Hopefully we're going to be good second time running. How's that, T? Any better? Still not. Weird. Let's try one other thing. Very strange. It is not good. This, of course, by the way, is the wonderful T who runs a Discord and is just a super friend. Any better, T? Still not. T, can you join on TikTok? I know you've got a TikTok account. If you can join on TikTok, then that always works. The platform might be janky and weird and censorious, but the audio handshakes always are successful on TikTok. If you join the TikTok queue, I'll bring you straight in on that. Don't know why the Video Ninja is just not working. I'm doing everything I can to force the reconnection, but it's still not there. Still not happening. So come up on TikTok, T, and I'll look out for you. And while you do that, I will speak to Lang over on TikTok.
John.
There we go. Hey, Lang, how are you?
How's it going, man? It's good to see you.
And you, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Been waiting to have some time off so that I can catch one of these after-hour lives, man.
Happy to have you.
I've got a quick question for you about... see if you can shed some light on a conversation I was having with a buddy of mine.
Sure.
Because I've been trying to like branch out of my comfort zone and have conversations with theists and just other people interested in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And it never goes well with theists. It always just gets to that roundabout era where they just, get to God works in mysterious ways and it just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But I was talking to my best friend yesterday who's been a lifelong atheist. And we were talking about whether religion is even a good thing, because you can find people that are kind of divided, where they're like, live and let live. If you want to be religious, that's fine. There's no problem with that. Mm-hmm. And then there's other people that are very anti-religion because they can see all the harmful things, So we see the arguments of, the bad things in the Bible, or just really bad ways of looking and viewing at reality. And those are kind of harmful, I think, to society. But long story short, my best friend was arguing for why religion isn't necessarily a bad thing if people want to do that.
Yeah.
And I was curious your thoughts on some of those things, because like one of the points he brought up was that a lot of the good morals and values that are maybe ingrained in society may have come from religion as like a byproduct.
Yeah.
And the main reason I came up tonight was because I was listening to yesterday's live where Sean was talking about, he was using a point where he asked the caller, if a child was about to die, would you give your life for that child, or something along that line?
Would you put yourself in a bit of danger to save them?
Right. Yeah. And I know that was intended to show that we have morality without God.
Yeah.
But a part of me still was like, in like the gray area of, well, we might have that morality as like a trickle down domino effect from religion being around for so long that now it's, maybe it came from religion and we've kind of kept it.
It's
but
possible.
I don't feel like that's the answer.
I don't think it is the answer, because I think there are lots of other aspects to the human condition which explain this kind of behavior without religion. But the way I respond to these questions, and these things come up quite a lot, we get people who come in and they say, I'm not religious, but I think religion is good, or I think we owe it a lot. It could be the case that there are certain good things that have come from religious movements or religious groups or religious people or religious organizations. That's not to say that religion itself is good. It's just to say that these people who were operating this religious group happened to do some good things. I mean, if a church runs a soup kitchen, am I going to say that the church is not doing good? Of course not. I'm going to say they're doing lots of good. It's fantastic that they're doing that. But you can run a soup kitchen without being a church. And it can also be the case that we say, I mean, there was a question that came in on the Q&A form for the members yesterday about whether the Protestant church in Nordic countries were involved with setting up the welfare state. And it turns out, to a certain extent, they were. But to me, it's a kind of non sequitur. It doesn't really matter that they were. So, okay, so a religious organization or some religious organizations were involved in doing something good. And it can be said that there's a small debt of thanks owed to those people for that good thing. But I would say that it's not because they were religious that they were doing it. It's just that they were kind people who happened to be religious, who did a good thing. And I'm always reminded of Christopher Hitchens' line. He says that, and I'll have to paraphrase because I can't remember the quote exactly, but he would say that there is no good action done or good statement made by a believer that can't also be done or made by a non-believer. And then the corollary would be, but there are bad things that can only be done by believers that you would never see by non-believers. And so there's an asymmetry there. And I think it's a really powerful argument. So my response to, have some good things come out of religion are, I don't care. Maybe they have, but we're at a point now where we don't need it anymore. It's anachronistic and old and dated and silly and irrational, and it impedes progress, and they've done a hell of a lot of bad too, and continues to do a hell of a lot of bad, even whilst some individual people benefit from their religious faith and benefit from, grasping their rosary beads or getting on their knees or doing a prayer or going to church or having that fellowship. All of those benefits can exist. It doesn't mean that religion as a sort of social cultural phenomenon overall is a good thing. I think it's not a good thing. And I think we need to try and move on from it as much as we can. And I'm completely resigned to the fact that we probably never will, because human beings are just not very rational. But I hope that helps to answer the question a bit.
It does help. I'm kind of in the same boat as you are. As I'm deconstructing, I'm getting more towards the side of seeing how much better off we'd be if people could just, learn discernment and critical thinking around these kind of topics. But he and I were talking specifically about like one of my favorite things from going through all this, especially with your channel, is learning all about the sciences and how that intertwines into our society, how we've evolved.
Yeah.
And we just kept going back and forth on nailing down where the good morals and ethics came from. Because, I mean, if you look all throughout history, humans in general haven't had good morals and ethics as a evolutionary trait. Or maybe they have. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of fuzzy on a lot of these things.
I would push back on that.
I want because you to. Please do.
On a really, really primitive basis, right? We know that our survival depends on effective cooperation. If you pit a bunch of human beings who live on their own as kind of lone wolves trying to make their way in nature with another bunch of humans who figured out that they can share resources, they can share child rearing, they can protect each other, they can benefit from cooperative hunting and cooperative protection. The human beings who work effectively together are going to have a massive, massive advantage over the ones who try and go it alone. And part of that way of cooperating and working together is empathy. It is compassion. It is reciprocal altruism. It is helping each other out it's just that the benefits are massive, and so much so that evolution has wired our brains to feel compassion, to feel empathy. When we see that thing, you hear a child in distress, you hear a child crying, it's unbearable, because all the neurons in your own brain are firing and going, this is suffering, I don't like this, it's painful to hear a child cry, and not just because it's annoying. I mean, hearing a baby cry on an airplane when you're trying to sleep is a different type of pain, but I'm talking about like seeing a child in distress. It's distressing, because our brains are wired that way, and the reason our brains are wired that way, it's innate in us to care about each other. And so when people say, well, they tend to say, because I say morality is subjective, that somehow means it's arbitrary. It's not. It's based on the fundamental principles of cooperation, survival, identifying with each other, empathy. These are things that are baked into us. And so I don't think that we needed religion to give us those things. And I think that there are pre-religious groups that had them for many years. I mean, our ancestors 350,000 years ago had figured out that it was going to be good for them to work together rather than, on their own. And that's where these instincts came from.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I like to stress test these ideas as I kind of develop them myself.
Sure.
So it's good that you're doing that.
Good, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
Awesome.
All right.
Dude,
Thanks
I love this. I love that we can just come out and just hang out, This is cool.
This is what it's for. I love these streams. I love them. They're not all the drama of the debate streams. That's my aircon, sorry. It's not the drama of the debate streams, but it's a different kind of vibe, and I really love them. So,
I've got one thing before I go. I'll let you go, though. If you had to do one thing to prove that you aren't AI, how would you do it? Because I don't know how you sit here for 8 hours straight and you don't go to the bathroom, you don't need snacks, you don't need anything. How do you do that?
Yeah, I'm just really single-minded. So I worked in the music business for many years, and you tend to get very, very task-oriented, and I would just sit and work through the night on some crazy project that I was working on, and my wife would sort of stumble in at like 9 a.m. with me not having gone to bed or eaten anything for 12 hours, just like, what the hell are you doing? I just get very
it's not human.
It's not what it is. It's not particularly healthy. Probably not very healthy. But what I do is I do keep hydrated. So I've got my trusty bottle here of water, and I do keep sort of sipping on that. And eventually, at some point, I sometimes need to get up and take a quick break to get rid of some of that. But it doesn't happen often. I guess.
What are your thoughts on like fasting and stuff? Do you do that?
I actually do intermittent
like
fasting.
Intermittent fasting?
Yeah, I actually do. But that's just a habit that I've done for a few years.
Yeah, I was thinking you could like time that with these. These could be like your 8-hour windows or 16. No, part of that 16-hour window or something.
I generally don't eat after about 9 p.m. I just don't eat anything until about lunchtime.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah. I don't eat till about noon the next day either. Yeah.
Good.
Cool.
All right, man. Well, great to talk.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Cheers. Take it easy, Lang. Thanks.
Yep, you too.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Big shout out to Joel Reads Bible, who's in. If you don't follow Joel Reads Bible, then there's something wrong with your life. You need to follow him immediately. He is the best. Amazing creator. Incredible mind. Brilliant person. Good friend. Give him a follow if you don't already. Okay, let's get Tracy in. T's coming in now on the platform that actually works rather than the one that intermittently doesn't. T, how are you?
Video sucks.
It really does suck. It is really
I tested
rubbish.
My microphone and it was working fine.
Oh, I'm sure it's something to do with the way it negotiates the audio handshake, and if the stars aren't aligned just right, and you haven't submitted a DNA test to 3 or 4 offices in various places around the country, it just doesn't work. Completely weird. But anyway, I'm glad we could get you in this way. So, how are you? What's going on?
Oh, and I wanted to say, if Joel is still here. Joel, tell yourself that you're a beautiful beast.
Yeah, I would agree that Joel is a beautiful beast. No one could say anything other than that. I'm just looking to see if I can see if Joel is still in the chat. He was there a moment ago. I looked and saw his name on the list, but I can't see it right now. Maybe he's not here anymore. He was previously in. But anyway, my enjoyment to follow Joel Reads Bible remains. He's an absolutely fantastic creator. It almost feels silly telling other people to follow him because he's massive and he's has more presence than I do. So anyway, follow Joel if you don't. He's awesome. What else have you got, T? What's going on? Thank you again. For anyone who doesn't know, T is completely single-handedly responsible for setting up and running the Discord, which is a brilliant platform where we can all kind of come together in between lives to keep the community rolling and buzzing, and it's fantastic. So thank you again, T, for everything you do there.
Oh, I love it. I've got some new moderators I've set up in there, and one of them has set up a bot to catch words like, bad words, N-words, and stuff like that.
Excellent.
And I did test it today with one of my alt accounts, and it caught that word. We have the Carl bot set up to do that too, and it caught it before Carl caught it.
Excellent.
So, I mean, it didn't even get out to no one even saw it in chat except the bot.
Yeah,
so it's good.
Adam's telling me off for rarely visiting the Discord. Fair, Adam. I do need to get in there a little bit more. I do apologize. I'm running out of hours in the day at the moment. It's crazy. I can't even tell you how much work is involved in keeping all of this going. It just doesn't stop. It's when I say this is a full-time job, I mean it's like 10 or 12 hours a day, 7 days a week at the moment to keep this thing going and rolling and growing, and I'm completely committed to doing it, but it does kind of restrict. I don't have that much time, weirdly. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's honestly true. Between like clipping and posting and planning lives and making sure everything's working, and I'm always iterating on the systems and improving things and updating the bingo and updating the this and the that and trying to find new features and building stuff in. And
I know all about it.
It's pretty crazy.
Game live, so
right.
I know I've used OBS and all that stuff.
You know what it's like, yeah. And I'm always trying to improve it.
I know. I said this in a super chat the other night. Let your yay yay and your nay nay. I think it's Matthew 5:37. Christians, I guess, don't understand that. He's telling them, basically he's saying if you're asked a yes or no question, answer yes or no. Your yes should be yes and your no should be no. It's
right.
Not the heart of a concept, but what the problem is, it's not that they don't read the Bible. Well, they don't read the Bible. They read what their preachers read to them on Sunday.
Right, yeah.
And then the preacher, they like to say, read it in context, but the preacher plucks little verses out for their sermon. And a lot of times when I was even in service, I would read the chapter because I'm like, are they sure that's what that means? And I'd read the chapter and get the real context, and it had nothing to do with what they were preaching on. It was just a verse that sounded like what they were preaching on.
Yeah.
And another thing, the whole heaven thing, I used to look forward to it. And then as I got older and older, I was like, oh my God, I don't want to be there. And it was always something different. It was either we're going to get there and we're going to be able to fish and see our loved ones and this and that. But then I don't know if it says it in the Bible or where it was, but maybe they were just saying it, or it might be in the Bible about we're going to be worshiping and praising him all day, every day. And I'm like, God, you got to do that bowl down here, and then you go up there and you got to do it
forever.
Billions and trillions of years.
Sounds grim, doesn't it?
I don't want to do that. I want rest.
Yeah.
When I'm gone, please erase me from existence.
Yeah.
I want to be gone.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. The idea of being condemned to an eternity-long praise and worship session, I can think of nothing worse.
I mean, heck, I already get bored down here as a human. I can't imagine being there for the eternity. Yeah. I mean, you'd eventually have to get kicked out of heaven and into hell, because he'd be able to sense that you're not happy anymore.
Do you think you can request a transfer? Like if you're up there and you're like, you're on the 11 billionth verse of, I don't know, how great thou art or something, and you're like, oh God, I can't do this again. And can you like put your hand up and go, could I go to the other place for a bit? Because I've got some friends down there and they don't have to do all of this praising and groveling and singing. And actually, I've had a call with one of them, and they're actually having a barbecue at the moment, and I quite fancy that. Do you think you can do that? That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? If you could just like get day release from heaven to go and hang out with the people who aren't sycophantic child murderers for a bit, and then go back afterwards.
But then they also say that you're not going to remember the people that are in hell. Those people will be erased from your memory.
Oh, that's right. You've had the heavenly brain wipe. Of course. So, I mean, yeah, you're not going to care. You won't care.
Isn't that like a form of taking away your free will?
It is. Yeah, it's taking away. It's erasing your. It's erasing you and making you into a mindless worship robot. But apparently, everyone wants to do that. It's aspirational. I'm told. It's all the rage these days.
I mean, I like how they just tout out free will, and they don't have free will.
No.
You have his will.
That's
and
the one.
They say it all the time. His will, not mine.
Yeah.
Well, where's your free will if it's his will? You don't have any.
Completely.
It's simple. And
That's
if he knows everything from beginning to end, none of us have free will. He knows that if he knew what before I was born I was going to hell, why did he create me when in the Bible it says he would like all to come to the acceptance of him and, make it to heaven and whatnot?
Yeah.
Why would he create people just to send them to hell?
That's what he's doing.
It's ridiculous.
It is. It's junk, and that's our job.
I got out of it.
Yeah, I'm glad you did too, T. I'm glad you did, and we are all the richer for having you among us.
I'll let you go. Everybody join the Discord or else. Anyway,
I'll try and be better about being more involved on the Discord, because I don't take it for granted, all the work you put in and all the input that people put in. I'll try to be a bit better.
I've talked to them, guys. Don't worry.
Good stuff. Well, thanks, T. We'll speak soon, friend. All the best.
See you later.
Take it easy. Bye. All right, that was T, ladies and gentlemen. T, the wonderful T. Okay, we are going to get Samantha in next. I'll just read a couple of super chats and then we'll get Samantha in. Buzz says, speak for yourself. I will never get bored of guitar. Fair. I mean, if you love it, you love it, right? And imagine how good your calluses and your fingers would be after 1 trillion years. They would be absolutely blazing. And Tim Davidson says, in the comic book, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, he goes to heaven and everyone just sits in chairs because they're perfectly content. So they just sit. Well, I can think of nothing better. As long as they're comfortable chairs. Because I imagine sitting in a chair with contentment might start to feel a bit less contentful after a little while. If it's like a wooden hard chair or something like that. And Bab said, inside all old people is a young person going, what the fuck? I can actually relate to that. I can completely relate to that. I sometimes feel, I don't think I'm necessarily an old person, but I understand that idea completely. And I have a friend who turned 81 early this year. He turned 81, and he said to me, in his head, he still sort of sees himself as the same person he was when he says about 40-ish. He said, what on earth happened? I'm suddenly this old man. It's one of the cruel realities of life, that when you're 10 or 12 or 15, a year stretches on forever. By the time you get to, I imagine, 50 or 60, a year goes like that. And it's cruel, isn't it? It's a weird thing. But yeah, we hear you, Babs. We hear you. And Vet Voice Sarah says, thank you for what you do. You and a few others on YouTube have been essential in my deconstruction. Well, that means a world to hear, Sarah. That really is meaningful to hear. Thank you so much. Every time someone tells me this, I feel a renewed sense of purpose and gratitude and drive to do it more. So thank you for giving me a little lift up. And I'm really pleased that you're doing well and being able to benefit from some of the amazing other creators that are out there. You all know who they are. Everyone in this community is absolutely incredible. And Penelope, great to see you. Have you seen the Stanford video on religious belief with Robert Sapolsky? He posits that many religious diehards exhibit schizoidal disorder. I haven't seen that video, but I have heard him speaking about this. And he's amazing. Everyone needs to check out Robert Sapolsky. He is amazing. He speaks with such clarity about this stuff. Really interesting on free will and really interesting on the psychology of religion. He's definitely a person to speak to. I dream of one day being able to maybe interview him or speak to him or do some content with him. That's the next league up at the moment. And I know my place. Just a little fish right now, but we'll see what happens. And Andy Gambino says, what do you call a man with no shins? Tony. Not sure I get that. Am I missing something? I don't get that. That one is over my head, but that's obviously because I'm stupid. Someone's going to explain that to me and I'm going to go, oh, of course. Oh, of course. Okay, let's get Samantha in, who's been waiting patiently, as has everyone else. If you're in the queue waiting, thank you so much for being there. I promise I'll get to you at some point. I'm not going to give up on you. We will get to you. So let's bring in Samantha right now. Hopefully it's all going to work. Who knows, of course. Let's see how this is. Samantha, are you there? Not. It's very weird. I'm going to try and reset. Let's just see. I'm going to try and reset my Video Ninja thing and see if that works, because it is very strange that all these people, I'm struggling to get them in. Let's see if this works now. There we go. There we go. The reset worked. How are you? Hang on a second. Now I know what. Now I know why it's not working. It's because I reset it. 1 second. Oh, we're all enjoying the singing, aren't we?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I am doing quite well for having a month of doing basically nothing but recovering from injury, but
Ooh.
I've been also using the time well, doing a lot of reading and thinking about stuff that has, like, we talked about a month ago on a previous, and I was thinking to hop in to share a few thoughts from of books I've been reading. And
sure,
like the first thing I wanted to get your thoughts on is, like, you're familiar with like how a lot of theists arguments tend to demand a sort of grounding that like
of course
yes, but I've been rereading Gödel, Escher, Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid, and Hofstadter's other book, I'm a Strange Loop, and it's been an interesting thinking time of how Gödel basically proved that any system complex enough will have self-referential loops in it that cannot be proven, and it's fundamental that any system complex enough will have these loops at the bottom. So rather than seeking or grounding those loops that being possible, well, is a sign that a system is sufficiently complex to grow away from those loops and be stood upon. And like the basic example is you, because you inside your own mind have a mental model of what you are, but inside that mental model of you there has to be a mental model of you, and that recursion,
it's a recursive.
And it's you can do the same thing in a lot of mathematical systems, where you make a mathematical language where the number g cannot be proven by this system, and number g is that statement. So it's either untrue or true but unprovable, because being able to prove it would disprove it. And so I was wondering if you had any thoughts about how those strange loops seem to be fundamental to both mathematics and the universe.
That's probably a little beyond my pay grade, but I can but I can tell you. I mean, I'm impressed that you've been that you've been laid up and reading, Gödel, Escher, Bach. That's awesome behavior. But I can tell you that
it's a really fun book, even if it is big.
it's chunky, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
When I hear theists making a demand for grounding, the one thing they can never do is explain exactly why the grounding is required and what purpose it achieves. And this is why these arguments are quite obviously fraudulent to me, because all the things that they demand wouldn't work but for the grounding would work regardless of the grounding. And you can always show it. You could say, like, would a basic inference rule stop working without the grounding? What is this grounding doing? If I say, like the principle of transitivity, if say if A equals B and B equals C, then we can infer that A equals C. This is a fundamental it's an axiom, it's a basic thing. And what is the grounding, what work is the grounding doing to make this true? And if the grounding wasn't there, whatever the hell the grounding means, would this stop being reliably true? And it's obvious that it wouldn't. So all of these arguments about these demands, the sort of Darth Dawkins style demands for grounding, are all inventing a problem that they insist is a problem, and then telling you that only they have the solution, and it's their favorite, imaginary friend or whatever it is. And so my response to these arguments is always to say, well, please explain to me in detail exactly what function this grounding is doing, because you just telling me that stuff needs to be grounded is just gibberish until you can actually explain to me in explicit terms how things like reason and logic and inference would be any different without the grounding. And they never, ever can. And this is the surest, most direct way to prove that all of these arguments are just silly word games. That's it. So I think, the stuff you're talking about is really, really interesting. Kind of high level mathematical, logical stuff, which, as I say, it's like it's a little above where I can comfortably speak from a position of knowledge.
It's very accessible if you read it in slowly and in small chunks. It's a very good book that I have always enjoyed since I read it in college. And like the obvious answer is grounding is there to keep the circuit breakers from catching fire.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And also another thing that I found was like an interesting idea of a solution to the whole problem of evil was the idea that if you treat universes as numbers, perhaps we're not the ideal universe, but we're still one of a multitude of universes where things are on balance better on average than not. So maybe this universe is just one of those minor obscure ones that is just here to round out the numbers, so to speak.
Could be. Could be, but again, they
explain a lot.
It would, and their God explains precisely nothing. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, whenever I'm in a discussion with the believer and the problem of evil comes up and suffering, as far as I'm concerned, they're toast, because there is absolutely no way of reconciling an all-powerful God with an all-good God unless you're willing to stretch and bend the definition of the word good to incorporate things that nobody who isn't a psychopath would agree are good, like children suffering at the hands of men, and earthquakes and mosquitoes killing people with malaria and all of that kind of stuff. You'd have to go, all of these things are good, and they can't. So it's terribly vulnerable ground for them. Of course, the problem of evil doesn't disprove a God. It just disproves a good God. So I'm thinking of Stephen Law's evil God hypothesis, which is much more plausible than an infinitely powerful God or a maximally powerful God who's all good. That one don't exist. That shit's not there, no doubt in my mind at all.
Makes sense. And just one last thing, your argument from novelty of being against immortality because you'll eventually get bored of everything. I feel that's kind of disingenuous because humans aren't, even just baseline humans, we are not absolutely dedicated and required for to have novelty all the time. You will like even now with our mortal lives, you will find people watching their favorite show for 10th, 20th time, and they're enjoying themselves. So
yeah,
it's kind
that's
of
fair.
silly to say.
I hear you.
It's kind of silly to yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. That's not an argument that's not a hill I would die on. It's more just, I was indulging. Someone brought up the possibility of saying, is there a downside to contemplating an eternal existence? And I was like, I'll do the thought experiment. I can see the potential downside. I still can't necessarily imagine in my mind.
I can see it as a potential downside for some people, but not for everyone. And
not for everyone. Granted.
There will always be an alternative to self-destruction. There'll be self-modification or just going out and finding another new place to visit. And the universe is so big, it's expanding all the time. There'll always be a new place to go if you absolutely need it.
It could be said that if you've got an eternity to fill with actions, then the list of available actions will also scale. And so that there'll be a constant resupply of novelty into reality to keep on finding new things to discover. But it might be the case that eventually you tire of discovering new things, and that in itself becomes an aim that you don't like. And you also tire of finding joy in the old things. The fact that people might be willing to watch their favorite TV series for the 10th time now. How about the millionth time? Infinity is such a weird thing to wrap our heads around. I don't know. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, it's unlikely to be a problem that we're going to have to contend with.
I can definitely be against, if you absolutely want to go, I won't stop you, but I'd like to stick around, and I'd like my friends to stick around as long as possible.
Likewise, I feel exactly the same.
So stick around and don't kick the bucket too soon.
We'll work on that. Samantha, lovely to talk to you again. Keep well.
I will do my best and enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks. All right, that was Samantha. Let us now get in. Hang on a second. Where are we? We are going to get in John O'Neill next. John, are you there?
Hello, John.
Hey, how are you?
Am I coming through?
You are. You are coming through. It's all good. Lovely to talk to you, friend. How are you doing?
Same. Good.
Good.
I really like this opportunity to talk to you about your book.
Sure.
I've known Prometheus for, I guess, about 20 years now.
All right.
I first found Paul Kurtz, and then
his son Jonathan.
Then I found out. Yeah, and his son. You mentioned that when I put the Paul Kurtz super chat in recent weeks. So that was real interesting. At that time, you mentioned that his son worked with you on the book. So if you wanna, I guess the number one question is, how did you first find Prometheus books?
So I started buying books from Prometheus in the late 80s. I started to late 80s, very late 80s, early 90s. I really developed fascination for belief and philosophy, and I loved Paul Kurtz, and I loved his work as a moral philosopher and his work on the Humanist Manifesto, and I just thought he was a really clear, brilliant thinker and communicator, and it just so happened that a lot of the books that caught my attention were on this little imprint called Prometheus, which seemed at the time, it was so small. I mean, he started it himself so that he could publish his own kind of magazine, and it had this real kind of home-baked kind of feel about it, which I really liked. And so I just sort of found myself as a young man buying books from Prometheus, and I have quite a few on my shelves of books that shaped my thinking earlier in life. And so when I when I finished Unconvinced, in fact, it was slightly before I finished it, but when I knew I was going to finish it, you reach a point with writing where you know you're going to finish. There's a really painful part before then where you're not sure if you're going to make it through, because writing's hard. And when I reached the point where I knew I was going to finish it, I put together a proposal, and I was like, okay, do I need to prepare myself for like the 10-year fight to find a home for a book, and then eventually end up having to self-publish it on Amazon, which is just, to me, horrific. But I thought, well, I might as well start at my dream home. And I literally just submitted a proposal blind to Prometheus. I just thought, well, they're the publishers that would be my ideal to publish this book. And I knew that they'd been acquired. I knew that they were part of a bigger publisher, and they had global distribution and all of that kind of stuff. So I thought, well, this is still ambitious. I'm just going to try it. So I just sent in a proposal. I worked quite hard. It took me maybe 5 days to write the proposal and get it completely right. And I put together a little package, the proposal, and a chapter of contents, an annotated chapter of contents, and a sample chapter, and bits and pieces. And I just sent it in, and the totally like unsolicited, no agent, no representation, nothing like that. And the website said, if you don't hear from us in 3 months, then chase, but don't chase before 3 months. So I put a note in my calendar for 3 months' time to get in touch if I hadn't heard back from them. And 10 days later, I got an email from Jonathan Kurtz, and it said, please, could you send a resume? It's like, I don't have a resume. I've worked for myself as a music producer for 25 years. I don't have a resume, and I've never needed one. So I had to put one together. And I tried to put one together that listed the sorts of stuff I'd done. I used to write for the Skeptic magazine and Skeptical Inquirer and some bits and pieces like that. And I sort of put that stuff in there, and some of the activism I've been involved in around science advocacy and free thought stuff. And I kind of put it all in there and sent it off thinking, I know what's going to happen. They're going to say, we really like your idea, but you have no platform, no profile, nobody knows who you are, you've got no credentials, you're not established in any way. I really am a nobody. And I thought that they're going to say, great idea, but you're too much of a gamble for us because you're nothing. And to my surprise, Jonathan Kurtz got in touch with me about 10 days after I sent the resume in and said, we love your idea, or he said, I love your idea, I'm going to present it to the editorial board on Thursday. And by that Thursday, they made me an offer. So I was completely over the moon, and they were literally the first publisher I approached. So I feel really lucky. I'd been spending lots of time on internet writing forums, and people are on there saying, I've contacted 27 literary agents, they've all said no, and I've submitted my thing to 60 publishers, and they've all said no. And I felt almost a bit embarrassed, like I sort of cheated somehow, and jumped to the head of the queue. And massive imposter syndrome, of course, because it felt a bit unearned. I'd just kind of written this book, and they'd gone, all right, we'll have it. And we'll see what happens. But that's the story.
That's great, John. I got to say, somebody else in the queue, I'm hearing them. They need to mute themselves, I think. I'm hearing somebody.
I can sort that out. No worries. I got it. That's done. No problem. That should be better now, John. So what was your connection to Prometheus?
Well, I remember I used to shop a lot on Amazon for books, so that must be where I found Paul Kurtz. So I guess by looking for atheist books, I first found humanism through him. So I bought many of his books, Paul Kurtz, and I like A.C. Grayling a lot, and others.
Yeah,
and
A.C. Grayling's great.
I want to add, I did get to meet Paul Kurtz once, because I know how familiar you are with him as far as where they are in the United States. Like Prometheus Books is located.
They were in Amherst.
They're near Buffalo.
Yeah.
Amherst.
Yeah.
And I mentioned Buffalo because that's probably the city people have probably heard of in upstate New York. I'm from New York City. So I went up there. One time they had a conference. It was in 2005. And Richard Dawkins was there. He spoke. And Sam Harris was there when he had put out his first book, End of Faith. Yeah. They were both there, and others spoke. So that was great. And so I got, because Paul Kurtz, he was a professor at the University of Buffalo. And then, so I guess it was right after he retired, he had a location there right adjacent to the campus. And part of that 2005 event, get-together conference, he called it the New Enlightenment. And they had, I guess, did they add on to the already exist? His organization is called Center for Inquiry.
I remember CFI.
So I don't know if you're familiar with them.
I am. Yeah.
They have a Twitter channel if anybody's interested to easily get an idea about them. For however many in the chat now are interested in humanism. I know that. Well, I'm not really clear on a sense of how many atheists are also humanist. I know there is a good number that are, but I guess it's probably, it seems for myself, my own experience, it's about even, it seems, where an atheist will say, yeah, or they say, at least I've heard of humanism, I understand it, but it doesn't seem there's a lot of majority atheist interest in it. And so I always feel like I like, when I get opportunities, it's also just to mention humanism. And so that's also part of why I want to call in, just for us to, so I guess a question along those lines, in your book, does that come up much in your book, humanism?
No, it doesn't. It's really quite specifically focused on what is belief, defining it, demonstrating very, very carefully and thoroughly that it's not an action, that it's a thing that happens to you, and then making a moral argument to say, once we've established this, what does it mean to reward or punish someone for something that isn't a thing you do? It's a thing that happens to you. And really, the book is a moral argument. It's to say, belief isn't a thing you do, it's a thing that happens to you, and it doesn't make sense to reward or punish that. It's kind of morally incoherent, because we've got this principle in moral philosophy, which is accountability requires agency. For you to be held morally responsible for something, you have to have had the opportunity to not do it. You had to have been able to do it differently. And belief just isn't a thing like that, because if you're not persuaded, you can't believe. Wanting to doesn't get you there. Not wanting to doesn't get you there. You either are or you're not. If you're not persuaded, you cannot be held morally accountable for not finding something convincing. And so really that's the book. And it's quite short. I didn't want to write a big, thick tome. I wanted to keep it really focused. It's a pretty short book. It's like 120 pages or something. It's short. It's an easy read. I didn't want to get too broad. I want it to be super, super focused. So it just does the one thing I want it to do really well and nothing else. And so that's why I don't get too broad. I don't get into humanism. It isn't even explicitly an atheistic book. It's more just making the argument about belief and an appeal for us to be clearer in the way we use the word belief and to arm people with the tools to be able to make these arguments either for themselves, just to find forgiveness and get over shame and bad feelings of inadequacy that have been chucked on them by other people, or actually in debates with other people to say, as I do in debates with other people, to say, well, actually what you're presenting here isn't morally coherent, and here's why, and to have the receipts and to have the knowledge at their fingertips to go, here's why we can say this confidently. And if I'm able to give that to other people and hear other people out there making those arguments, that's going to make me feel amazing, because I just think it's a really, really powerful way of pulling the rug out from under the whole foundation of belief-based salvation. It crumbles in the face of this idea, and there is no response to it. There's none. They have nothing. So that's the idea. So that's why I've kept it pretty focused.
Well, that's really interesting that the book is really looking at beliefs in general. It isn't specifically focusing on related to religion.
It is.
So I would like a lot.
Yeah, it is about religion, because religion is the only system that criminalizes belief. Even if you take the most totalitarian political system of, like the Stasi or North Korea or something, they still will criticize. They'll criminalize your speech, or they'll criminalize the books you're found owning, or they'll criminalize, attempts you make to communicate your beliefs. But only religion will punish you for your internal state, your internal private state of your own mind that no one else has access to. It takes the hubris of religion to claim that some other agent is going to know what's in your mind and then punish you for it. It's essentially a kind of supernatural claim to say that you can do that. And so it is unique to religion. And so the book is focused on this religious idea that you can be held morally accountable for what you find true. So it is still focused on religion. It's just specifically on the belief aspect of it. Does that make sense?
That's very good. You know, yeah. At 120 pages, I like my chances to get through it because, you know, my reading speed and with attention deficit, I do, as much as I love books, I don't tend to get through them. But it's real interesting because like The Catcher in the Rye, that's a book I was able to read all the way through 2 times. Whereas most books I struggle to get through the whole once. But, you know, Catcher in the Rye is just, I don't know why it's so good sometimes, but it's so good that's like, you know, you talk about a page turner or whatever's the right way to describe it. So it's funny how that works. But I'm really liking that. I think I'll get through the 120. You know?
I hope so.
But it's like I really got to plan it, set out the hours. But I learned it helps to have the digital clock and like do it in half hour. That helps a lot. So I got to do it because I really want to read this book. Like out of everything I've been thinking about, this one, of course, because I've been watching your show now. So that's going to really help me, that I'm going to know the author well, before I read his book, and that'll be a first.
I'm going to. It'll be out on audiobook as well, by the way. So if you're someone who likes to, because like I don't find the time nowadays to pick up a paper book and sit down and read it. I very rarely do that now. But I consume books all the time. I just have them on Audible. And I drive around listening to them, or I'll listen to them while I exercise or clean the house or whatever it is. So I will be recording the audiobook in the next 6 weeks. And so when the book comes out, if you don't fancy actually having to do the reading thing, you can listen to me read it to you. I'll say, once upon a time in a land far away. Well, I won't say that because it's not in the book. But yeah, if you prefer that, that's what I do. I just listen to stuff nowadays. That's also an option.
Oh, yeah, I definitely like audiobooks, and I do try to combine both the audio with the print, and that's helped. Although so far it got me only completely through like one book so far, but it definitely does help. But it's still, I guess my problem is when I'm reading the book, what the writer is saying, it makes me think of things, and then I get distracted with that. I can't stay with the book without which is like a positive. The book really sets off your imagination. That's a great thing, but then that means I can't stay in the book and keep going.
Understood.
I get sidetracked reflecting on what they're saying.
Sure. I gotcha. Well, I hope that when it comes out, I hope you find it useful and helpful in some way. And I can't wait for you to tell me that you thought it sucked or that you liked it. Either one is fine. It's great. It's great that we can talk about it.
That'll be great to talk to you after.
Sure.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I guess we'll be doing one of these where we can do that and be talking about the book after.
Yeah.
And I guess the last question is, do you think you might write more books? Or would it be based on how this one does? Or
I've started the second one already. It's planned out, and I've written the intro in the first chapter. So yeah, the next book is coming to a space near you soon. Can
you tell us anything about what it's about?
Yeah, so the next book is called Unbound: How Religion Defines Us and How to Let Go, and it's about deconstruction. It's about the connection between religion and identity and how interwoven they are. And it's going to be much more personal. I'm going to be interviewing people and taking personal stories and showing how much you lose when you lose religion and how much you gain also, and recognizing how painful it can be, but also showing that the pain it can be worth it, and how much freer your life is when you can break free of the shackles that religion often places on people. So it's going to be a much more personal book, and it's I'm really, really looking forward to speaking to some of the amazing people that I've met in this community and getting some personal stories. At some point, when I reach that stage in the writing, I'm going to be putting an appeal out for people to interview, all anonymized, of course. But that's the plan for the second book.
That sounds great, John. Thanks a lot. It was great to speak to you.
Cheers, John.
I got a great opportunity to talk to you. So thanks, and so we'll move on. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your support. Thanks, buddy. All the best. All right, there we go. Right, next in the queue. Again, if you're waiting in the queue, thank you so much. I'm going to get Butterfly Tsunami in. Has been waiting ages. We've got Dr. Joe as well. And then we have a few over on the video side. I promise I'll get to you, friends. So thank you for your forbearance. I really appreciate it. I won't give up on you. Butterfly, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Lovely to speak to you again. What's going on?
Well, it's been 2 weeks, even though it went by super fast. I don't know how that happened. I'm here again. I guess I wanted to, kind of share a personal story, if that's okay, because I think maybe you can relate to it, because I'm a cancer survivor, and I know that you've said before that you're a cancer survivor. So,
yeah.
And it has to do with miracles, because I'm an atheist. I don't believe in miracles. But, my mom did. And the way I found out that I had cancer, she took that as like a confirmation that there is, a higher power.
Yeah.
But she tried to push that on me that it had to be a miracle because of the way it happened. But anyways, I'll get into it. When I was in high school, I started noticing that I had lumps in my neck and under my armpit. And it scared me, of course, because, I'm sitting there thinking, well, this is, cancer-y. And, well, I kept it to myself, I didn't want to talk about it. I was scared of it. So, I think my mom knew that I was hiding something, subconsciously. I think she picked up on it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And she was one night she was sitting in the living room, and all of a sudden she says that she sees she saw her dead father come to her and tell her that I needed to come out with something and be honest about something. And that's when I finally decided to choose to tell her that I had been noticing lumps in my body. And so we set a doctor visit. I went to the doctors, and I found that I had Hodgkin's lymphoma. And I took chemotherapy, I took radiation, I beat the cancer. I'm still here. This was when I was 17. I'm 41 now.
Yeah.
So cancer survivor. But my mom, she couldn't contend with me not seeing it as a miracle. And she's not here anymore. She actually passed away in 2024 from cancer.
I'm sorry.
But it's really crazy. I used to work in oncology too, because I think I'm interested in oncology, probably because of my experience. But she would come to me and she would be like, how can you not believe in God? How can you not see this was a miracle? I saw my dead dad. And in my mind, I couldn't make a connection. But I didn't ever just flat out tell her, no, you're wrong. But inside of me, I was like, I just think she subconsciously knew that I was hiding something, because I think that I probably gave off those signs,
Yes.
That's how I saw it. And she would be like, well, how is it not a miracle? You're alive because of this. And I'm like, well, I am alive because I went to see a doctor, and I got scanned by a PET scan machine. I was the first person in Owensboro, Kentucky to use a PET scan. It was brand new to our city at the time. And I was like, that's why I'm alive, Mom. I don't attribute it to, any superpower or supernatural power. Yeah. And I know that miracles in general come up often on your show. And it's I always had to ask myself, how is it a miracle? I call God up on a BlackBerry and be like, did you do this? So how can anyone else make that assertion that it was a miracle? How do you prove it's a miracle? And I guess that's why I could never make that jump to believe in it was that, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
That's not.
I can respond to this, which is that human beings have a really, really bad intuitive grasp of probability. We just don't get it. We know that there's a fantastic, one of my favorite books, I've referenced it on the show before, by Massimo Palmerini Pigliatelli, called Inevitable Illusions, How Mistakes of Reason Rule Our Minds. And he lists, I think it's 9, he calls them tunnels. They're kind of ways that our cognition of the world reliably go wrong and predictably lead to us not perceiving the world in the right way. And one of the leading things that we always get wrong is the way we perceive coincidence and the significance of events. And the classic one that everybody knows is when you think of an old friend and then that you haven't seen for 20 years or something, and you sit down and you're thinking about them, and then the phone rings and it's them. And when that happens, it's so amazing and it's so tempting when those kind of interesting coincidences happen to say there must have been something there. You know, my friend knew I was thinking about them, or I picked up through the ether that they were about to call me, or something like that. But in order to work out how amazing that is, to work out the probability of it, you'd have to have the full set of options available, the full set of possibilities, the possibility space. So you would also have to know how many times you've thought of an old friend and they didn't call. And you'd also have to know how many times an old friend called you that you hadn't been thinking about. And once you put all of these things together, you find that it would be far stranger if these kind of events with this type of probability never happened. That would require much more of an explanation than the fact that they do happen at precisely the kind of rate that chance would determine. But when you're on the end of one of those coincidences, it still creates a powerful illusion of significance. So from your mother's point of view, she had this instance of where lots of mothers have a moment where they wonder if their children are hiding something, if their children are being completely transparent with them about everything that's going on in their lives. It's a normal part of parenting. I have it with my own son sometimes. I wonder what's going on in his private world that he's deciding not to share with me, because I know all the stuff he wants to share with me, but by definition, the stuff he's choosing not to share with me is hidden to me. So I often wonder that. And I sometimes say to him things like, you know, if there's anything you want to talk to me about, I'll always listen, and I'm here for you, and I never want to pressure him. But imagine if in one of those moments he then told me about something like that, completely mundane, and then it just turned out to be something really significant, where there was then the opportunity as a result of highlighting it to get some medical treatment, and suddenly it's like it's a miracle, right? But as Ryan in the chat said, you know, one thing you could have said to your mother is, you know, if there's a God invigilating all of this, then God presumably gave me the cancer in the first place. Wouldn't a simpler solution just have been to not give it to me, rather than give it to me and then make us go through this whole song and dance of, you know, threading the needle of coincidence by having to have a conversation at the right time and get to a PET scan and all of these kind of things. So I think all of these claims of miracles evaporate once you just apply a bit of critical thinking about you know, probability. And people, you know, the most idiotic phrase ever is, I don't believe in coincidence. What a stupid thing to say. Coincidences are just when things coincide. It happens billions of times a day. You know, you cross the road at the exact moment a car isn't coming. That's a kind of coincidence, right? It's just not a particularly significant one, so you don't notice it. And so, you know, it's easy to see why people fall into the trap. It's a very powerful illusion, but
yes,
you know, it's not. It's not a thing.
Because my mom could never contend with it, and then at the end of her life, when she was diagnosed with cancer, she refused to believe it was cancer. Like, wouldn't get treatment. She told the doctor no, and she never got treatment for it. She called it something else. She would just refuse. She just denied it 100%. You know, and that, yeah, it didn't go well. But I mean, those were the decisions that she made, and. But I do have one question for you, if that's okay. Is, do you think that technology has helped with the progress of science? Because it seems like there's been like a backlash, I guess more specifically, like now that we have like almost near instantaneous communication, have you noticed that like atheism is growing, or do you think it's stayed the same, or like what's your thoughts on that real fast, and then I'll let you go and talk to someone else.
Thank you. I actually don't know. I hands up. Okay. I'm not gonna bullshit here. I don't know what the stats are on the demographic change. I know that in the US, the fastest growing group are the non-affiliated, the nuns as they call it. You know, the no religion is the fastest growing group in the US, but I know that in other parts of the world that's not the case. I think that at the moment Islam is the fastest growing religious demographic at the moment, demographic I should say. Overall, I don't know. There was all this euphoria and optimism around social media in the early days of Facebook about how it was going to democratize knowledge, and it was going to be this wonderful
Yes,
sort of
I remember that.
conduit of this. I remember it too. This like feeling of hope of like there will be nowhere for people to kind of be shielded from Enlightenment values in the world. It hasn't worked that way. Social media has become sort of very balkanized and very stratified, and people are now in sort of echo chambers, just listening to people who they already agree with, and the effect seems to be that it's pushed people into the extremes of whatever it was that they believe in terms of science stuff or religion stuff or politics stuff. And I don't think that effect is particularly good. I think in that way, technology has probably been bad in terms of social media. But I don't know. Overall, I don't really know what the trends are, and the fact is they may have been a certain way, and that's not to say they'll continue to be that way. I just don't know.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you for taking the time, and
Sure.
I will be back in 2 weeks and maybe have more questions. Who knows? But have a good night.
Always lovely to talk to you, Muchfly. Keep well. Thanks. All right. Next in, I think, was Dr. Joe, and then after that we have got. We will get in ex-Fundy after that. We're getting through the list. We are getting through the list and having a lovely, lovely time. Bringing in Dr. Joe right now. Dr. Joe.
Hello.
How are you?
Nice to see you, John. Nice to
see you. And you, friend.
You.
And you. What's going on?
Cool. To be honest, I mean, usually I come in and I maybe give a story or some interesting, interesting question. But I guess I've watched you for a long time now, and I really enjoy it. And one thing I always wonder about someone when they start on social media or, start doing sort of content is I always wonder what their goal is. What they want, and that would be my question to you. Is there like an end goal? Is it like I want to be a successful author, or
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's a good question, because lots of people launch themselves into this stuff without a very clear idea of what the why is. They're just focusing on the what. For me, my goal changed. I spoke about this at the start of the show. Maybe you weren't here, but it's fine. I started doing this purely to establish a kind of marketing funnel to get people to the website I'd set up for my book, so that I could get people on an email list, so that I could say to my publishers, "Look, I've got people on an email list who might want to buy the book." And that was my goal for about the first 2 months of doing this, and then it evaporated. And it stopped being my goal, and the goal became the thing itself. The actual process of doing this stuff, and I was creating lots of content on TikTok, was making videos every day. I don't really do that anymore at this point. I may start doing it again because I actually really enjoy creating content. But it was starting to build community, and the community started in the comments under the videos. I started seeing the same people popping up and liking the videos or having input about them. I started making friends with the same people that would pop up, and I started realizing this actually is an aim in itself. It's something that I love doing. I didn't realize I was going to love doing it so much. I started doing it for sort of strategic reasons, and immediately abandoned the strategy. I mean, people are always berating me for not talking about the book enough, because I forget kind of that part of the mission. And for me now, it is community building, and my mission now is to continue to build this incredible community that we have. It's growing all the time, and I love it. And also just to work as hard as I can to popularize this notion of belief not being voluntary, because it's such a powerful idea, and it's such a liberating idea for people once they get it, and it unlocks the door for them to forgive themselves. Sometimes lifelong feelings of shame, it can help to get rid of that once they realize it's not their fault that they don't believe this stuff. It's not their fault, and so I just want to be involved with spreading that idea as much as possible. And on a really sort of slightly selfish level, I didn't realize how much I would love being a content creator. Like, to me, that was something that the kids do, like, it's just not, it wasn't remotely in my world. But I've just found through doing it, I absolutely love doing it. And I get out of bed every morning with a sort of zeal to get to it that I haven't had in my other career for quite a few years. I was very ambitious in the music industry for a while, and I used to have that kind of hunger in my 20s and 30s. And eventually you get a bit jaded doing something for years and years and years and years. And I got on with it, and I did my projects, and I always delivered, and it was all fine. But I wasn't really like fired up about it. I was just doing it because I was being successful and doing good stuff. And now I'm like I was when I was 25, with a fire of ambition in my belly, just wanting to build this thing, wanting to see how big we can get it, wanting to just grow it, and watching the amazing people come together, and I making new friends all the time, and I'm watching people make connections, and I know it's meaningful, and I know it's good, and I know it makes a difference, which is something I never had in my previous career. Knowing that I could actually do something that actually helped people in some way, and so I love it. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's really what it's about for me now.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, it's good. I think it's good to know you've had a positive influence on, even just one person's life. But if you can have it on 100, 200, that's a really wonderful thing. I would probably say keep making content if you can as well, just because I know for many people, I mean, for me, when I first started this, I used to do lives, and now I don't really, just because I don't have the time. But I know that lots of people also get a lot from the videos. They might not be able to spend, I don't know, half an hour or so watching a live, but just in those 2 minutes, it might, plant a seed. In a short video, even less than that. It could be 30 seconds, 40 seconds, whatever. And I do think that really, I mean, it will benefit you also, because it will, the content is really what gets you out there, I think, in terms of the bigger numbers. I mean, I remember when I started, on Instagram, I didn't do any live streams at all, but you do a couple videos and they get, I don't know, 1 million views or something like this, and you get catapulted to a huge audience. So I still think the content, if you can, is also really, really meaningful. So yeah, that would be great. And I think it's nice that you've got such a great community, and I think people really value you, which is nice, which is a great thing.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
It's amazing. And do you think, is the plan now just to kind of grow the community as much as you can?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. Just keep on doing it. There's a saying in, I think it's a sort of business thing. It's like, when you find something that works, just keep on doing it. I'm not. I feel like I've got it works, and it's growing, and it's growing really well at the moment, and able to reach more people than I dreamed of. I put videos on YouTube now. They typically do 20, 30, 40, 50,000. I wasn't getting anything like that on TikTok, because the engagement on TikTok is slightly different, and it's very easy to build lots of followers on TikTok. Is very easy because people follow. It's a very low cost to following. But what I was finding is, I was doing content. Sometimes I'd spend 3 or 4 days making a video, and I'd think, like, this one's going to be great. I've really worked hard on this. I've come up with a clever angle, and I've scripted it, and I've filmed it from 3 different angles, and I've edited it all together, and I've all of the stuff. I put it out there, and it would do like 400 views, and it was just really depressing, and I was like, okay, well, what is this worth it? Is this worth the time? Is there stuff I could be doing with the time that's going to do a better job and deliver a better return in terms of just getting this idea out there, that people don't have to feel bad for what they find convincing? That's my mission. So if, I do like the content creation stuff, and I am planning to do it more. It's just, at the moment, it's trying to find the time, and prioritizing is pretty crazy at the moment, trying to sort of triage how to spend the hours in the day. It's pretty wild. But I'm taking someone on who's going to help me with some of the short stuff. packaging that and posting it and stuff, and that will at least I can delegate some of that stuff to someone who's going to help me out, and we'll see what happens. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate your kind words, of course.
That's all right. Yeah. I think it's a different beast. I mean, I've never done YouTube. I just don't have the time to make the longer form content. But I know it's frustrating because, you say, on TikTok, it doesn't push it out to your followers. It just basically goes on pure engagement. So you'll send it out to like 300 people, and then if it's not watched well, it doesn't matter how many followers you have, it won't send it out.
It's merciless. It's pretty weird. I mean, you could say it's meritocratic, right? Because it's testing it with the audience, and if the audience don't like it, okay, well, you had your shot. You weren't supplying the market. I can understand the logic of it. It's just there were times when I would like really put a lot into something. You know, I'd work really hard on, and not just like something silly. I did lots of silly stuff on TikTok, like the fake products and stuff. But you know, I'd really work hard at some like important point, some philosophical principle that I think would be really useful for people. I'd put it out there and get like 300 views or something. It's like totally pointless. We'll see what happens.
No worries. Anyway, good luck.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Right, take it easy. Thanks. All right. We are going to get X-Fundy in next. And let's do that and that and that. Are you there, X-Fundy? Let's try.
Hi.
Hey, there we go. That worked. Okay, it seems like the platform's kind of behaving itself now, which is fantastic. Welcome in. I'm just getting your name up on the screen.
Thank you.
X-Fundy. Are you an X-Fundy?
I am, yes.
Congratulations on the X bit. Lovely to have you on.
Yeah, it's been a while. I started watching your stuff for a couple of months, I guess.
Right.
And just really enjoy your approach when you're just confronting some of the believers with just the sort of contradictions and the absurdity of what they believe. And I think, very often they don't change their mind. But I know for me, when I was in that situation, those little things still niggle away at you, those contradictions, that absurdity. And it's part of my deconstruction journey, I guess. And I was a church leader, preacher, everything, and then sort of turn my back on that and atheist. And it was interesting to hear you speak earlier about thinking, like those people have gone through their journey writing that book. And I don't know what you think about this, but part of me is quite angry that I believe that. And I've got sort of, so I will say I'm quite anti-theist in terms of, because I was entrenched in that fundamentalist, charismatic sort of mindset, that there is a sort of a resentment, I guess, that I wasted a lot of my life on that.
Totally understandable. I mean, it's hugely wasteful. Think about all the time you spent in devotion and potentially the money. I don't know if you were tithing, but all of that. There's a huge sunk cost there, and I think part of the reason why some people are so resistant, and why I have so much admiration for people like you, who have had the courage and the intellectual integrity, having sunk so much into something, to go, I was wrong about this. I have so much respect for you and for people like you for having the courage and intellectual integrity to do that, and having to confront that loss and admit it and write it off. I've never had to do that, so I don't consider myself on your level of achievement in that way. And I just have nothing but admiration for you, and your anger is absolutely understandable.
Yeah. And it's, I sort of wasted, I don't know how many years of my life, 20 years from sort of like a 15-year-old to 36, really trying to be a really proper Christian and disciple, and, really try. And just at the end, it just fell apart, I'm in my sort of late 50s now, but there's still that, I still get that sort of annoyed that I wasted so much of my life on just such things that are so ridiculous. And I think that's why, I don't know what, other people have that sort of anger who've come from that background because of, and I do look back and I think it was child abuse in terms of the way that the things they tell you at that age,
It is.
It's absolutely awful. You know, when you can't sleep because you're worried about the devil and things like this. You know, it's absolutely awful.
It's unforgivable
So
to tell
a lot
children
of
this stuff.
anger for that. Yeah,
I don't blame
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Have you had any counselling to help you deal with this?
I mean, not about that, but other things, you know, which would never have happened as a believer because, you know, God sorts everything out.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you don't do that because, you know, God's enough. No, it's something I've processed a lot. And, you know, I think it comes, you know, it's sort of, I suppose it comes to more forefront when I meet someone who still believes. And then when I tell them my background, they look all quite upset. Well, you don't believe it anymore. What went wrong in your life is that...
Yeah. Who hurt you?
Say, what went right in my life?
Yeah. Of course. You know, it's such an easy deflection to say, and that's actually, it's so disingenuous in a way to say that the only way to account for you having changed your perspective on this and become persuaded of other things was if someone was treating you badly. It couldn't possibly be because you actually applied some critical thinking to this stuff and realized it's all a load of old pants. You know, it couldn't possibly be that, could it? It's so predictable and dull, isn't it?
And that's what I think, you know, in terms of what you're doing, you know, I know that I would have those questions, you know, and read those contradictions in the Bible. And that's when it really gets, you know, I thought, I'm going to read the whole Bible right from front to cover. And you come across passages and you think, oh, my word. No one ever told me about that.
Yeah, they're like hand grenades when you do, right?
Yeah. But you think, oh, no, that's, you know, people believe this, so it must be all right, you know. And then when I went to Bible college, studied it, and he's just like, and then when you read things like, well, people have got different views around things, or this passage was never in the original manuscript. You know, it's like, actually, people haven't told me this stuff.
Yeah, they don't.
You know,
they don't.
They don't want to tell you because,
No, it's remarkable. Which is why, forgive me if you've heard me say this before 10 times, but the single biggest reason for people losing faith that I speak to, and I've spoken to hundreds, more than every other reason combined, was reading the book. Just reading it.
Yeah.
You
reading
read
it and
it,
thinking about what it's saying.
Yeah.
And, you know, just thinking about some of the passages in there that you wouldn't want your kid to read because they're absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
You know, and they call it the good book. You know, and I think, well, it wasn't just that. It was just seeing sort of so many unanswered prayers, the suffering, and some of the, you know, people I came across in the church, you know, awful things they did themselves, beating their wives up, alcoholics, paedophiles. You know, these are people that I mix with, and, you know, just, So I suppose it's interesting, just that question, you know, that anger. Do you think it's something that people have been in that back, you know, do have that anger around?
Yeah, I think it's entirely justifiable. Totally. And I want you to understand that that's a legitimate anger. And what I would say is, if the anger persists, don't write off the value in working with someone to help you process it, because it's so easy, especially when, you know, forgive me, but for men to just go, I'll deal with it. I'll, you know, and internalize everything. And so I've got this, I'm going to deal with this, a very sort of male thing. And there's absolutely no shame. I mean, you know this, in getting some help with that. You could reach out to Recovering from Religion. They operate globally. It's recoveringfromreligion.org. I don't remember. I think the Secular Therapy Project, possibly US only, but that would be a starting point. And you might just be able to get some, you know, free, no-cost counselling around this stuff, just to help you process some of these emotions. They are absolutely valid. You have every right to feel angry about what was done to you in your younger years. Every right.
And I, you know, and there is a certain element of guilt because I was trying to promote those views as well. Took my kids to church. Thankfully, they're atheists now. You know, so you know, thank God for that. You know, it's, you know, so there's a bit of guilt that I was trying to promote those views as well.
Totally get it. But before you go, I have to tell you a story. So last year, I got a message from a guy who had seen my content, and he reached out to me. He said that he and his wife had started a church 20 years ago, and they had recently come to realize that this stuff is all a load of old nonsense, and they had decided to dedicate the rest of their lives to undoing the harm that they had caused through running this church. And he was at that point, he was still the pastor of the church, and he told me that he had made it his life's mission to empty the congregation. And so he carried on preaching. His congregants would all turn up every weekend, and he would preach to them from the pulpit, with the objective being to get the number of the congregation down to 0. And I spoke to him recently, and he had retrained as a bus driver, and he plays his guitar, and he drives his bus, and he's not a preacher anymore, and the congregation got down to 0. And I was delighted for him. I was going to go up there and speak to them. We were arranging a visit, but he managed to fulfill his mission. So don't feel bad. Like you did what you thought was right. You know, that's the most anyone can ask of anyone ever, is to do what they think is right. And sometimes what we think is right turns out not to be right. And you had the bravery to realize it and admit it and own it and move on. And I hugely respect you for that. And I'm sure everyone else here does.
Thank you.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Keep
all right. Cheers. Thank you.
Good to talk.
Yeah. See you.
Take care. Bye. All right. WX Fundy, as we say. We all make mistakes. We can all make mistakes. We're all human. We all screw up sometimes. I screwed up on Tuesday. I owe a huge apology to Chris, who came into the live stream on Tuesday, and I could tell that he wasn't there for a debate, and we protect the integrity of the debate live streams quite well now, and it's working, it's good. But he wasn't there for a debate, and I screwed up. I said, call back on Friday when I said I was nice to him, and I said I'd love to talk to you, but this is the debate thing, and call back here. And immediately people in the chat realized that I'd screwed it up, and I kind of realized too. And if I'd been able to ring him back and get him back in, I would have done, because I instantly regretted it. He was someone who needed to have this conversation then and there, and I will always regret not taking him on, and I feel terrible about it. And I was thinking to myself at the time, if I speak to him now, am I spitting in the face of the people who also would have maybe wanted to have conversations about other stuff, and I didn't let them? Am I applying one rule to one person, one rule to another person? I was just trying to be fair, but it wasn't the right call, and I messed it up, and I wasn't right in that instance, and I have to own that, and I am owning it. And if Chris hears this, I'm deeply sorry. I really, really regret not speaking to you on Tuesday, and I hope you can forgive me for that. And if you come at any other point, I promise that I will interrupt whatever I'm doing to speak to you. And I really hope you do, if you ever hear this, Chris. So we make mistakes, and we have to own them and then move on, having owned them, and not make them someone else's fault. And that's it. So I really respect X Fundy for owning his stuff too. Okay, we'll read a couple of super chats and then get our next guest in, who is going to be where's it gone? I'm trying to see. It's going to be Rachel next. So we'll get some super chats. Buzz says, why are chickens so funny? Because that is why they're funny, of course. And Bab says, I have prograde amnesia. I can't remember the future. So difficult when you can't, isn't it, Babs? So difficult. I love that. Prograde. Viking Chef, great to see you, Viking Chef. Religion is cultural. Religion divides. Japan, 99% atheist, yet one of the happiest countries. It's an old argument, but one of the obvious. Religion stares us in the face with separation. We are the glue, they are the pieces. I love that. This is the quality of people we have in our community. Like Viking Chef. Absolutely awesome guy. If you don't follow Viking Chef on TikTok, give him a follow. His content's awesome, and he's a great guy. Viking Chef, thank you. Absolutely love your input all the time, always. And Buzz says, you're crazy if you think gaslighting is real. That's excellent, Buzz. Oh dear, oh dear. Coming with the one-liners tonight. Love it. Okay, let's get Rachel in next. Hopefully it's all going to be good and work nicely. Rachel, are you there?
Hi, John. Hi.
Hey, hello. How are you?
It's the Too Skinny Maple,
Oh, yes.
The purple unicorn one.
The purple unicorn one. The not too skinny maple. Maple Drizzle, how are you?
Pretty good. You're gonna laugh, John, and I think everybody else will. I just pranked a whole church, and it got so bad that my mom on Sunday told me that the pastor at the church wants to see you on Sunday, and for you to come in. And I said,
Right.
"Oh, why is that?" Because you got the whole church praying for purple unicorns for you. What did you do?
Brilliant.
And I said, I'm going to come into church Sunday. I'm going to help pray for a purple unicorn because I want one. And then after that, I will gladly meet with your pastor, Mom, if that makes him feel comfortable. She says, well, aren't you worried about anything? I says, no, this is going to be funny. I'm going to say, dear fatherly heaven, weird with sword man, please give me this purple unicorn that I want so bad. And just see if the whole church just starts to follow me because they already started praying for me. My mom has been going there telling them for the last 4 weeks, my daughter's only going to believe in God if you guys make a purple unicorn real. And she told them, so they're all praying for it.
Oh my God,
and she
that's
told
genius.
me, I'm going in Sunday. I'm going to have my phone with me. I'm going to record all this. There's only like 26 people that show up to the church now. Sadly, it used to be like a 400-person church. Now there's only 27 people there.
Right.
But I'm going to record this, and it's just going to be funny. It's like, please, our sister Rachel wants a purple unicorn to believe in you. Can I'm going to record that?
We might need to have a copy of this audio. Of course, don't break any confidentiality agreements, but it might be something that we need to share. That's fantastic.
Yeah. I want to get shirts too that say "Pray for purple unicorns" so my soul can be saved and wear those around.
Fabulous, absolutely brilliant.
My mom doesn't even know. She's so believing all this. She's like, if this is what saves you, I will do it. I'm like, thanks, Mom. Thank you.
That's brilliant.
I need that purple unicorn to have faith.
You have no shame, and I love it. That's excellent work.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
She's the one who tried to, indoctrinate me. So I love her, but I gotta have fun with it because
fair.
If you don't laugh about the fact, you cry about it, and the fact that I fell for it for 19 years.
Yeah, but I mean, you're actually onto something quite profound there, which is that quite often people criticize me because I have a slightly mocking tone in some of the stuff when I'm talking about this stuff. But that's by design. I'm not setting out to offend people, but there's a significant amount of evidence in the literature that laughing at ideas which are frightening or triggering or anxiety provoking or disturbing is really, really effective at reducing that effect. It's really, really effective at taking the sting out of these ideas. Traumatizing ideas, if you can laugh at them, they lose potency. And so a lot of the time when I'm laughing at how ludicrous all of this stuff is and taking the mickey out of it, it's because I know it's effective. If I can get other people to laugh at them too, suddenly they're not quite so anxious about them anymore. And again, I've heard from people who tell me that this helps them, and it's well supported in the psychology literature that this is a known thing. So I love it. I say troll away. Brilliant. Why not?
It's so easy though, because they believe the fantasy. So as long as you sit within that fantasy, they'll do anything. Yeah. If you sit in that fantasy, they'll just do whatever they need to do to keep their faith, even if it breaks the laws of reality. They don't care.
That's it. That's it.
It's just pretty sad.
You have to let us know, of course, if they actually do manage to produce a purple unicorn. That will be something we will need to know about. Yeah, you have to
trust me. If there's one, I'm taking photos. I'm riding one. I'm taming it. It is mine.
Excellent stuff.
But I definitely want to get a shirt like that. I even suggest that you even have a shirt like that. Like pray for Maple so she gets a unicorn. Something like that. Just something patrol, and then you can spread the word. So maybe one day, if the whole world believes just hard enough, maybe this magical, powerful deity will go, I didn't care for thousands of years, but you know what? This one bitch needs a purple unicorn. Let's get this unicorn.
Could happen.
And then who knows? Purple unicorn. Yeah.
It could happen.
I'm still waiting though, but in one day.
Well,
maybe.
have fun trolling, and if you can get some audio, we'd genuinely love to hear it. But otherwise, just enjoy and let us know how you get on.
Oh, I'm definitely saving it. I'm gonna bring my phone, have it in my pocket. Like, please, purple unicorn.
Love it. Love it.
All right.
Thanks, Rachel. Keep well.
I thought you can use a good chuckle. All right,
love it. Take care. Thanks. Take care.
All right.
Brilliant. Okay, that's awesome. I'm all for the trolling. I think that's excellent behaviour. Totally up for that. completely in favour of the trolling. All right, we are next going to get in Space Coast over on the TikTok side. These shows are fun. I love this. This is a good vibe. I really love this stuff. There we go. Space Coast. Hey, Space Coast, how are you? Hello? There's always one accidental dial. This might be the one. This could be the accidental dial. Do you guys remember the snorer? We had a caller once who called in and he was snoring like a tractor.
Great, how are you?
Yeah, this is definitely okay. Well, we're not gonna eavesdrop on somebody's accidental call in, so we're gonna just disconnect Space Coast. Yeah, the snorer was absolutely wild. It was proper like a warthog. It was pretty special. I'm gonna have to find that and clip it. I forgot. I meant to do that. Okay, well, in lieu of that, we will get Mikey next on the TikTok. Coming in right now. Hey, Mikey, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly. How are you doing?
Oh, good. I'm good. I'm calling because, like, before watching your stuff, I didn't know what a Philbro was. I didn't know what the whole philosophy, P1, P2, all that crap. I didn't know. And something when I was listening, they talk about the moral argument and how can you be good without God, and they say, what is your morality grounded in?
Yeah.
And I've always thought, like Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street, that's where I get my morals from as a kid.
Right.
I watched Mr. Rogers. He said, be nice, be kind, share your toys.
Yeah.
Same thing with Sesame Street. But that's not what they're talking about, because I was having a conversation a while ago with someone, and I said, they said, well, how come you don't go out and murder all you want? And I'm like, without a God. And I'm like, well, because I don't want to murder. And he couldn't get that. He couldn't understand that. He just kept saying, well, what makes you stop, raping in the street and murdering? And I'm like, because I don't want to. And he kept saying, well, where's your morality without God? And I realized, and I just want your opinion on this.
Yeah.
What I think it's more when they talk about grounding, they expect there to be this ultimate goalkeeper, and at the end of your life, the just are going to, like, Schmittler is going to be put over the coals, and they can't fathom not being punished for crimes. That when they say you can't be good without God, it's because there's no fear there. There's no eternal punishment.
Yeah.
Is that what they're talking about when they say grounding?
Ish. I mean, what they're saying is they're treating moral claims as facts. So when someone says, "I think this is good," they're saying they're interpreting that as a statement of fact. And then, if you're going to make a statement of fact, what they're saying is, what is the axiom that allows you to justify making that factual statement? So it's like if I say this building is well built, they could say, well, how do you justify making the claim that the building is well built? And you can say, because it was built in accordance with the building regulations, and the building regulations say that it needs to have the right properties and the right strengths, and all the calculations have to be done in the right way and all of that. So that is the grounding for the claim that the building is well built, is that it was built to regs, right? It's built to regulations. The mistake they're making is when you say that something is good, they're insisting on treating it like you're making a factual claim. But my view is that when you call something good, you're not making a factual claim. You're just expressing how you feel about it. To me, this is just my view. There are people who are smarter than me who have a different view, and they think that moral statements are representative of facts, but I don't think they are. And I think when you call something good, you don't need any grounding. The grounding is that you approve of it. That is the grounding. And that's what it means to call something good. And then you could say, well, is it just completely arbitrary then, that everyone's just expressing their whims and if one person thinks killing is bad, another person thinks killing is good, is it just a free-for-all? And my argument there is that we can say that things are objectively good with respect to a standard that we can define. Now, that standard is subjectively chosen. So my standard is I want to avoid harm. I think that things that cause harm are bad, and things that promote well-being, generally speaking, are good. And so that's my subjectively chosen standard. But once I've subjectively chosen that standard, and there are real reasons for choosing it, by the way, just in terms of like the most basic fundamentals of not suffering. We all want to not suffer. We all recognize that not suffering is desirable. We all recognize that being indifferent to the suffering of others can endanger our own survival, and it's not good, right? So very, very basic principle. But once you've got that down, you can actually say objectively, this act goes against my aim, which is reduce suffering, and this act is in accordance with my aim, which is reduce suffering, etc. What they're doing in demanding grounding is that they want your every moral statement to be a fact, and they're trying to say that the grounding for their fact is it's what God likes. If God likes
But
it,
are they getting that?
Yeah.
Are they getting that from the Bible? Because they can't be getting their morals from the Bible. That book is atrocious. There's so much. I mean, there's hardly, like I said, Mr. Rogers has more morals than the Bible does.
It does.
Is that what they're talking about? Or are they talking about the being God?
No, do you know what they do? They've got a trick.
They're talking about the Bible.
They got a special magic trick they do, which is if you find the most atrocious thing in the Bible, I mean, the obvious examples are, 1 Samuel 15, the order for men to kill children with swords, babies, infants, right? Horrific, absolutely horrific. They will say with a straight face that it's good because God commanded it, and God is what defines goodness. So they'll tell you the grounding for goodness is their God, and God's nature is to be good. So when God says that it's good to keep slaves, it's good. When God says it's good to kill children with swords, it's good. When God says it's good to stone innocent people to death, it's good, because they've just defined it as good. But that's just nonsense, because when they do that, they just break the word good. They're taking the word and they're making it mean something that it doesn't mean anymore. So you might as well say, I'm going to take the word furry, and I'm going to say this piece of ice is furry. And you say, well, it doesn't have any fur on it. It's cold and wet and slidey, and it doesn't have a single bit of fur on it. You say, I know, but I'm defining the ice as furry. Well, you can define it as furry, but then you've stripped the word furry of its meaning. That's what they do with God. So they take the word good and they slap it on their God as a label, not as a description, as a label. And then they get to call their God good, and then they get to call all the insane atrocities commanded or done by their God good, because they've already defined it as good. It's a word game. That's all it is. It's a silly word game. And that's why every time they come in to debate this stuff with me, they end up making fools of themselves, because it's so easy to just tie them in knots. And before you know it, they're saying raping children is good. It happened last week.
I was there. I watched it. I've watched you have them say, but again, I can't. Does that mean that owning slaves is good because it's in the Bible? If that's your grounding, then why aren't you out there advocating for slavery in the U.S.?
Oh, then they come up with reasons. They'll say Jesus came and he rewrote everything and he changed all the laws, and we never.
So we don't need to follow the 10 Commandments then,
right? Exactly.
And you're going to come to my gay wedding now, then I guess.
All of that. What they'll do there is they've got to move for that one too. Is they'll appeal to the words of Paul, who basically said Paul very sort of advocated for getting rid of all of the religious commitments that he personally didn't like, and just keeping the ones that he liked, and they pretend that that's something that came from Jesus. It's not. It was contrary to what Jesus said. Jesus said that not one word of the old law will change until the heaven and the earth aren't here anymore, and they appear to still be here. So if you're into Jesus, you would have to say, yeah, the slavery laws should still apply. We should still be stoning gay people to death. We should still be stoning disobedient children to death, or people who work on the Sabbath, or people who don't have the right haircut, or who wear clothing made of mixed fabrics, or who eat shellfish, or all of these things are all abominations. Let's stone everyone to death. But if they're advocating for not doing all of that stuff, it's either because they've just never bothered to read the book, or because they actually like what Paul says better, and they're just selectively ignoring what Jesus said.
That's crazy. Okay,
Bonkers.
I just wanted to get your opinion. Thanks for talking to me.
Of course. Thanks, Mikey. Lovely to speak to you, friend. All the best. Take care, buddy. All right. What have we got next? We've got the wonderful Hasty Jane in the queue. We'll get to Jane shortly. We are just going to get back over to the video side, and we are going to get the beard of empathy in the aforementioned beard of empathy. Let's do that to unmute and activate you there, and do that. Beard of empathy, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hey, welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for having me up. I had to come up because Jack, Espresso Jack, kind of called me out earlier.
Yeah, he did.
But I'm really happy to be here. I'm a therapist here in the U.S. One of the things that I do is I do interviews with people about their deconstruction and mental health. And I have a YouTube channel where I have those. Espresso Jack has actually been one of my interviewees. I've done an episode with him.
He sent me, I know exactly who you are, and he sent me the video that he did with you. I've watched a bit of it. I haven't watched the whole thing. I know exactly who you are. Your channel is wonderful. Can we just give a plug of your channel, please? So is the name of your channel The Beard of Empathy? You do have an amazing beard, by the way. I saw it on the channel. So friends,
I appreciate it.
Please check out The Beard of Empathy on YouTube for interviews with people. Very, very compassionate, wonderful interviews with people around deconstruction and losing faith. Thank you so much for coming in. It's fantastic to talk to you.
Yeah, I think it's been a wonderful time getting to know people. I think one of the things that I've seen that's been great about it is just getting to know other people that we see in the chats all the time. Just being able to connect it is a way for helping with building the community that we have and getting to know each other a little bit more, which has been great. I would have loved to have been up here to ask, if Sean had been here, I'd have asked him to come do an episode. I'd have you on the show too, but you don't have much of a deconstruction story.
No, I don't,
much
sadly.
like myself.
Sadly not.
Yeah.
Heathen from birth. But I'm sure Sean would be happy to speak to you. He's such a fantastic communicator, and he's got such clarity around his ideas. I'm happy to pass that on. I'm sure he'd be happy. I couldn't speak for him, but I don't imagine he would have a problem.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'll try and find some time to come back up when he's around and ask.
Sure.
But yeah, it's great. And like some of the things you were talking about, your new book, talking about interviewing people about deconstruction stuff, like that's like I'm right there with you. I've been kind of formulating some ideas around like what kind of prompts deconstruction and what kind of the psychology behind deconstruction. So I've been trying to come up with stuff for that. Based
very
on
interesting.
what I've been seeing. Other things.
Can I ask you something about that? So in your discussions with people who have lost faith and subsequently spoken to you about it, have you heard people describe the idea that the loss of belief was something that happened to them rather than something that they actively did?
Yeah, a lot of it comes around like major changes in social grouping, which allows for like more questioning, and then the questions just kind of lead to change. And when you're embroiled in whatever religious context you're in, like especially Christianity, Islam, Abrahamic religions, like they actively discourage questions.
Yeah, they do.
Like it's baked in. Like Job is the biggest example. Job like outright states, "Don't ask questions."
Yeah.
And like that's where they go. So a lot of people, when they're stuck in that, they have no other frame of reference.
Yeah.
So when suddenly there's a major social change, they're able to ask questions, or the questions just come to them.
Yeah. Yeah, and that opens up pathways for contemplation and discussion, which allow broader thinking. And before you know it, you haven't decided to not believe. You become aware that you don't believe anymore, and that's really that's where I think there's a gap in compassion from believers who see non-believers and they treat them like they've just rebelled. You haven't rebelled. You've just reached a point where belief was impossible for you. Impossible. Sorry, there's my aircon again. My new aircon is making a horrific noise. I've only had it for 10 days. It's going to have to go back, I'm afraid. It'll stop in 5 seconds. But yeah, so people in that situation haven't decided, now I'm going to stop believing. They've just become aware of the fact that maybe as a result of the freedom or the new social situation they're in, or just thinking more broadly, they suddenly become aware, I don't find this stuff convincing anymore. And yeah, that lack of compassion comes from an unwillingness to recognize that change of belief state isn't a thing that people did, it's a thing that happened to them.
Right. And it's kind of an othering situation as well. It's like when you're embroiled in the belief, you can't understand how someone doesn't believe the same thing you do. And that becomes a point of difference.
Yeah.
And when we feel that we're being attacked in some way, we become defensive, and like, especially cognitive dissonance, when we feel our ideas are attacked, we get defensive, and then the defensiveness pushes us to other even further. And I think that's where a lot of that lack of compassion comes from. And in the atheist community, from what I've seen, especially the deconstruction side of the atheist community, that compassion is there because they've been on the other side. And like they've been in both places. They've experienced cognitive dissonance from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the most important messages we can spread to any believers who are inclined to listen to a word we say, and often people on that side of the belief line aren't particularly interested in what we're saying, and that's fair enough, but is really just an appeal for compassion. Like, don't see non-believers as a project that you have to win over. Just accept that this is where people are. They are in this place because of where their cognition led them, and just some kindness and compassion around that, rather than preaching and judgment and seeing everyone as a project. That's not helpful.
No, it really isn't. So I'm actually going to jump down. Thanks for having me up, but I do have two questions for you. Two very, very, very important questions. The first one is, do you like Ribena?
Yeah.
It's not a thing that's usually often over here in America, but last time I was over in the UK, I found it, and I keep bottles of it in my house. I actually have a glass of it right now.
Oh, amazing! So for anyone who doesn't know, Ribena is a high concentrate blackcurrant cordial that you add water to. You put a little bit in a glass and then top it up with water, and it's a kind of blackcurrant drink. It's a bit of a staple over here. I think they had to change the amount of sugar that was in it because it was rotting kids' teeth, and I think they've improved the recipe so it's not quite so high in terrible sugars. But yeah, it's pretty nice. I quite like it. So yeah.
And my last question before I jump down is, what is your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite dinosaur? That's a really important question. I guess it would probably be. I don't know. I never know whether you're supposed to say Diplodocus or Diplodocus, but that one, the one with the very, very long tail and long neck. I just think it's a beautiful shape. I think it's pretty amazing, and they were massive. So that would probably be my favorite dinosaur. There you go.
That's great. I appreciate it. For anybody in the audience who might want to share their story with me and do an episode of my show, you can reach out to me at thebeardofempathy@gmail.com. I would love to. I'm really looking forward to getting to know a lot more people and continuing doing this video series. Has been great so far.
Fantastic. That's awesome work that you're doing. I loved what I saw of your discussion with Jack. Yeah, keep up the awesome work, and yeah, you know where to go, folks. Check out Beard of Empathy. Love it. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All the best. Take care. Take care. Thanks. All right. That's awesome. God, we get to speak to some fantastic people around here. I absolutely love this. Okay. Thank you for the hat moustache combination on TikTok as well. Much appreciated. All right. We are going to get, we'll get Jane in shortly, but we have to, I'm trying to stick to the order. We've got PVG. We'll take PVG and then Jimmy, and then we'll get to Jane, and we have a few others as well. I promise I'll get to you. Bear with me, and we'll get there together. So bringing in PVG. Hey PVG, how are you? Are we there? Let's try messing with your audio as well. Let's try that. PVG, are you there? Might have to do the go out and come back in trick because we're not hearing you, sadly. For some reason, PVG, I'll try one more trick with your audio device. It's such a flighty, weird platform, and for some people it's totally fine. Let's try your headset earpiece and try if we can activate that. PVG, are you there? Possibly not. All right, buddy. You need to drop out of the video queue and come back in again, and I'll get you up the second time. Hopefully it will work then. So in the meantime, we will do the same trick with Jimmy. Hopefully it will work. Jimmy. Jimmy, are you there? Also not working very well. Very strange. I can try and refresh my browser as well. My Kingdom for a call-in app that actually reliably works. Let's try again. Jimmy, are you there? Jimmy. Let's try that. Last time. Jimmy, are you there? No, Jimmy. All right. Well, we will abandon that, and we will try. Rob. Next, we'll try Rob. Rob, are you there? I saw movement, and I heard a sound, and I thought that might be a human voice, and it appears it isn't. So all of these over on the Video Ninja are just not joining. We'll try Rob again, but it is really weird. It's just not cooperating at all. Very, very strange. Let's try. PVG is now back, so we'll give that a second time lucky try. PVG, are you there? Still not. So annoying. So annoying. This is peak entertainment, folks. I know it is. Bear with me. We will get this working. Or at least I'm going to try and get it working. PVG, how's that? Anything? Still not? Hang on. I see. Now I think I see why. I think I see why it wasn't working. It might have been. One more thing to try. Let's try this. PVG, are you there? No. All right. Well, we're trying. It's just not working. So what we'll do is we'll get Jane in, and we'll worry about the Video Ninja problem in a minute. Crazy work. Everything else in my setup is reliable and works well and robustly, but just that one platform is just so unpredictable. Very, very odd. I cannot wait to use something else. Jane, how are you?
Good. How are you, John?
Oh, fantastic, thank you. What's going on in your world?
Oh, not too much. Not too much. Studying, working, all that stuff. I just had a couple questions for you.
Sure.
One's just a quick one, practical one. Is there? I know, obviously, telling people about it and or pre-ordering it is helpful, but is there anything else we could do to help you with the early sales on the book? Like, would it be helpful to, like, I don't know, visit the website a lot or something? I don't, like
That's
SEO.
That's so kind of you. I mean, the only thing that's really going to make a difference is the first week sales of the book. So what I would say is, if you're not planning on buying my book, don't buy it. If you are planning on buying my book, it would be massively helpful if you can order it before it comes out, because all the combined pre-order sales are put together, and that makes the first week's sales position. And if that's good, then the book charts in some way. And if that happens, it starts to snowball thing, because a book that charts then starts to do well. Then that kind of becomes self-fulfilling, because it's charted, it gets some publicity, then that stimulates more kind of sales and stuff, and so it sort of gets it going. So you only have one first week. So that's what I would say is that would be the thing. And the other thing that would be helpful, I suppose, is anyone mentioning it or talking about it anywhere else. It's just one of those things, you just need to try and create some hype. I know the publishers have got people whose job it is to do that, and they're lining some of that stuff up now. So they're sending out, in the next few weeks, they'll be sending out advanced review copies of the book to Goodreads and to places like that, and to various kind of literary people and places and organizations who review books and possibly press and stuff like that. It's completely out of my hands, all of that stuff. But yeah, generally speaking, the more awareness there is of something like a book, the better there is. So the better it is for it. So discussions about it, mentions of it, and any pre-orders would be super helpful. That's really kind of you to ask, Jane. Thank you.
Looks like a couple people in the chat are asking if they buy it on Audible, will that in the first week, will that count as well?
Yeah, I that's a really good question. I actually don't know if it will or not. I will find out. I will find out if they pool Audible sales in with the physical hardback ones too. That's a really good question. I'll find out and make it known. I'll be, as I mentioned earlier, I'll be recording the audiobook myself in the next few weeks to make sure that it's available when the actual print one comes out. Audible will be there as well.
Awesome. So my other question is a little bit more fun for just about the religion stuff. We talked a little bit about sort of apologetic development in the New Testament, right? Of like things that clearly there was an objection to something that was happening in the early church, and then we see later manuscripts and stuff and later stories kind of correcting that with further stories. And I was wondering if you could think of like any of really good ones of those that kind of pop out to you. And I also wanted to ask the chat too if they could think of anything, because I'm trying to think about those and study those just a little bit from an argumentation perspective.
Say again, just so I can make sure I track you. So examples of how the theology changes, or
so like when a later text appears to answer an objection to earlier texts. Like I think some that stand out were I think you and I talked about like it being the fact that the Christian church later on starts emphasizing that you just have to believe and you just have to accept the resurrection and the story. We talked about that being kind of a response to some of the objections that were happening in the church at that time, right? Like of people not wanting to be part of it, but not wanting to convert to Judaism, not wanting to do some of the things that needed to be done for that. So,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's just the ultimate one is just the whole idea that this whole notion of being, I mean, that's the one. But the whole notion of being punished for non-belief isn't a thing at all in the Old Testament. There's no mention of it. There's no mention anywhere in the Old Testament of any kind of penalty for not believing the right things. This is a theological innovation that comes much, much, much later. And it's sort of built into the text because you've got to sort of think on some level they must realize that they're selling something that's quite hard to believe. And so if it's quite clever, if they can bake into the text the idea that not believing the text is the biggest problem you could have, and not accepting the truth of their story is the biggest problem that you could have, what a genius move to actually bake that into the story and say, you're going to be punished if you don't believe what we're saying here. You're going to be punished if you think about this too hard, if you lean on your own understanding, or if you don't believe, then that's going to be a punishment. And the greatest thing you can do is believe, even in the absence of evidence, or even in the presence of evidence against this stuff. And I just think that's a really, really pernicious, manipulative thing to tell people, because you're sort of setting people up to think, well, if I don't believe this stuff, I'm putting myself in danger. And you could say, well, yeah, but if you don't believe it, then why would you believe you're in danger? But it's still the case that people are trying to hedge and trying to trying to get it right, especially in pre-scientific, very superstitious cultures. I mean, that really is the big one for me. I'm not sure if I could think of another one, but that's the motherlode, isn't it? To just tell people they're going to be punished for using their mind. Terrible.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. It's like, you can, if you think about it from like a 1,000-foot view, or like a caricature of the argument, how somebody would be like, I want you to do this, and then another person was like, no, well God said so. And it's like, well, what happens if I don't listen to God? Well, I just, you die. And then they were like, okay, well, I'm just gonna not pay attention to you. So they were like, we need a stronger argument. If you don't do this, you won't get into heaven. And they're like, okay, well, but it'll just be nothing. So I still don't want to do that. So I'm just not gonna, they're like, oh, well, now we have, this huge punishment. And so they had to just like keep doubling down and making the story stronger and stronger to keep convincing people of things. And
it is, it's so manipulative. It's so manipulative. And there's a similar thing in Islam, where the first thing the Quran tells you is that it's true. Like, a book shouldn't have to tell you that it's true. Arguably, if a book is telling you that it's true, that's meaningless, because if the book isn't true, it would still tell you that it could still tell you that it's true. So a book's own declaration of its own truthfulness is silly. If you want to know that a book is trustworthy and true, you'd have to find that reasonably from outside the book, not from in it. And it's the same kind of thing. It's so sort of simplistic, but it's so powerful and it works. And I don't like it. It's manipulative and authoritarian, and I don't like it at all.
Yeah, it's wild. I remember the first time I somebody pointed out to me, or I don't remember where I saw it, but you're just like, it's just a book, and like all the claims are mostly from this book. And then, but of course I was raised in it and everything. So you're just like, there's this huge resistance in your brain that's just like a fog of just like, no, it's true. Like you're just like, and then somebody just points out like, no, it's really just a book saying that the stories in the book are true. And you're just like, it's like it just blows your mind when you first kind of, come across that. It's like, wild. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much time, but
well, lovely to talk to you as always.
Have a good one, y'all.
And you. Great to speak to you. Cheers, Jane. Take care.
Yep.
The wonderful Hasty Jane, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely wonderful. She's brilliant. I remember the first time that Jane came in to one of the live streams, and it was brilliant. It was a good few months ago now, and now she's just a wonderful, valued member of the community. So I'm still very annoyed with this Video Ninja, which seems to be not letting me take any calls. So I'm going to try another one over on there and see if we have any better luck with it. I don't know what is going on with it. So let's try. We can try and get Core in and see if that is any better. We have had a few calls over here, so it is kind of working, but it's just so sporadic. Let's try this. Core, are you there? Is that another one who isn't? Another one where it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Are you there? Yes, we can hear you. Are you there, Core?
Yeah. Oh, me by surprise.
There we go.
I was. Yeah. But I hear other things now too.
We got you. Well, we did have you.
So,
Cora's here, but I hear other people talking as well.
I can sort that out. I can get rid of that. Okay, now you should be just you and me.
Thanks.
Okay.
Well, I heard so many interesting things today, but let me just say one thing. The one thing I was wanting to mention was that this is kind of maybe I haven't heard this before, but to me, there's a bunch of I don't know, psychological issues that come up, and I know it's not good to ask people or accuse people of some psychological hang-up. But is there any kind of, you think there's any kind of way to wake people up to kind of the psychological traps that they're falling into when they're sort of falling for the old tricks?
I know.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and the answer is yes. We need to teach people how to think better. I mean, it sounds so trite, but I wasn't taught at school how to think properly. I wasn't taught what the signs of a poor argument are. I wasn't taught about logical fallacies and bad reasoning and common errors and heuristics and all of these things. And I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me that we think it's a priority to teach people about, I mean, in my country, to teach people about the kings of England and about the Industrial Revolution and how wide the train tracks were and all of this kind of stuff, which is all fascinating and wonderful, but very kind of niche. And we don't bother to teach kids, how to think well and what the difference is between thinking well and not thinking well. And we're not talking here about what to think, how to think. You can learn it. It's a skill. You have to learn it. And it's a thing that can be taught. And so I think that the thing I try to do is present it to people as a route to empowerment for them. So I will say to people like, if your thinking is better, you're less likely to be scammed. You're less likely to be made a fool of. You're less likely to fall for things. You're less likely to make strategic mistakes in your own life if you're able to evaluate things with proper thinking. And there are some tools you can learn. There are tricks. There are standard kind of patterns that you can start to learn to just become better at thinking, better at spotting arguments. Okay, that argument doesn't work because, and be able to spot it. But it's tricky because you have to have buy-in from someone. It's not something you can't impose it on them, which is why I always wave the flag for it being taught to children. Because for children, you can teach children. If you can get to children early and just arm them with the skills of critical thinking, to me, this should be core curriculum. This is as important as knowing how to divide numbers or knowing, how to spell correctly. To me, this is basic stuff. And so, it's a little bit dreamy of me to imagine that this is something that's going to happen because I don't see any evidence that it is. But it's a drum I've been beating for a while because I really started learning to think well, or better. I'm still learning how to think better, by the way. It's not a project that ends, but I really discovered a love of it probably at about 18. So I was already quite young, and I had a philosophy professor who was just brilliant, and he inspired in me and in some of my friends a real love of thinking and a real love of thinking better. And if I'd had someone like that earlier in life, I know I would have already been like ahead of where we were by that point, and it would have served me really well in my life. It would have stopped me believing some of the nonsense I did believe at various points. And so that's the kind of bigger picture in terms of like someone you're speaking to in the moment. I guess the thing to do is to just try and say, it's really hard because if you're in a kind of debate situation with someone, then it becomes adversarial. They're trying to win, you're trying to win. It's not conducive to saying, look, let me give you some advice, because they're not interested in taking advice from you or me in that moment. But what I sometimes do is I say, look, I get it. This stuff makes sense to you. There are other ways of looking at it. Are you interested in me showing you this stuff? with no obligation for you to change your view about anything. I can just explain to you why some of the things you're saying don't stack up, and see. But ultimately, if there's not buy-in from the other person, it's really hard.
Yeah, because actually, I feel lucky because I grew up in not a super religious family, but they they didn't really push it on me, so I wasn't really trapped in that thinking. And when I realized, sometimes you look back and you go like, when did I realize I was not indoctrinated enough to fall for it? I don't know, but like I do remember as a kid being exposed to something. This might sound a little strange. It was like it was some kind of a school thing where we learned about advertising and how you get tricked by advertising.
Right.
And I still think back to that. There's just so many different. I won't be able to list them, but like tactics like bandwagon and testimonial and all these other things that you shouldn't, don't fall for. And I think that insulated me a bit as a kid, as a young grade schooler.
That's good. You're lucky, and think how easily it could have been different, right? If someone had got to you earlier and told you, children's brains are optimized for believing what their primary caregivers tell them. And there are evolutionary reasons why this is so. But if you tell children from a young age that this is how the universe is set up, and that some guy was murdered in Palestine in first century Palestine, and that's somehow their fault, they're going to grow up believing it. That's what happens, and it is abuse. It's abuse to tell children this stuff, and it's unforgivable. I actually think it's unforgivable. So I'm really glad for you that you were given enough space that you weren't forced into that. But it's tricky. It's really tricky, and it's heartbreaking on some of the discussions we get into with people on the channel. It's actually really heartbreaking to see people whose brains are so locked into a particular way of thinking, and in real time you're watching them completely incapable of just basic critical thinking. It's hard. It's really hard, and I know that I should probably be better about responding to those people with the appropriate amount of compassion all the time. And I know I fail to do that sometimes, because what they're saying is just so horrific that I lose the ability to access the compassion. But if I was a better person, I would never lose sight of the compassion. I would be able to see all of these people as victims, and I could have been one of them too. You could have been one of them too. We all could have been one of them too. So before we pat ourselves on the back for our, courageous embrace of enlightenment values, take a moment and just reflect how lucky we are to have been in a situation where we were able to do that.
Yeah. If I could say one more thing, and then I'll give way.
Sure.
I've heard you say before.
Oh, are you still there, Core? Oh no, Core dropped down. Will we ever find out? Hang on, he's back. Let's see if we can get him back in. Are you there again? Yeah, we got you. We got you back.
My internet is.
That's okay.
Okay, I was just going to say, I hear you say you don't go out to other people's spaces to. I forget how you put it.
Yeah.
People come here. I kind of have the same thing. I want to. I like watching your show because I want to learn how to respond to these things when they come to me and the people that I care about, and I want to be able to have the right explanation, to sort of like address these things. And I wanted to say one more thing. And I know this has been said a lot, but I the thing I really appreciate is the way that you calmly go from one thing to another, and that's something I want to try to emulate.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's about it.
Well,
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in, and nice to talk to you as always. I mean, not as always, it's the first time, but it's always nice to talk to people, and great to have you around. So thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Cheers, Cole.
Good luck with the book.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. All right, moving on. Stephen Boyce over on the YouTube side says, "Hi, just come across your channel recently on YouTube. Love your breakdown of religious extremists, but some are so normal seemingly, but they don't look at the doctrine. To me, religion is a cult." Yeah, it is a cult, and it's disturbing how normal they are. I mean, these are the people who we work with, at work, or who teach our kids at school, or who we stand next to on the train or at the shop or in whatever it is. It's wild, and they start off sort of seeming like normal people. They are normal people, and then you get into a conversation, and before you know it, they're telling you that under certain circumstances, weaponized sexual assault is moral or something like that. It's crazy, absolutely crazy, wild, and it will never stop being fascinating to me. These kind of conversations will never, ever stop being fascinating. All right, let's try and move things along. For all the people who are trying to join on Video Ninja and it's not working, I don't know what to say. It seems so capricious. For some people it works okay. For other people it doesn't work. It's the strangest thing. We're going to try and get Coobs in next. Let's hope that it works. I'm going to try and do it. Let's see if we're successful. Coobs, are you there? We can possibly restart your audio as well, like this. Is that going to work? Hang on a minute, like this. There we go. Coobs, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Welcome in. Welcome in. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I've been watching the channel for a little while. You've really helped me through my deconstruction journey. I was raised in the KJV only cult.
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. And I have kind of an odd experience. I kind of don't feel that I ever had a belief. Kind of like you were saying earlier, my parents just told me things and I just accepted it as fact. It was like gravity, I don't doubt gravity or believe in gravity. And I just sort of took things at face value. And I would struggle with a lot of stuff. I was a very smart kid. I learned to read at 3 with almost no help, no outside help. I just paid attention when my mom was teaching my brother. And so my mom put me in, we homeschooled. I remember just struggling with so much that I would read. The first thing was the Tower of Babel story. Yeah. When I learned about space and how space worked, I couldn't really put that together in my mind, how that worked. And it just made it seem like a really insecure guy. And I took everything literally. So when God would speak in the Council of Gods, I would wonder why we were monotheistic when this is obviously a plurality of people. And but it was weird. I just went along, and eventually I woke up one Sunday and it's like it happened. It all fell off very quickly. And I just woke up one day and was like, this is not for me. Wow. I just don't feel like this is a place where I belong. And then it took about another decade of me trying to see where I believed in something. I thought maybe in some overall, deistic God might have existed. And it took me a while. I actually was watching Wendigoon videos. I don't know if you know him. He's a YouTuber that does, scripturally accurate angels. And he'll talk about the Bible and how it describes an angel and what that means. And it was crazy because he's a Christian. I think he's a Sunday school teacher, and just going in and learning about how my doctrines that I believe got into the book is what really started it to, connect in my mind and go, oh, maybe there's more to this. And the King James only thing, oh my word, I'm sure you know.
Yeah, of course.
That's a big part of, keeping you blind, because they don't want you to look at the Greek and the Hebrew or go to any original text. Anything that will out it is not being accurate.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how, like, just looking back, I see different times where I just couldn't accept the things the way that they were presented to me. And it was just weird how it kind of happened very rapidly, where it just, and I'm very lucky. My wife, was not raised in this background. But she got roped in from people that I had known when I was growing up. And I was worried that I'm going to get a fight, that this is going to cause problems. We'd been married for over a decade. We had kids, and we were very dedicated. We tithed, we gave missions. My mom was directed the finances of a missionary over to gypsies in Eastern Europe. And so we were like all sold in, and I was very logical in how I described what was happening. And she comes from a clinical background. She's a nurse, and I didn't get a fight from her. She said, yeah, that actually really makes a lot of sense. And she kept going with our kids for a little while. And she said people kept coming up to her and saying, oh, we're praying for your husband. We're praying for your husband. And she was like, what are you praying for? Like, he's not shooting up heroin and, banging strippers. Like, what? But it's like, as soon as I quit, they were like, oh, well, his morality obviously doesn't exist anymore.
Of course.
And that's what caused her to kind of start to go, what am I doing here? Why do I want to be around people that knew my husband for this long and knew how dedicated he was to the church? And now they're trying to tell me that we need to help him out. And she kind of saw how my because obviously there's mental health struggles when you're brainwashed like that. And she started to see that that his mental health is improving, and he's kind of coming more into his own. And then she eventually quit going. And it's just interesting how it happened over a long period of time. But I really enjoyed your channel, just especially the part about people not choosing what they believe. That was huge for me, and understanding that, because I wasn't raised to believe in Santa Claus. We were, that was garbage. and so I kind of viewed it in a similar way. Really understanding that really helped me to come to terms with my experience and what I went through, and knowing that you can't choose what you believe. You're either convinced or you're not. And now I'm not convinced anymore.
Good for you. Good for you. I mean, that's fantastic. And it sounds to me like this process for you wasn't too traumatic, and not to take away at all from any discomfort that you did have. Some of the stories we hear of people who just go through these absolutely agonizing, gut-wrenching processes of desperately trying to hold on to the faith and being terrified about it and feeling conflicted and being told by family disowned and all of this kind of terrible stuff. I'm pleased that it sounds like your journey from being in it to not being in it has not been too scarring, which is great. How have you handled that with your kids? Like, how has it worked? Because obviously you had a change of perspective, and then your wife, reflecting on the way people in the community were talking about you, had a change of perspective. How did that play out with your kids as well?
So they were pretty young when we started out. My oldest, he remembers church, and we told him about a couple of my kids had a salvation experience, and I think I just was honest with what I was dealing with, and I didn't hide from the hard questions. And I think they kind of were similar to my wife in that they kind of saw a change in me, and they're not afraid to ask questions about things. In high school, they did Bible club, and I'm fine with that if they wanted to do that. And it was pretty. It was really eye-opening to have them come back and discuss things with me that they were and talking about the questions that they would ask the people in the Bible club. And they're very respectful about it too, which I think is the biggest part. Is they have friends that are believers, and they're not interested in trying to talk them out of their belief. But just having that, I think, practical knowledge of where it all started. Again, like me learning how essentially Paul to me is no different than Joseph Smith. Or L. Ron Hubbard. It's the same story. And I would always apply those things to other religions. And it never occurred to me that, that's the guy. He's the leader of the cult. It's a Paul religion. It's not a Christ religion.
It is. But an even bigger insight that you may not have considered is that Jesus himself to the Old Testament is a bit like Joseph Smith is to the Bible in terms of like the Hebrew Bible sets up the expectation for a Messiah, and Jesus ain't it. He doesn't tick the boxes. It's the whole New Testament is jumping on the Hebrew Bible, claiming to continue it fraudulently.
Yes. Yep. And that was another big contention that I had was I always saw in the Old Testament where God directly interacted with his people and gave them the law and gave them the 10 Commandments. And then he's suddenly absent when it transitions to the New Testament, when his supposed son is coming in. And now his son is going to take over, and there's a new covenant and there's a New Testament and new rules. But none of that came from him. None of it came from God. It all came from Paul. And Paul and Peter, fighting over whether these outsiders should be allowed in this Jewish faith.
Yeah.
And that was another part that I really struggled with. And that's what ultimately I think finally deconstructed me, is going back and learning that they didn't even start writing this stuff until 40 years after the guy was dead, and how it was put together. And
no one knows who wrote it. It's completely ludicrous that anyone believes this stuff.
They keep you in the dark, like I said, especially the King James onlyists. They don't want you studying anything outside of their approved people, their approved texts, and that stops you from being exposed to the truth.
Yeah, completely. Well, I'm delighted to see that you're good and happy and doing well, and your family are all intact in that way as well. It's fantastic. So a real win. Good for you, man.
Yeah. And I'm definitely interested in picking up your book and reading that when it comes out. Thank
you. Oh, we're going to have a bit of a connection issue there. Not sure what has happened there.
I think I might have dropped.
Oh no, we still got you. It was just gone a bit weird.
Yep. Are you back?
Yeah, still there, but holding on for life was the connection. It's looking a little orange, but. Anyway, maybe we'll move it on. But thank you so much for calling in, Coobs. Great to speak to you, friend. And call back anytime.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks, buddy. Cheers. All right. That was Coobs. Awesome stuff. Pleased to hear that he is doing well. I'm going to read. There are 2 super chats in the queue. I'm going to assume that because Bab said that there must be stacked up right now. There just haven't been that many, which is completely fine. As long as I'm not missing any, I'd be mortified if people have been sending them and my system isn't collecting them. I'm going to assume that that's not the case unless I hear differently. Buzz said, Brits know about Mr. Rogers. Yep, we do know about Mr. Rogers. It's The Simpsons, isn't it? I think it's The Simpsons. If it is that, Simpsons are pretty big over here. And if it's not that, then maybe the Brits don't know, or maybe I'm just very uncultured myself, which is also possible. And Buzz also said, what's the difference between Dubai and Abu Dhabi? People from Dubai don't typically like the Flintstones, but people from Abu Dhabi do. Very good. Very, very good. Those are the super chats. So if anyone's sent a super chat which isn't something I've read so far, please let me know. In fact, Buzz has just sent one, which I can see in the queue right now. And Buzz says, now there are 3. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Buzz. You're an absolute love. This one says, now there are 3. Thank you, Buzz. And now there are not. So we will try and get in our next guest. I'm annoyed that we couldn't get in Jimmy earlier on over there on video. It just was not working. So for now, let's get Shadow Slays, been in the queue for a while on TikTok. And good to speak to Shadow Slays again. Hopefully coming in on TikTok right now, if it's going to work. There we go. Hey, Shadow Slays, how are you?
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. How are you?
Great. Yeah, I'm just kind of stepping away from work. If it gets too loud, feel free to interrupt me, of course. But we had a great conversation last time, and just here to do it again, hopefully. So
sure.
Thanks for having me.
No worries.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about how you can't pick your beliefs, and how I was like, oh man, that was so reassuring. like how I always had that idea in the back of my mind, but coming across your platform and the way you sort of outline it quite succinctly and directly, it's just reassuring, like, oh yeah, like that's what I was thinking the whole time. I was standing there in church, just like, yeah, I don't believe any of this, but I'm kind of stuck here for the time being, so I'll play along until, you know, I'm able to like live my own life and you know, understand that, like, you know, snakes don't talk and people don't walk on water.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah.
But I did have a couple of things I wanted to pass by you and would love your perspective on. Like, okay, so it has to do with free will, and I call it like a paradox of prayer. And you've probably heard this before, where two people are going into an interview. They both pray to get the job.
Yeah.
The interviewer is 50-50 on it. Now, does God override the interviewer's free will to make the decision for them and answer the prayers, or does God not interact with people and does not answer prayers? And so when I get to that, like, well, why does God do bad things? The believer says, well, it's free will. And then I like to point out that paradox. Well, okay, so what is prayer then?
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you felt like that was a weak or a strong argument against, I guess, Christian free will.
I think it's devastating. I mean, so many prayers, so many people get together in church groups and pray for things that are explicit requests to override somebody's free will. Please pray to make my husband come back to the family again, who's left. Or please pray, as you say, for someone to get a job is asking for God to take over the mind of the person who's going to be making the hiring decisions and interfere with his free will. Please pray for our football team to win, which is going to involve having to exert some kind of physical control over a sports game between rival people. In some way, someone's free will is going to be messed with, or someone's ability to achieve their best athletically or whatever is going to be messed with. So many of these things. Please pray to help someone find a feeling of forgiveness about this other thing. Again, asking for God to intervene in the mental processes and emotional functions of a human being. This whole idea that God doesn't get involved with free will is such a ludicrous idea, considering what the God of the Bible does. He hardens hearts, he sends lying spirits to deceive. This is a God who has absolutely no qualms whatsoever about intervening with the free will of people. So this idea that God is terrified about messing with anyone's free will only exists because it provides a way out to explain the fact that God is such a catastrophic failure when it comes to communicating with people or showing people he's there, or any of this stuff. They cling on to this idea of free will like a baby on a teat, like it's going to keep them kind of theologically safe. But it collapses the moment you look at any of this stuff. It's total gibberish. And no one was talking about free will. The word free will doesn't come up anywhere in the Bible or any even equivalent to it. It's not even a concept. There's nothing in the Hebrew that means the free will. There's nothing in the Greek that means free will. It's probably a 4th century development that was added in to try and provide a sort of escape chute for some tricky theological questions. So you're completely onto something. It's complete nonsense, and you nailed it. Yeah.
Right, I appreciate that. It's such a, I don't know, irony, I guess is probably the word I'm looking for, where a believer will sit there and say, yes, I've had a personal experience where God convinced me that he's real and, took time out of his day to give me a nice feeling and butterflies in my tum-tum, but like he can't get around to the starving people of the world or curing cancer. I think it's deeply just narcissistic to think.
It is.
Never mind all of the atrocities that God was was currently ignoring when he wanted like a little tea party with me on a Sunday to tell me that he exists. Like he couldn't pass a note across the table to say, by the way, here's the cure for cancer. I know this has been troubling some people, and I wanted to just make sure that I took care of that while I was also, having a nice little get together with you today. So
you nailed it.
It's just very ironic.
It's massively narcissistic. It's massively main character syndrome. I mean, I had a woman on the channel 2 weeks ago, and I clipped it. It's in the YouTube clips. She described herself as coming from a family of prayer warriors, and the whole thing was about how special she was, and how her mother hadn't been able to conceive, and so she was this. The fact that she'd been born meant that she was in a covenant with God, and all of this stuff. It was so me. I'm special. It's so disgusting. Like 3 million children a year are dying of starvation. 300,000 children a year die from malaria from mosquitoes. But, God sorted out a parking spot for you, or God sorted out, your job that you were going for, or your thing, or your love life, or your whatever. Got your toaster working again. Yeah, I find it pretty sickening, actually, the narcissism and main character syndrome stuff there. It's laughable as well, of course. We must laugh at it. But yeah, you're onto it. Your analysis is spot on. Completely right.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I think the next step in the argument, I guess, would be, well, what happens when we pray and nothing happens? Right? It's like, well, isn't that evidence he's not there? And so I'm kind of trying to work out like how the word faith, I think believers are using that synonymously with superstition. That, I think the reason you have faith is probably from a bit of a superstitious mentality. The way we say bless you when we sneeze, I think. So I'm also kind of fleshing that line of thinking as well.
On the prayer thing, they've worked out a superb structure. I wish I was clever enough to have thought of this. So if you pray for something and it happens, that's powerful evidence that God answers prayer. If you pray for something and it doesn't happen, that's powerful evidence that God knows when the time is right. Like whatever happens is interpreted as being powerful evidence of the God that's there. It's such complete bullshit. Sometimes God says yes, sometimes God says no, sometimes God says another time. So you say, well, what outcome to prayer would be disconfirmatory here? Like what outcome here would falsify this thing? Nothing. There's nothing that falsifies it, and it's just a coincidence that prayer works with exactly the same frequency as not praying. That's a statistic that they can never explain. It's so ludicrous.
I've heard you say. Oh, I'm sorry. I've heard you say. I've heard you say. Oh, it's so brilliant the way you said it. I've heard it before. It's heads you win, tails I lose.
Heads I win, tails you lose. Yeah, it's
right.
That's all it is. It's so ludicrous, and as a sign as to look out for in any time someone's telling you something that can't be falsified, it's valueless. You say, well, what outcome here would serve as evidence against the claim you're making? And if the answer is no outcome would, then it means the claim is valueless. Absolutely valueless. If it can't be disconfirmed in any way, if there's nothing that would falsify it, there's nothing that would serve as evidence against it, then you're making an unfalsifiable claim, and they're completely valueless. It's like pointless. So, yeah, keep on doing what you're doing. Yeah, you're on it. You got it.
Oh, appreciate you. Can I just say I love your accent, by the way. I love listening to it at work, and you're just, this is a load of nonsense, and just it's so great. It's so amazing. If you were ever a hard solipsist, it would be like, I'm not convinced of anything. Absolutely unconvinced of anything in the world. I'm not even convinced that I'm not convinced.
That's it. That's exactly how I'd say it if I ever was.
Listen. Thank you for letting me have a little bit of fun, but I'll go ahead and drop down. Good to see you.
Lovely to talk. All the best, man. Take it easy. Okay, there we are. Let's be clear about something. I don't have an accent. I speak the King's English. Right. Let us get... we're going to get Richie in. Screaming Silence. our good friend Richie. Coming in right now. Hey, Richie, how are you?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We got you, man. We got you. How are you?
I was just good. Just coming in from walking the dog, so give me 1 second. I just gotta put him away.
Sure.
I'm being a little bit of a glutton. Fridays are my cheat day. I eat strict all week, and now I'm downing chocolate and peanut butter.
Got to be done. Winning combination. Chocolate and peanut butter.
As Mezzo and Joel say, I'm doing my atheisms.
You're doing your atheisms.
Doing my atheisms.
Enjoy. Make them count.
Of course. Awesome. How are you? How's everything with you?
Everything is great with me. I absolutely love these streams. It's as I said earlier, it's like a tiny fraction of the numbers that we get on the debate streams, but I just love these shows. I love chatting to everyone and just hanging out. It's no stress. I don't have to be like, but the debate stuff, I have to kind of get my head in order. I have to be really on my game. I have to make sure I'm thinking straight. And this is just fun. This is just brilliant. I love it. So I'm in a happy place. I'm happy.
Well, I noticed earlier we actually had a good amount of viewers. I don't know where we're at right now, but there was close to 300 between the two platforms. That's quite a bit for a stream like this. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're on just under 300 now. But to put it in perspective, there was 1,400 in the debate show the other day. So it's it's a different type of thing, but it's not always about the numbers. It's also about the community and the stuff, and it's not always about that. So I love these shows. I'm by the time a second Friday comes around, I'm massively looking forward to it. Woke up this morning, I was like, oh, it's tonight. I love it. So yeah, I'm having a
good. I know we all are. I have a question, but I first want to start with something else. I got two things. One was I was thinking about recently how belief and choice and things of that nature, and how Christians will always talk about choosing to believe or choosing to love God. And one thing they bring up a lot, you were just talking about free will, where God wants us to love him.
Yeah.
But I've been thinking about, because in my life, I've told you before, I don't hate anybody. I just never have. I don't have that in me. And I probably love people too much when I shouldn't. It has bit me in the butt a couple times. And I was thinking about how love is actually not really a choice in and of itself. That's why I think what they call it falling in love.
Yeah.
You don't sit there and see a pretty girl and talk to her and go, well, she's okay. She's good at talking. It's good conversation. She's fun to hang out with. I think I'm going to love her. And then you make that choice.
Exactly that.
It's something that happens to you. And since love isn't a choice, couldn't God have made us to love him as part of our nature? And then we could choose whether or not to act upon that love or to deny him.
Yeah,
that wouldn't take away free will, because we already don't choose love.
They would just say you do. So they wouldn't accept that you don't choose love in exactly the same way that they don't accept that you don't choose belief, because they need all of these things to be actions that you're morally accountable for. So they just wouldn't have it. I agree with you entirely. I mean, how much easier would life be if we could all choose who to love? We've all been in a situation, or many of us have, where we're heartbroken, and being heartbroken means you love someone who maybe doesn't love you back, or you love the wrong person, or you love someone who hurts you, or you're with someone who you don't love. Or how much easier would it be if you could just decide to love someone and immediately you did, or decide to stop loving someone and immediately you didn't? No one would have heartache. No one would have that experience of the pain of unrequited love, or being in a loveless relationship, or whatever the sorts of things people suffer from. And so it's so obvious that you don't choose that. In fact, one of my early videos on TikTok was about exactly this: not choosing who you fall for. You don't decide to be attracted to someone. You discover that you are, and you kind of can't help it. And belief is exactly the same. But if you offered that to a believer, they would just accuse you of the same thing they accuse me of, which is, trying to shirk responsibility for your actions. And they would say, of course you decide who you love, and you love freely, and God gave you the ability to love freely, and that's so that you can have the ability to love him freely, which is what he really, really wants. But of course, you're completely right. God could have made us all, at a very minimum, aware that he's there.
Mm-hmm. Have you run that before, that argument with while debating? Have you asked them, like, if they really consider, like, did they actually choose to love their wife, or did they discover that they love their wife? Have you tried that, or are you just assuming that that's going to be the problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have. I generally tend to lead rather than going to love, just because it's so like on. There's no way they're going to concede that, because it would collapse their entire argument, because they're arguing for you being able to freely love God. So if you say to them, well, can you freely love? And they say, well, no, I realize I can't. It would collapse their argument. So what I tend to do is not offer them that one. I'll say, can you choose to find something funny that you don't find funny? Or can you choose to not find something funny that you do find funny? Or frightening? Do you choose to find something frightening? It's obvious that you don't. You just discover that you're afraid of the thing, whether it's heights or spiders or a movie or being in the dark or being on your own or whatever it is. When you feel fear, it's not because you decided to, it's because you become aware that that's what your mind is doing. And it's exactly the same with finding something funny, it's exactly the same with love, and it's exactly the same with belief. But in their worldview, these are all things that you are in control of and that you choose to do and that you're morally accountable for. And this is the nonsense that we're pushing back on. And, it's why we keep on doing it.
It's funny you said, if we could choose to think something's funny, it makes me think of a story where, it's proof that we don't really choose that, because at my grandfather's funeral was in a Catholic church, and my grandma and a lot of my aunts and uncles are not religious. But my grandfather would go to, CEO Catholic, Christmas, Easter, other holidays. And when the priest was doing they put the fragrance in the chain and they swing it around and it does smoke. It just looked so ridiculous, and people were like choking on it, that my grandma actually started busting out laughing, and everybody on our side of the family just started laughing so hard. And there was so many people there that were so embarrassed about what was going on, that we were laughing so hard at a funeral. But like you said, you can't always, you can't turn that off. If something's funny and if laughter is contagious, you can't just shut that down and be like, nope, not going to laugh. This is not funny. I'm choosing for it not to be funny. And that's just so clear cut to me. There's these things that, like, fear it's not something we can really choose. We can work on it just like we can work on other things, but a lot of these things are tricking your mind. You're overriding over time by convincing it of something. And like you said before, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. People like to focus on the success stories, but for every person that had a success, there's 7 more behind them that are still struggling or may not be able to convince themselves of these things.
And think about it like this: if you find something frightening and then you work on yourself so that you don't find it frightening anymore, it's not just that you chose not to; it's that you are conditioning your mind with new inputs, which are capable of persuading you that the thing that you were frightened of isn't a threat to you. And at that point, if you're successful and you don't find it frightening anymore, you didn't choose that either. And now you can't choose to find it frightening again, because you're thinking about it in a new way. So whichever way you look at it, there isn't a choice going on. It's just your mind reacting to inputs in a certain way that you then discover, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm experiencing. I'm experiencing a feeling of this is funny, or I'm experiencing a feeling of this isn't funny. And it's unremarkable that that's the case. It's only when you apply it to the more transactional things, belief and love, that the smoke and mirrors start, and then people insist, no, you must actually be held accountable for this, because otherwise my theology doesn't make sense, and we couldn't possibly have that.
Oh yeah, they can't admit to that because then everything doctrinally falls apart because it does hinge on that one core foundational thing of, people have to choose this. So, all right, well, I just wanted your 2 cents about that because it's something that I've been thinking about recently, wondering if you ever use that argument.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing, I have a question for you. You don't have to answer, but I was wondering if you would like to share what is something that you either consider to be possibly true or it's very convincing that is something that's like not a conventionally held thing. So it may even be something that's kind of conspiracy wise or something that there's no evidence for, like, I don't know, aliens or the Egyptians had some advanced technology for building the pyramids, like something that's kind of a little outlandish. And you just go, well, actually I'm convinced of that, but I know it's not the normative thing, but I actually kind of, that sounds reasonable to me.
I'm going to be super boring because I honestly can't think of one.
No.
I'm really dull like that. I mean, I just think time and time again, so much of the time, conspiracy theories and these sort of more outlandish beliefs, they require so much to be true in order for you to kind of hold to them, and it's just more prosaic to think that a simpler explanation is more likely to be the one. So, like people who say, that the Egyptians couldn't have built the pyramids, well, they did. So they obviously could have done. The fact that I may not personally understand exactly how they did it, or you may not, or someone else may not, those structures were built at that time. However much it might strain my credulity to understand exactly how they did it, and I imagine they did it with a liberal use of lots of slaves who pulled heavy bits of stone along on using ropes and pulley systems and God knows what.
Hundreds of miles, these stones that weigh, thousands and thousands and like 50 tons, and they're so perfectly cut that when they put a laser against it, it's the width of a human hair in discrepancy. Like your brain just doesn't go like, I wonder. You just go, no, they did it. They were successful.
Yeah, because I'm always thinking about like Hume's thing on miracles, which is, it's only sensible to believe a miracle if the falseness of the story would be a bigger miracle. So to me, it's like, what other explanatory hypotheses are we entertaining here? That aliens came along and helped these people make their monuments and then left again. That beggars, that's more outlandish than they figured out a way to move these really heavy things. They had an almost limitless supply of slaves and people to do this stuff for them, and the fact is they did it. And it's been done elsewhere in the world. The Stonehenge in the UK involved moving some enormously heavy rocks from a particular part of Wales, I think, to a particular part of Wiltshire, which is a very long way, and it's a type of rock that was only found elsewhere. I think I could be wrong about that, but I think that's true. And they managed to do it somehow. They had wheels, they had ways of moving things along. They weren't stupid. They may have been pre-technological, but they were innovative and they did it. So.
Well, they had focus on things different than we do. The device I'm holding in my hand right now is like magic. I'm looking at you and talking to you at another side of the world on glass. That's kind of, I know it works and it's scientific, there's reason behind it, but if you just saw this for the first time and you had no idea about technology, but this is something that we focus on. So I say now where I am in my life, I don't really believe really anything 100%. When I talk about people, even about Jesus, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not fully convinced he was even a real guy. It might have been multiple guys that these stories kind of were written about and stuff. And then they go, well, what about George Washington and stuff? I go, I don't know. I mean, I assume he was a real person. It seems pretty convincing, but it's not something I'm staking my life on. I'm not 100% going to like bet my life on that he was a real person. I don't really think anything, we know the full truth of. I always say the truth a lot of the times falls in the middle. When you have two different sides of a story or whatever, the truth probably falls, somewhere in the middle. But I do like to entertain some of these, silly, wild things because it's kind of fun, to have that imagination. But I don't believe any of it 100%,
Fair.
But
Fair.
I figured that was going to be your answer, but I just wanted to ask. Maybe I would be surprised.
Yeah, sorry, I'm really boring, really boring. But I just tell everyone, read Carl Sagan's The Demon Haunted World. It's such a fantastic book about how to think about this stuff, and he writes with so much heart and so much humor, and it's just wonderful. It's such a wonderful book. I just recommend it to everyone. And that book really affected the way I think about these kind of things. Because if you'd asked me that question when I was a lot younger, I might have given you a different answer. But that book really changed my thinking on this stuff. So I recommend it to everyone. Brilliant book, Carl Sagan.
All right, I'll definitely look into it. All
right, buddy. Great to speak to you, Richie.
All right. You too as well, John. Have a good rest of your night. I'll be listening on the sidelines.
Thanks. Keep well, brother. Take care.
All right.
Bye. All right, that was the fantastic Screaming Silence, aka Richie. Amazing friend and guy. Okay, we'll read a couple of super chats and then get the next guest in. Here's me promising to get to everyone. I'm still going to try, but it is approaching 25 to 3 a.m. over here. So it's quite weird when I take calls and I think the queue's going to go down and then it just grows. But maybe I need to start one of these shows a little bit earlier next time so we can get more time in and make sure we really definitely get to everyone. Wrong, Mr. Rogers. I know. I thought it was, for some reason I had it in my head that it was someone from The Simpsons, but I'm obviously wrong. And now I'm trying to imagine who Mr. Rogers is, and I'm thinking of a sort of Bill Nye type person with a bow tie, but I'm probably not right. So I'm obviously missing out on an important kind of cultural thing here, and I might go, oh, him, when I see him. But at the moment, over my head, I'm just a simple Brit. And Tim says, you're saying you didn't see my last 20 bad jokes? I was worried that my aggregator may not be picking up super chats, but I'm confident now that it is. And Tim Davis says, last super chat sarcasm, thereby relieving me even more. And Buzz says, I pray to the Burger King, and as my response, sometimes I get an onion ring in my order of fries, or vice versa. He's a loving God. Same with Sonic. I know, right? And, ask and you shall find. That's it. Seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall get. Want an onion ring in with your chips? It can just happen. You never know. You never know. And Buzz says the British accent was 100% fabricated by the rich. Well, that might be true. But mine is the only one I have. So that's just how it is. And Tim says, imagine a woke Australian. Oi, mate, tell me your pronies. You could imagine that, and it could happen. It could happen. And Tim says, a shipment goes by truck, but cargo goes by boat. A shipment goes by truck, but cargo goes by boat. That one's gone over my head again. These jokes make me feel silly sometimes because I don't get them till a minute later, and then someone explains them to me in the chat. I'm like, oh, of course. Like earlier on, and I didn't get the other one from earlier on that I didn't get. Anyway, I'm just a silly old person. What do I know? Okay, let's try and get through this. We're going to get in Goat on TikTok right now and see if this works. Hey, Goat, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Thanks for calling in. What have you got to say?
I just wanted to ask you, confirm your book title. I was looking on, whatchamacallit, Amazon, where to go?
Yeah.
Unconvinced.
How belief
is not a choice and why that changes everything?
That's the one.
Beautiful. Okay, well, I'll pre-order it when we're done here.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I appreciate your live. I appreciate you and Sean. I think maybe people don't say this as much, but you have an amazing dynamic that is entertaining. Not just well-read, brilliant individuals, but entertaining as well. So I just wanted to say that. And I don't know if you remember, but someone said in one of your lives the other day that punk rock, there's no talent required for punk rock. And I vehemently disagree. The Clash, come on.
I agree.
Amazing artists, all four of them.
It's
Amazing.
not a claim I would ever make. I think that there are types of music that I really have no interest in listening to, but I think they're massively talented. And I've definitely got my kind of musical taste, but I can look at people who make type of music I wouldn't listen to and recognize that they're really, really good at doing it.
Absolutely, we all should do that.
I completely agree with you. Thank you so much.
Two more things. Mr. Rogers, would you be my neighbor?
Yeah,
would you be my neighbor? And he wears the sweater? No, nothing?
No, not for me. I must have missed out on this. I don't know if this is like, because the UK imports a lot of culture from the US, Sesame Street and there's so many US, kind of like seminal US TV shows which are kind of woven into the cultural fabric here. It might be that just isn't one.
Okay. Well, for some reason everybody's talking about it, and I thought I could maybe sing the jingle a little bit, but not much of a singer. So my last thing I wanted to ask you, I just realized your whole book is on this belief is not a choice, and you were arguing it, debating it. I've heard you debate it a bunch of times, and I've never heard anybody any Christian try to use that for themselves. And maybe it's in the book. Maybe this is just a non sequitur, not an important question. But could they use that back and say, well, I can't choose my belief. I believe in God. I can't unchoose that. Could that be reversed? And I was just wondering that. Yeah.
So I'm really glad you mentioned that. So they don't want to use it for themselves because their theology requires that the fealty to God and the love of God and the acceptance and following of Jesus is an act of freedom. So unless they're a Calvinist, in which case it's a slightly different framing. There it's you have no choice anyway. What's going to happen is going to happen, and it's kind of less significant. But they don't want it to. They don't want to have the kind of excuse, if you like. They want to say, I'm choosing God freely, and that's why I get to go to my lovely palace in the sky after I die, and you don't because you're not. But I make the argument in the book that at the same time as we are asking for understanding and tolerance and compassion because we are not free to believe things that we don't find convincing, I do argue that we, to be consistent, must grant it back the other way and understand that the believer believes what they do for exactly the same reason we don't, which is that they've been persuaded it's true and they had no choice either. So they have no choice but to believe this stuff. And so I'm kind of calling for a little bit of compassion both ways, which I sometimes fail to model because some of my interlocutors on the channel are just so grim. It's hard for me to be my best self with them. But, I do think that is something that we should bear in mind. And if any one of us had grown up with the same backgrounds, the same psychological disposition, the same mental faculties, the same kind of inherited characteristics and experiences, we would probably be believers too. And many of us used to be. And so I myself am arguing for recognizing that someone can hold beliefs, even really odious, horrible beliefs, like I deserve to burn in hell and all of that stuff. They hold those beliefs because they've genuinely been convinced, often by people who love them, who they love, that they're true. And so it doesn't mean we have to like them. It doesn't mean we have to accept them. It doesn't mean we shouldn't push back against them. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try to persuade them that their beliefs are disgusting and odious and cruel and inhumane and horrible. But the way we do that isn't by pretending that they just chose them freely. It's by recognizing that they didn't choose them either.
Right. And then if they push back and said, well, that works for them too, then they'd be going against their free will to choose God. They would be saying that they've been, okay, exactly. I understand.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I won't take up any more of your time.
Thanks for calling in. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, that is awesome. He asked a brilliant question. I love it when people ask brilliant questions. Absolutely superb. Okay, we're going to get in corpus callosum, which is in fact the structure in the brain which connects the two hemispheres to each other. An interesting name. Hey, Corpus, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Let's see. All right. Yeah, hi, John.
Hey, hello.
I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago. Again, love everything you do.
Thank you.
And so, just as a brief background reminder, I was talking about that I have someone very dear to me in my life that I love very much, who I'm not trying to deconvert, but I am trying to get her to be less of a selective literalist. In terms of like picking parts of the Bible that she sticks strongly to, and then other ones that she'll ignore.
I remember our discussion.
I did find out. Oh, you good. Yeah, I did find out that she doesn't think that I'm going to hell, which I'm really glad about, because I think
that's a win. Yeah,
for her, that's a win. Yeah. So I have a couple of questions. I don't know how much. I know you don't have a lot of time, so you can maybe pick which one you want to answer if you don't have enough. So one is I recently encountered another friend recommended or said they were studying Timothy. Oh my God, I just forgot the name now. Just escaped me. A pastor apologist who I listened to, and I thought he's a very good speaker and liked a lot of things about him. And it made me think, well, he's not quite the one. I'm wondering if there are people who call themselves Christians but have the type of view that I'm sort of hoping for my loved one to kind of embrace, that you might recommend.
Gosh,
something where they don't take the Bible literally. They believe in the general story, not judgmental, not wanting to get involved in tie their religion to politics, and are just sort of like very open and accepting of everyone.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm not sure if I could think of someone in the US with that view.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they need to speak English for my loved one to connect with them.
True. Yeah. Off the top of my head right now, I can't think of anyone, but I know it's probably going to pop into my head the moment I lie down to go to sleep tonight.
Oh, sure.
There definitely are. There definitely are people.
I was going to say, I hope I don't keep you up at night.
No, it's good. It's fine. My brain always works like that. It suddenly just delivers me realizations about things in the middle of the night or when I'm about to go to sleep, and I just have to write them down so that I don't forget them. There definitely are people, because of course there's a spectrum, right? From like very, very fundamentalist, literalist at one end to super liberal at the other end, and everything in between. And I can't think of anyone right now. I know exactly the kind of thing you're talking about. Someone who can say there are moral lessons here that we can learn. They're like a sort of softer side, which is going to be more palatable than just either the fire and brimstone or this is all, bollocks, which is what I think. But I understand why you're asking.
And perhaps easier to accept than from someone who's an atheist. It was
completely,
Timothy Keller is the one that I was thinking of, and I've been listening to.
Oh yes, yeah. Right now I'm a little stumped, but if it does come to me, let me give you a quick follow. On the TikTok, and then I can shout you. Let's see if I can find you here to give you a follow on my list. It's so weird the way this software works. It doesn't give me access to your profile to give you a follow. Drop me a DM.
I did leave I left a comment as well. Maybe that'll.
Oh, okay. If you left a comment, I should be able to do it. I should be able to give you a follow from there. Let me just
as well.
Find you in the chat. I see you there. Let's have a look and see if I can do that. Can I give you a follow? No, I can't. Let's see if we can do it like that. Oh, yes, we can. Follow back. Yeah.
No,
that's fine.
Later.
So I've given you a follow back. Drop me a DM, and if I can think of someone, I'll put it your way. I totally understand where you're coming from, and it would be like a sort of, not exactly a lesser of evils, but it would certainly be a good way for you to provide a perspective from someone who she may be more open to listening to. I totally understand what you're saying, where you're coming from.
Sure. And the other question, just feel free to tell me if we don't have time for it. But I was wondering, like, part of my argument is moving in the direction of trying to get her to stop being a Trump supporter, and my argument is essentially like, that the values that she and I would agree on once we put aside the idea, hopefully, of taking the Bible literally. Empathy and compassion, taking care of the poor, being kind to strangers, that actually she should be like a progressive liberal snowflake like me and stop supporting the Trump administration. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that argument, if you think it, I mean, it's kind of a big one, but, you know, if you see any big holes in it. I know this is not a debate show, but
I just think it's just an appeal to decency. It's just so obvious that the guy's not decent. I mean, even you take all the sort of allegations, the credible allegations of sexual assault and all of that stuff out of the picture. He has no compassion. There's not a shred of kindness about him. You've never seen him demonstrate one solitary act of kindness or human connection with another human being ever. He's just a vector for hate. That's all he is. So it's remarkable to me how anyone can't see that, because it's just so obvious. That's all I've got. It's just like an appeal to the decency. It's not even about policy. It's sort of like, would you want this guy anywhere near your children? Would you want this guy anywhere near anyone's children? It's so obvious that he's odious. But to many people, I guess it's not that obvious. Otherwise, they wouldn't love him that much.
Yeah, I have a whole other theory for why it seems to be so popular with evangelical Christianity. But I mean, I already pointed out, like, you know, if you look at the Beatitudes, right? Love is patient, kind, does not envy, does not boast, is not proud. I mean, I'm like, you go through the whole thing, and I'm like, and Trump is not any of these things. He's the exact opposite. And and then she has gone into like, well, it's not about character. Nobody's perfect. All politicians are liars, and and so she says, like, God uses people who are not perfect. Like, David made horrible mistakes and whatnot.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, it's tricky, but there's an answer for everything, right? Whatever position someone takes, there's always going to be an answer to it. And the question is it a good answer? So, to say, oh, God uses people. Okay. Did he have to pick the child rapist? Did he have to pick I mean, I can't say that because it's not proven, but, did he have to pick someone so obviously horrible? It's like, I don't know, tricky one, man. You've got your work cut out for you, but I really admire the fact that you're trying to do it. She must be a lovely person to have you working this hard to try and help her see the light. And I really, really hope you're successful. If I can think of someone who's a sort of a religious adherent who has a palatable view of things, I'll definitely throw it your way. At the moment, I can't, but it might come to me at some point.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much, John. I appreciate it. Love your work as always.
Thank you. Great to speak again. Keep well. Take care. Take care, friend.
Take care.
Cheers. Okay, that was Corpus Callosum. And we are making our way through. We're going to get in Nana in Virginia next, who is absolutely wonderful. I'm delighted to speak to Nana again. Nana, how are you? Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I just had a birthday on the 8th.
Hey, happy birthday.
I am now 71 years old.
That's awesome.
And I'm feeling rather good at the moment. I have this nice little gummy that they gave me.
Right. So a nice little gummy is never a bad thing. Well, I hope that
never a bad thing.
Hope that you're doing okay.
And it's one of the few perks of having cancer is that, like, you want drugs. Here, have drugs. You want more drugs? Have more drugs.
They're not shy with giving you the stuff you need. And are you doing all right? Are you kind of managing all right at the moment?
Yeah, I'm managing all right at the moment. I found out that a couple of things that I'm doing means the time is getting closer.
Okay.
But that's not to be unexpected, so there you go. I'll enjoy my gummies while I got them.
Sure. Well, was there a particular thing you wanted to say, or were you just coming to say hi?
I just wanted to say hi to you before I trundled myself off to bed.
Right. Well,
that was all. Hadn't spoken to you in a while.
Indeed, yeah. I loved our last conversation, and I was very happy when I saw your name pop up in the queue. A massive, massive hi back to you, and we all love you and think you're great. So you may be the most adored person who's ever been on the show. So when you came on last time, you caused quite the stir. So very, very happy to have you back.
Actually, I heard about myself when I was on another atheist show. So word gets around.
You're a legend. You're a legend, Nana.
In my own mind, if nowhere else.
And our minds too. Yeah, well, it's great to speak to you. And yeah, we obviously are all wishing you well. And
thank you.
Thank you. Continue to feel okay as long as possible. And let us know how you're doing if you can.
I will. I've left my daughter instructions to let y'all know.
Okay. I appreciate that, because it would be horrible to just not know and not know.
I know. You know, where you just disappear and don't hear from somebody again.
Yeah.
I will tell you this, though. Did I tell you that I'm going to haunt her?
Did you are you really? Have you made arrangements? You've made arrangements for this. I love that.
Yes.
Excellent.
If it's at all possible. The house that we're living in, my mother-in-law built. She was divorced, and it's a nice little HUD house from back in the day, and she got it built on her own. She was very proud of it. And I'm in the room that she passed away in, and I'm in the same room that my husband passed away in. And for ages, whenever I couldn't find something, I'd blame it on JoJo, my mother-in-law. I'd say, damn it, I know I set this right here. Stop moving things on me. And I told my daughter I'm going to do the same thing to her.
You're going to mess with her stuff?
I am. I'm going to mess with her stuff.
Excellent. I love that.
And the great part about it is she won't know. Won't be able to tell whether I'm actually haunting her or she's just moving stuff around and forgetting where she puts it. So I've got her coming either tails
way.
I win, tails I win, heads you lose.
Love it, Nana. I love it.
Okay.
Excellent.
But y'all have a good evening, and I will speak to you again when I can.
Awesome, Nana. Lots of love to you from all of us. Thank you.
Love y'all too.
Keep
Night night.
Bye. She is my absolute favorite. Incredible human being. Okay, we are getting through the list. We're going to speak to Ham I Am next. And then after that, we will look at some of our friends on the YouTube list waiting to get in. And then we've got Sir Jedrick in as well, waiting to come in, which would be awesome. Ham, how are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Nice. Lovely. First off, I wish I could bring some cornbread pudding with vanilla wafers to Nana. Man. I had a little bit of a bone to pick with you about what you said about the Egyptians and the slave labor to build the pyramids.
Sure.
That's not really the consensus these days. I mean, yes, slave labor was used, mostly corvée labor, essentially what the Israelites would have been. But gosh, man, Nana, I'm sorry, throwing me off a little bit.
Yeah.
But mostly it was just really good engineers. Similar to like the Easter Island, they've recreated. Yeah, you've probably seen it, right?
Yeah.
With the ropes, and walking them down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna, I've been trying to get in the last couple times. I was J Danger on the YouTube. So I wanted to ask a little bit further about when you ask, when you try to get people to conceive of or to force themselves to believe something. And you answered my question about belief when it comes to, usually you ask, believe that the room you're in is on fire, which is a good one. But, I think I know the answer a little bit as to why you don't ask them to just disbelieve in God. And then because I feel like it's very easily provable. There's one thing that they can do, which is, blaspheme the Holy Spirit, which obviously, if you talk to Justin, that actually means something different than just saying like the Holy Spirit doesn't exist.
It's not just the words. It's attributing the works of the Holy Spirit to Satan and all of that.
Right. So why the house is on fire? I guess is my
I understand. So for anyone who doesn't know exactly what we're talking about here, if someone I'm speaking to claims that belief is a choice, that you can just choose to believe something, then part of the way that I or we, if I'm with Sean, tend to transact that conversation is to start by saying, is everything that you believe a choice? Is it the case for every belief that you have that it's a choice? And the reason that I'm asking that is to see, well, are they saying some beliefs can be chosen and some can't be? In which case we would have to talk about what are the conditions that separate one from the other, or are they just making a claim that everything is a choice? They quite often, surprisingly, will say everything is a choice. Every belief you have. Sorry, here's my crazy aircon. I'm just going to switch it off for a second. It's wild. Be quiet. I'll stop that. Yeah. So some people, it's pretty wild. So some people will say. Every belief is because you've chosen to believe it. What they mean, they don't realize they're making a mistake. What they really mean is every belief you have is as a result of the action of your mind. And because it's your mind doing the believing, they frame it as a choice. But I still want to make them see that they can't just choose to believe something and then believe it. So we give the example. You want to give a really extreme example to demonstrate that not every belief is. So you start with something really extreme. So you start with, sometimes we've had real fun with it. It started with, believe that Superman is real. I sometimes said, believe that I am your biological mother. Or we've said, believe that I am a dolphin, or believe that you are a dolphin, or believe that you're a ham sandwich, or whatever it is. You start with something completely ridiculous that that they won't be able to believe, just to establish that they all say, okay, well then, yes, there are some instances where you can't choose to believe something, but lots of others where you can choose to believe it. And then you can steer the conversation towards, okay, let's explore what the boundary condition is between not being able to choose and being able to choose. And the reason I do that is because I can then demonstrate for them that from the point of view of your mind, from the point of view of the cognitive apparatus in your brain, that creates a feeling of belief or a feeling of non-belief, it doesn't care what the reasons are for you not being convinced. It just delivers a verdict of I'm convinced or I'm not convinced. And the reasons are not really important. It might be that there's lots of evidence that that's not the case. So like I'm looking around, the room's clearly not on fire, so I'm incapable of believing that. Or it might be something where there's a bit of uncertainty, because you can say, well, I'm certain the room's not on fire, therefore I'm not able to believe it. What about something like Santa? Well, we can't be certain that Santa doesn't exist. Santa might exist, but you just say, well, I'm not convinced. Your brain hasn't been persuaded in both cases. In one case, it was because of a lack of immediate evidence. In another case, it was for other reasons. The cognitive process is exactly the same. So that's why we do that.
Right.
And it, sometimes it works. Most of the time they miss the point and it doesn't work. The one that I've started doing recently, which is quite nice, is I say, believe that the room you're in is going to collapse. The building you're in is going to collapse in about 3 or 4 minutes, because then they can't
get
say
off the call.
They'd get off the call, right? Exactly. They can't. There's no immediate evidence that would disprove that. But if they're claiming that, if they're trying to prove us wrong and going, okay, I now believe that, but they're still in the room, they're obviously lying. So that's the one that that's my go-to nowadays to show that you can't just do that. But
I like that.
Yeah, that's that. I hope that explains the rationale behind how those conversations.
No, it does, and it lets you ease into it too, right? Because if they try to say, well, there's no evidence, well, let's move on to the next phase of that. There's no evidence of whatever belief, and then they can talk about whatever their belief of evidence for God is. I was lucky enough. I actually had a priest tell me I was an atheist when I was like 13.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, he was having a crisis of faith. This was in the late 90s. So you know what was going on in the Catholic Church, and he was having his own crisis of faith, and I was asking a lot of questions.
Wow.
So amazing. To me, it's almost second nature that belief is not a choice. It's a, like you said, condition of being convinced, right?
Yeah.
But I guess I just wanted to know so have you ever had anyone, when you asked like when pretend you're a dolphin, have you had anyone go
Yeah, I'm normally asking them to believe that I'm a dolphin, or I might say believe that or believe that their parents were dolphins or something like. I have fun with it. I have fun with it, and people invariably in those moments. Again, it's internet debate culture. People are fixated on being right, so they'll say whatever they need to say to try and get the win. But of course, it's not about winning. It's never about winning. It's about just trying to see what ideas are true. That's what we're all trying to do. But often we lose sight of that.
Just like it's not the people you're debating, it's the people who are watching the debate. There's not a win or lose. It's, does this make sense to all of you in the audience, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm always thinking about that. Always. Yeah.
And to the gentleman before who is married to a Christian, I'm also married to a Christian. I'm pretty hardcore atheist. Like, as in, I will actively say there's no God. I think that the evidence against any kind of God that has a mind is pretty concrete. My wife is a Christian. I think leaning into the kindness to others portion, building charity in case they're still listening, building charity that both of you can get behind, secular charity organizations, food banks. I live on the West Coast in the United States, so there's a lot of these, right? They're secular, and they allow for really fulfilling charity opportunities. I think that things like that can really bring you two together and allow both of you to kind of come out of your comfort zone and see people who are from all different walks of life. Me as an atheist, a lot of my really close friends that were on the receiving end of food lines that I've been a part of are very religious. And then on the other side, for my wife, some of them are pretty hardcore atheist, and it's just really allowed us to come together and find a common ground. I will say she was never MAGA or even close to it. Probably the benefit of living in the Northwest United States.
Yeah,
that doesn't fly here. But just in case he's still listening, just find those good things that you can come together on. And thanks for having me up. I appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, man. Great to talk. Thanks for
you
coming
too,
in,
buddy.
Cheers, Han. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Awesome. Okay. You know what? This is like the opposite of those shows where we just got like one crazy after another calling in and shouting and ranting and being rude and disrespectful. This is like the mirror image of that. One awesome person after another. It's just such a joy, such a privilege to do this with you fine people. Really is. Okay, let us, again, I'm trying to be fair. I probably feel like I'm failing really badly to do this in a fair way. Let's get in Inner Citadel next. Hopefully this is going to work all right. We'll see how the audio is working. Let's try this.
Okay.
Inner Citadel, are you working? Are you there?
Yes, I am. I just started hearing you. Sorry.
Fantastic. That works. I'm very happy that it works. Let me get your name up on the board so we can see who we're talking to. There we go. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm good. I've been watching on YouTube, and I'm here with my baby. So if you hear random noises, I apologize.
That's okay.
Well, I just wanted to. So I am a pastor, and I'm been a pastor for a decade. But on Monday, I'm going to give my 2 weeks notice, and I'm taking a salesman job because I've been deconstructing for like 2 years, and the ethical conflict has been, you know, my dad's a pastor, my sister's a pastor. I have a master's degree of divinity and a bachelor's in theology, and so I just, my experience was pretty intense. My brother-in-law started deconstructing, and then it started off by studying what my church believes about tithe, realizing that wasn't true. And then I started looking into, it's hard to remember. It's been a couple of years, but the genocides, the view of slavery, the Babylonian and Egyptian concepts that are clearly in Genesis, which doesn't fit with the kind of what's essentially fundamentalism background. Anyways, and so it's kind of gone on, and now I'm to the place where, it was probably a month ago to 6 months ago process of realizing that Jesus was wrong about a bunch of stuff, and that, you know what I mean? So it's really just been kind of, because I kind of wanted to hold on to that, right? Like I would say, oh yeah, Timothy wasn't written by Paul, but maybe God still used Paul. And, it was like trying to hold on to things. But anyways, I'm sitting here with my 3-month-old.
Wow.
And my paternity leave, because I'm in Colorado, so they give you 3 months of paternity leave, which is cool. But it ended, and Monday was my first day back, and I had to teach a class. And I literally just was gritting my teeth having to play the role,
Wow. Yeah. I don't even have words to express how much respect I have for people like you, because I really do understand how much you are giving up and how much you are losing by being this honest and acting with this much integrity. Have you reached out to the Clergy Project, or heard of the Clergy Project?
I don't think so. I'm not sure I'm aware of that one.
So the Clergy Project is an anonymous support group for people exactly like you. For I mean, I was going to say for serving clergy, but you're going to be changing your career. But I imagine they would still be willing to help you. They're basically just a support network for people exactly in your situation. So if you look up the Clergy Project, you may be able to find them online. Recoveringfromreligion.org is another one that would be able to give you help, guidance, counseling, support, no cost. They're an incredible organization. They do amazing work. Darrell Ray is the chap who started them. Dr. Darrell Ray, he's amazing. They are incredible, and I'm full of admiration for you. You may want to read Dan Barker's book, Losing Faith in Faith. He had exactly the same journey that you are on, from being an ordained minister with similar kind of religious education to you. Very, very, very highly respected clergyman, and he basically went on a sort of intellectual journey where he started out very fundamentalist and wanted to be able to better defend the faith, and in the process of learning and reading and expanding his knowledge, unexpectedly ended up completely losing his faith. He moved along a spectrum from very fundamentalist to a bit more liberal to a bit more liberal to eventually very liberal, and eventually, the way he puts it in his book, he said he threw out the bathwater and realized there was no baby. And his book is beautifully written, Losing Faith in Faith. You may find that interesting. He's now, by the way, the director of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and he's a fantastic advocate for church-state separation and stuff like that. But really, I people like you, I hold in the highest esteem for the courage and the intellectual integrity that you're showing. I would like to think that I would have the kind of courage you're showing. I don't know if I would or not, but thank you for having me.
I appreciate that, and I liked what you said about having compassion, because I'm still teaching these Bible classes. I don't believe it, but I don't want to go through and the 70-year-old woman whose whole life is based on this. I'm not trying to destroy her life, and so I just want to kind of silently until because one thing is once you're already out of the camp, to then say, hey guys, consider these things. But the idea of being in the camp and kind of being this undercover agent trying to trick people, I'm not at the place where I would be okay with that.
I totally get it.
And I still remember what it was like to sincerely believe that people who don't agree with my views of Jesus, the Romans 1 and 2 thing, that they're kind of their conscience is seared because they made a choice, and I need to somehow get them to be honest, because they're not, and you know what I mean? And I feel for it, because, and I look back, it's how could I help people go through that process? It's for me, I had been doing all this studying, the word amen is just from Egyptian Amon, and the Egyptian priests who went over to Canaan because of that one pharaoh that was monotheist, et cetera, et cetera. But then it was the most random thing, Exodus 4, where there's this story of they had to cut the foreskin and she threw it at the feet of Moses. And then,
when God decided to just kill his guy, randomly decided to kill Moses.
Yeah.
Weird.
And then and you take out those 4 verses and you can just sew together where the story had been just clearly interrupted. Somehow, even though I saw all these other areas of the Bible that were clearly edited and the historical, incongruency and stuff, but somehow seeing that, I remember the night that I was laying in my bed and I literally I was crying to my wife, and I told her, I've lost it all. It's all gone. There's nothing left.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It just came down. It was the last chink in the armor. And I just, now thankfully, because of channels like you and Brett Hartley and even Dan McClellan and others, helping to put some philosophical framework around my life so that it can still move forward. And, can I ask you one question that the one thing that I struggle with, I think I have an answer, but I'd like to hear yours, is the whole idea of the grounding idea. It seems to me that they're kind of begging the question in a way, because what it seems is we come up with a cultural kind of unity of what is moral based on what's good for humans, and we kind of weed out people that can't fit within a basic framework. And then what they do is they just accept that and then say that God said so, therefore that's my grounding. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if that makes sense, but
they insist that all of these things can only be explained in terms of their chosen deity, and they pretend that all the other explanations for things like logic and reason and morality and intelligibility, they pretend that all the other available explanations for those things don't exist. But unfortunately, and rather inconveniently for them, they do exist, and we can justify and explain these things very easily. And so they're just appealing to a sort of declared problem that isn't actually a problem, and then trying to sell us their solution. It's pretty disingenuous most of the time. I mean, I think a lot of young people make these arguments thinking that they're really good, sophisticated arguments, but they're not. They'd get laughed out of any reputable philosophy department would laugh them out the door. It's complete nonsense.
Yes. Well, and it's like maybe like there is no, because it is begging the question, because they're like, well, then if there's no authority, then you have no base. And it's like, okay, maybe there is no like man in the sky who's saying it, but we can still agree. And humans have the similar genetic code. And if in 10,000 years we're so different that our morality needs to slightly shift, we'll be okay, you know? But and I'll say one more thing and then I'll move on. I'll hang up. But one thing that was hard for me was in seminary and in my bachelor's degree to look back at the professors who, because I know they knew Hebrew and Greek like very, very well, and they knew the history, there's literally no way in my mind that at least some of them didn't know the things that I know.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the Ur of the Chaldeans, right? There's no way that Moses wrote that, because it wasn't Ur of the Chaldeans until the 8th century BC, which is like, according to them, which isn't true, but like, you know, 400 at least years after Moses supposedly existed. So stuff like that, where there's just tons and tons of those.
Yeah.
They were just lying to me. I mean, they didn't tell me about biblical criticism. They just wanted to maintain their church's kind of workforce, essentially. I mean, I don't see any other way. And so some of the guys who are pastors, they've just been lied to for 15 years and they haven't come across something to kind of trigger curiosity. And, you know, so that maybe that's another layer of compassion, but also for me, kind of, I don't know, disappointment of people that I once really, really respected. Either they are so blind or they're so ethically questionable that they're letting this continue. And so I'm, you know, this whole transition for me has been kind of crazy, but that for me, from like a logical and like, I spent, you know, tens of thousands of dollars for an education that was kind of me being manipulated. And that's frustrating, you know? So
You
anyways,
have
I'll let it go
every
there, but-
right. You have every right, as I said to a caller earlier, you have every right to feel some resentment and frustration and anger about that. I mean, every right. And you know, neither of the two options you outlined, that they're either being morally questionable or they're being, you know, sort of intellectually falling far short. Neither is a great look. So it's not wonderful, is it? But you know, I really want to again just congratulate you and tell you how much I admire you. I'm really moved by your story. I think a lot of us are, and I wish you genuinely like so much good. I wish you the best, and you know, if you're inclined to come back and check in with us again at some point and just let me know how you're getting on, I know that we would really love to know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think either Sunday or Monday, my dad, who's been a pastor for 40 years, and has been my best friend, I'm going to tell him. So yeah, you know, wish me good luck and wisdom in how to, you know, maintain that relationship. I think we will, but you know, it's still like, it's going to hurt him, and he's going to think that I'm lost, you know, and he's going to have to process all of that. And so just that we can maintain a relationship and
just tell him you love him. You love him just like you always did, and you just you just see things differently now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Well, and by the way, my real name is Josh. I just didn't have the courage to put it up on the screen. But thank you, John. I appreciate you.
It's an honor to speak to you, Josh. Keep well.
All right. Have a good one.
Take care. Okay. Wow, that one got me. I have to say, that one got me. Religion, folks. This is what it does to people. And then occasionally you see human beings like that, with that much courage and integrity. I don't know if I would have it. I like to think I would. I don't know if I would. Okay, we'll read a few super chats. At some point, I might need to think about bringing this to a close, because it's 3:25 over here, and we're going through the night tomorrow on the debate stream. So I like to keep on promising people that I'm going to get to everyone, but the call queue grows. It doesn't shrink. But we'll keep on going and see what we can do. So Tim says, I'm racist. I hate the human race and mosquitoes. Fair enough. And Bab says, there was a Will Smith science fiction film that really annoyed me. Kept on telling his son, fear is a choice. BS, emotions are not a choice. Only your reaction is. You got it. No one decides to be scared. And you can decide to deal with your fear in a certain way. You can, as you say, your reaction. You can decide to to say, okay, I'm going to feel the fear and I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to work on pushing through the fear. Yeah, that arguably is a choice. It certainly feels like a choice. Even if it isn't one, it feels like one. But the fear itself, nah, not a choice. You don't decide to be frightened of something. And JD Danger says, I'm Ham. I am on TikTok. If that helps me get in. Oh, okay. Yeah, we just spoke. Okay, that's great. Earlier on, brilliant. And Tim says, I'm addicted to 80s music, but it's okay. I have the cure. Oh, see what you did there. And Buzz says, opposite view on the Clash. Untalented, but love them. I still think talented. Not my thing at all, but talented. Like, you got to be talented, I think, to get to that level of success at that time. Nowadays, you don't need the talent, but back then, you kind of did. Gordon, great to see Gordon. Gordon Loves Science has gifted 5 Unconvinced memberships. That's so kind of you, Gordon. You are amazingly generous with these. I really appreciate it massively. And Buzz says, Bob Ross was an absolute killing machine in the Marines before he was a friendly, loving painter teaching valuable lessons to us children. I don't know if he was a killing machine. I know he was a drill sergeant and he shouted at people a lot. I'm a big fan of Bob Ross. I don't know why. I love the whole happy little accidents and the whole painting thing. I've spent too much time just watching his videos. I have zero interest in painting. I've never picked up a paintbrush in my life and couldn't paint if my life depended on it. But I will watch Bob Ross videos because I find them really relaxing and I just love his vibe and I love the whole thing. And it's brilliant. So there we are. Okay, we will get our next guest in right now. It is going to be Sir Jedrick, a very, very good friend. Another awesome deconstructed person. How are you?
Doing well, John. How are you?
Amazing. Better for speaking to you, my friend. What's going on?
Oh, thank you so much. I have been dying to speak to y'all. It seems like it's been so long, but I wanted to tell you that I am absolutely loving what you're doing with your channel. I love being able to listen while I'm driving in between appointments at work and get in on some good debates and things, because I'm still very far from being where I'd like to be in my deconstruction journey, and it helps having so many different conversations come in my way throughout the day. I can't stay on it all day long, but I can tune in quite a bit, and I'm really, really loving it, and just wanted to throw that your way for some encouragement.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, because it was a hard decision to make. I mean, in some ways it was a no-brainer to just do the debate streams as debate streams. I resisted it for a while, and then I realized I just had to do it. It was not a smart decision not to. And the moment I did it, everything has become a little more focused and a little more kind of neat and tidy, and it seems to be working well. So thank you. It means a lot to me that you would say that, as you were around for a good while before we did that. So some people may have been a bit disgruntled, but your support there is massively meaningful. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. In that, streams like this are what attracted me to your channel. First off, but I do get that itch and that need, I guess, for, I'm not able to study while I'm at work. And when I come home, I'm a husband and a father, and I have to take care of my little man, and do those things. And so my time is somewhat limited. So being able to have those intellectual, debates, I know some of them aren't quite as intellectual as we'd like them to be, sometimes, but being able to listen to some of those, I've gained quite a lot of knowledge just from listening to you and Sean, and I really, really appreciate that.
That's really kind. I appreciate you, man. I really do. And how is your lovely wife?
She's doing amazing. Oh my goodness, she's just the best. I did have a couple more things. Thank you for asking, by the way. I did have just a couple more quick things, and then I'll jump off if that's okay.
Of course.
The guest that was just on, if he's still listening, I just wanted to throw some encouragement his way. My wife and I's story is strikingly similar to his, and absolute kudos to him for realizing those things and being able to stand up. Kudos to him for having a conversation with his dad. I still cannot do that with my father. But I wanted to just throw some encouragement his way. There are people out here. He's not alone. He's absolutely not alone. There are people out here that know what it's like and man, passing all the love and support his way that we can possibly send him.
Thank you, Josh. I hope you're listening, and I absolutely echo that. That's what this community is for. That's what we are about, and it's lovely to hear that kind of support coming from you as well. So thank you so much. I'm sure Josh will appreciate that.
Yes, sir. There was one thing, John, earlier that it was a couple of hours ago, and you were, I guess, in a way apologizing to a guest that you had on a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this stood out to anybody else, but and I messaged in the chat, this is why I love John. And it seems, I guess it may seem to you like such a simple thing, but I was not raised this way. Being able to make an oversight or a mistake like that and just step up and own it and just apologize to someone. Again, it may seem like a super trivial thing, but it strikes a very, very meaningful place in my heart, because that's where a lot of the riff is with my family and trying to work through some of those things. And so these are the types of things why I love this channel. It's because of the type of person that you are. You create absolutely phenomenal content. You host absolutely wonderful people. Sean is a wonderful person as well. It's not the content. It is the content, but it's not the content. It is the type of person that I believe in. And so I don't know if anybody else caught that or if it meant anything to anybody else, but those are the types of things that are massive to me. And I just wanted to point that out and say thank you.
That's so generous. Thank you. It really means a lot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really do.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much. I hope the night goes absolutely wonderful until the end of the stream. And thanks again, John.
Thank you, friend. Always a joy to talk to you. Keep well and speak again soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Take care. Take care. Another friend for whom I remember absolutely clearly the first time he called in. And it was as joyful to speak to him then as it is now. And that's why I feel so privileged doing this stuff, because it's just amazing. People. It's all about people. Okay, I'm going to try and get through. So we've got currently 5 callers waiting on the Video Ninja queue. I'm going to try and get through them. Of course, this is subject to the tech actually working. We'll see. So we're going to start with anti Shaquille DMC. Sean's number one fangirl. Let's try this and hope that it works. Let's see how it works. Anti Shaquille, are we there? We need to make this work. I'm going to try and reset the audio device. It does say microphone array, Intel Smart Sound Technology. So why is it not working? There we go. Hello?
Oh, sorry.
That's it.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Sorry, phone lag, etc.
All good.
How are you, John?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm all right. I've asked him Espresso to do the timestamps because I slept in and then I woke up at 2 o'clock and then I realized that you had your live stream on, so I came on.
All good.
I wanted to ask you something for a very long time.
Yeah.
Is your wife, is she atheist or is she secular, just like you?
She's exactly like me. We are completely aligned in everything we believe.
Was she secular at the time when you started dating and when you found her?
Yeah, we've always had the same views.
That's really nice to hear, because I am. Oh my goodness! It's just my family started going and trying to get put my profile on matrimonial sites, and my mother has been asking me, don't put that you're an atheist, don't put that you're secular, that's going to turn people away. It's almost like I'm being penalized for just it's almost like so I was like, I always wonder how I thought it was like maybe it's very difficult for people to have a successful relationship when they marry an atheist, or I just don't get it. Because even the last two callers I heard, they said their wives were MAGA supporters or Christians, and they're trying to convince them.
Earlier calls, not in the case of Sir Jedrick, but there was. It does happen, and look, it can happen. You can make a relationship work across belief lines. Harder if it's really ideological lines. If you really have profoundly different values to someone, it's going to be harder to align your lives together. It's not impossible, but it's hard. So if you can find someone who shares similar values to you, at least that's kind of an advantage from the beginning. It's one problem you don't have to deal with. You could look at it that way.
That's true. Yeah, it's just not in me, and I mean, it's not just that they kind of antagonize me here too much for being an atheist or being secular. And I made it clear that I value compassion and I value emotional intelligence and humanism. It just doesn't seem important to them. And as soon as you say you're an atheist, they look at you like you're some kind of a terrorist or a criminal.
Yeah.
It's just really disheartening where I am right now. And yeah, I was talking to Jane as well, and she really comforted me around it. Then just last question. You always said you grew up as an atheist. You grew up without any belief. But also you have experimented with certain beliefs. Am I correct? And you didn't mention that you used to believe in some things that look really, in hindsight, very stupid and basic.
Yeah.
What are those beliefs? Can I ask?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it wasn't that I experimented with them. It was more just that I found myself convinced by certain things that I then later realized that I didn't have any reason to be convinced of. So it was. I went through a period of reading books about. I guess you'd call them. Well, nowadays we would call them woo-woo, but sort of esoteric beliefs. I read a very big selling popular book called Supernature by Dr. Lyle Watson, which was a massive seller in the 70s or early 80s, which appeared to be full of sort of reputable scientific references on all sorts of stuff that had been done, demonstrating all sorts of things, like blades left in pyramids with specific proportions aligned in particular directions are sharpened if you leave blunt blades in overnight. They're sharp in the morning, and these claims sound preposterous, but they were all in this book in the context of the world is stranger than you imagine. Here are these things, and here's the research that backs it up, and plants connected to EEG machines can sense the pain of lobsters if you drop them into water nearby. It's all absolute bollocks, but it captured me. And then I started reading books on the parallels between Eastern mysticism and quantum mechanics. So books like The Tao of Physics and The Dancing Wu Li Masters and books like that really kind of engaged me, and they appealed to my love of science, but they also were suggesting that the world was more mysterious than we might know, and there were all these amazing parallels, and it turns out it's just nonsense. And it was really reading Sagan's The Demon Haunted World that just stopped all of that dead. And he in the book he describes the baloney detection kit, which is a kind of cognitive toolbox of tricks that you can use and techniques that you can apply to claims, and it just made me reflect on some of the things that I'd entertained, and realised that I was wrong to do so, that actually the evidence wasn't good enough, and just something being published in a journal by a scientist doesn't mean anything. It's like that on its own doesn't mean anything. Anyone can start their own journal and get their friends to peer review the complete nonsense that they're putting out. That we have ways of evaluating claims, and we should try to stick to them if we can, if we don't want to believe garbage. So yeah, that was a a little window into the nonsense that used to fill my head. But I outgrew it. I outgrew it pretty quickly. It wasn't for long. It was for a period of a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, and then I kind of got on the right track.
Thanks for sharing that. At least you didn't believe in a God outright, and you just
no. I never believed in a God. I never believed in a God for one day. I just believed in some dubious pseudoscience, and I was seduced into believing it by the appearance of authenticity. And it just turned out that it was nothing more than the appearance. And once I realised that, I course corrected, and then there were a few other.
Have you here, John? I chose this name for Sean, and it's an unfortunate thing you can't see it.
It is.
Like, oh no, John's not there. But anyway, next time maybe. Take care. I know you have. It's getting late, so thanks for talking. It's been so long since I spoke to you anyway.
Yeah, lovely to speak to you, PBG. Again, thank you and Espresso for your incredible work. For anyone who doesn't realise, the man I'm speaking to right now does the timestamps along with Espresso as well. The timestamps on all the YouTube videos, on all the lives. So we all owe you a massive debt of thanks, because it's hard work searching through a 7 or 8 hour long live for a particular conversation. So you're an absolute lifesaver, PBG. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I mean, I enjoy it, and I get more out of it as well. Today's timestamps, because I wasn't awake for the whole stream. It might take some time if I have to do it manually, but I think Espresso would use this tool and be ready much quicker. So it should be done.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. All right.
No worries, John.
Speak soon, friend.
Take care.
Lots of love. Bye-bye. Bye. All right. We are getting there. I'm going to speak to my good friend, Nidhi, who is in the queue. Let's make sure that the audio is behaving itself. Hopefully it is. And we've got the Yeti mic connected up. And let's try this. Nidhi, are you there?
Hello.
Hey.
It's good to hear from you, buddy.
How are you, my friend?
Loving the show.
Thank you.
I'm great.
Awesome.
I'm half playing a game because I was waiting, but I'm going to try not to die and also make a couple points, because Josh is called the deconstructed pastor.
Yeah.
Whoa. I mean, wow. Like, amazing that he's gotten to the point to keep his integrity. And I think it actually takes an incredible amount of love and sacrifice to look at all the people that you were shepherding, you were leading, and say, I can't do this anymore because I don't believe it. I mean, that's a level of love that I think a lot of believers don't appreciate, right? That this person is like saying, I care about you so much, I don't want to continue to do what I know would be harmful in your world, right?
You're so
it would
right.
be harmful for me to keep doing this to you. So I love you enough to sacrifice everything I am to you and you are to me.
It's massive.
To step out of this role.
Yeah. Even knowing that you're going to face rejection. You're going to face rejection from some of those people for doing it. I mean, it's such a selfless act. It's so brave.
It really is.
I found it really moved me. That call really got me. Like, what an absolute just gem of a human being. Unbelievable. Massive respect.
Yeah. The other part I really appreciate about that is that one of the reasons we need to keep having these shows is that even the progressive Christians need to keep calling in. And we need to talk to the progressive Christians that still want to argue for their God, because they need to see that the book, the tradition, the history, the text itself is not, you cannot divorce the all or nothing mentalities that are built into those texts. And when Josh recognizes, hey, I can't hold to this, I'm not convinced of this anymore, they're coming to grips with the fact that the text presents the religion, the faith, the belief, the whole package is this way. It is all or nothing. It presents itself that way unapologetically. And so when people try to defend the God with, well, God doesn't really do this, doesn't really feel that, Christianity isn't really this, it isn't really that. Look, you can interpret it such and such and such and such so that this isn't a problem for you anymore. I'm sorry, you're just trying to walk yourself far enough away to hold on to what convinces you, right? To hold on to the parts that feel good enough that you can make it through the day saying that you still believe this, that you're still convinced of this, you still identify with this community, right? But
yeah,
it won't let you do that, right? And to let people try to walk back into a progressive form of Christianity or spirituality leaves the door back open for fundamentalism. And that's why this pushback still needs to exist. And we can't let them get away or off the hook with, well, I don't believe in that kind of hell anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think beliefs are voluntary anymore. Isn't that okay?
Yeah.
Like, well, no, because you're still saying that this text has some authority, some value to our life and our being, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But as we dig back deeper into it, if we say this is worth believing, when we dig back deeper into it, it's going to call us back to that unapologetic all or nothing.
It is.
So we can't have
look
it
at
both
something
ways,
like
guys.
Romans 1:18. It's totalitarian. Is that they are without excuse.
Yeah.
You can't have a book that contains that in it and then start playing touchy-feely feeties with the text. Like, it just doesn't work. I completely agree with you, Nidhi. Completely agree with you. Like, no mercy.
And that's where the respect for Josh just goes up and through the roof. He's made the sacrifice and he's grappled with the text on its terms, the worldview, the religion on its terms, and said, the line is drawn. I can't keep doing this to these people. I won't do this to these people. You know, I am incompatible. This is incompatible. Here we are. And things need to move on. And that's not to say, though, that we don't try to meet people where they're at and, you know, understand, like, and step into where they are and where they've been and where they're going, right? Like, the all or nothing that happens on our end, it can't be like, you're fucking stupid. We hate you for it. Like, no, of course not. Because, like, that's a lot of my deconstruction journey is, so when I was listening to his call, like, I was in a position where I was leading and teaching home Bible studies. I was trying to disciple other, you know, adult men, right? And when I started to recognize, oof, I'm in a place where I'm just not convinced, the stepping away from that weekly teaching opportunity and getting myself off of that roster in my tight community and my spouse knowing, like, I can't sit in front of all of you anymore and do this. It hit like so many trucks, like falling off the mountain. It was awful. And you know, Josh, if you're listening this far, I mean, you can do this. There's so many people rooting for you. There's a lot of resources out here. Don't give up.
He sounds like he's in a good place with it. I mean, as difficult as it is, and he has to speak to his father, I think that's going to be possibly the hardest of all. But he sounded resolute and he sounded confident and he sounded, you know, he didn't sound shaky to me. He sounded like this is a man who knows what he's doing. And I was blown away. What an amazing person. Absolutely awesome.
That call was great. So yeah, I'm so glad you're doing these shows too. I'm so glad that we've got the debate streams partitioned and the after hours. I mean, these are great. Like, the debate streams get me through my workday, and this, I'm finally able to call into one of these. So I'm just loving it, John.
Great.
Your
Thank you,
channel
Nidhi.
is just,
thank you.
The sauce that is seasoning my life. It's great.
Appreciate it. It's the people. It's the people. It's the people who make up this thing that make it work. So thank you for saying that. And I'm every day I'm just grateful and humbled by it and motivated to keep on going. I mean, this is where we've got to in just about a year. So in another year or 2 years or 3 years.
I got here in January and it's a totally different channel.
Yeah, it's happening.
It's great.
It's happening.
I love it.
Great.
I love it so much.
Thank you, buddy.
But yeah, glad that. Thanks for bringing me on.
Always
Cheers,
a pleasure.
chat.
Cheers, buddy.
Have a great night, everyone.
Keep well. Thanks, Nidhi. Thanks. Okay, there we go. That was Nidhi. We are getting there. We are nearly there. I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and then we have the next call will be One Pulse Studios, and we've got the wonderful Babs, and then Deconstructing Joe, and that will probably be it. It'll be after 4 a.m. And got to do an all through the night tonight for me. So, it's going to be I'll be tired on Sunday, but completely worth it. Buzz says, we love high grandmas here. The best high grandma ever. The best. Absolutely love Nana. And J Danger, love you, Shaunathon. Can't wait for my pre-order. Thank you so much. I appreciate that massively. And Buzz said you should do audiobooks, John. Nice voice for it. I'll consider it. And Aleph Not here, great to see you. I tried to quit gambling, but no dice. I see what you did. And what else? Gordon loves science. John, did you ever work with Steely Dan? A favourite group along with the Beatles and the Doobie Brothers. Well, I never worked with Steely Dan. It was kind of a little bit before my time, meaning by the time I got to a sort of certain level in the industry, they were not doing their thing anymore. But I agree with you. Their records were absolutely amazing. Aja is an incredible album. The production values in their music were always absolutely top notch. Everything was beautifully recorded, arranged, played, produced, mixed, mastered, all of it. Absolutely incredible. Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, incredible. Yeah, amazing music. Absolutely amazing. And the Beatles as well, obviously. Big part of my upbringing because both my parents have excellent taste in music. So they did me the honor of subjecting me to just a fantastic mix of music growing up. I completely owe them the fact that I was able to have a career in music because they got me started. They filled my mind with all sorts of wonderful music when I was a child. So I owe them that, and the Beatles were a part of that. So yeah, I'm with you. Never worked with Steely Dan, but would have loved to, of course. And last super chat for now, PVG saying happy birthday, Buzz. Buzz, it's your birthday. Massive happy birthday to Jeremy, to Buzz. An absolute pillar, a cornerstone even of this community. I can't imagine what this place would be like without you, Buzz. So hope you have an incredible day. And this is the start of a wonderful year for you. What can I say? We love having you around. So thank you so much. All right, let's do the thing we said we were going to do. So I'm going to bring in One Pulse Studios next, and we will hopefully get that working. Setting it out. There we go. Hey, One Pulse, how you doing? Oh, it's not great. Try again. It's very, very distorted. I'm trying to turn you down my end, but it's not wonderful. We can try and turn the noise suppression off. Try again.
What about now? Is that better?
A little bit better, yeah. Try again now. I think we got you.
Okay. I think a couple of weeks ago, I did call in, and it's I had some questions about your book. And tonight I was hoping that Sean was here so I could talk to him about what are some of the things that he did as he was disconstructing. But I think said basically provided some advice that I was looking for, because I'm in the same position where my wife, she's a very devout, basically we're both, let me just start from the top. About 3 years ago, we both got ordained pastors.
Wow.
and I've been a follower of Christ. I was a Christian for all my life. I was born into it. I was born Catholic, and I was a Catholic school and all that. Then about 23 years old, I got baptized and more like Pentecostal, and that's all I know. That's all I know. And the irony is, I was trying to deepen my relationship with God and understand Him a little better.
Yeah.
And I came across a video from a pastor that was making the difference. That was talking about the difference between Lucifer and Satan. They're not the same. And Isaiah 14:12, which make reference, that's referring to a human king. He wasn't. That's fell from grace. That kind of lost power.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, all my life I've been going around thinking that Lucifer is Satan. It was a fallen angel.
Yeah.
So I've been telling those people this. I've been telling myself this, and then I've been in the wrong. Now, I'm a very curious guy. So I asked myself this question. That's the question that started everything for me about 4 months ago.
Mm-hmm. Wow, 4 months.
4 months, yeah. It's kind of very fresh.
Very fresh, yeah.
Very fresh after being 40 plus years in this. So I asked myself this. What else don't I know?
Yeah.
Because I spent, again, all my life thinking Lucifer was Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's not. It's clearly not. So then I started digging. And certain things, when you start seeing them, and I can relate with Josh, you cannot unsee them. You cannot unsee them. For me, it wasn't anybody that was telling me, oh, yeah, nobody approached me to say you should live this religion. It was me looking at it for what it is, and then I came across channels like yourself, Justin, and then because I was like, this cannot be true. And when I'm watching those debates, I'm like, I got nothing. You know, it's like there's nothing behind this. And as the more I dig, I was like, there's no way I can say in good faith this is what I thought it was. And, it's kind of hard between me and my wife. I mean, we love each other, but she's not having it in the sense that she's not even going to take 30 minutes to look at anything that I wanted to talk to her about. So at the beginning, we were arguing about it. Nowadays, we just agree to just say, we're not going to talk about this. And for me, when I was a Christian, I can't believe I'm saying those words live on YouTube, but when I was a Christian, one of my favorite passage in the Bible. Again, the Bible, I'm not saying it's not like there's no value to it. It's just not what it was presented as.
Yeah.
There's some things in there you can learn, One of them was Proverbs 27:6 that says, "Wounds from a friend can be trusted, the enemy multiply kisses." So meaning if you see somebody's doing something wrong, or acting and saying something that's not in line, or anything that needs to be corrected, you should be able to come to them as a friend and say, hey, you know what? Maybe what you're thinking is not the right thing.
Yeah.
But I cannot do this with my wife right now. And that really hurts me.
That's hard.
That's hard. Because it's not so much I was trying to tell her to leave whatever she's doing. I would say, hey, let's look at this for yourself. Let's look at this for yourself, because for me to have remained a Christian and a pastor, I tell her that I would have to have a disclaimer, like a long disclaimer, longer than the sermon. And by the time I'm done with the disclaimer, everybody would have left.
Yeah. And so like you say, it's not about trying to persuade her. It's just about you being able to be authentic yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly. As a matter of fact, one of the ways that I've been coping with this is writing songs. I'm not a singer. I'm not a musician, but writing lyrics and put them I use Suno now, but eventually I want to do this with the real artists, but for me to just listen to what my basically listen to my thoughts or what I'm finding out and putting them in songs, so I can help me in this journey of this the constructing, because it is it's been and shows, like I said, shows like yours are invaluable, and thank you so much for everything that you do.
Of course.
Because I look forward to it every other day. As a matter of fact, there's a nice little dynamic going. Justin does Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's like every other day there's something that basically every day I get to watch something. Just listen to it. And learning, I think that's another thing. Just keep my mind open about certain things, because until I've watched your stream, I never thought about belief being not a choice. I always think you just choose to believe it, or you choose not to believe it. And then I'm like, well, yes, that's what really happened to me, because now there's no way I'm gonna believe this and that happened when clearly it didn't.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's to me. It continues the good work. I know it's late where you are.
Thank
but
you.
I have one quick question for you. I know you were in the music business. What got you into it? How did you get started, and how what really got you in motivated to do it?
I mean, it was always my love as a child. Growing up, music was my obsession. So when I left school, I tried to figure out what I wanted to do. I considered a few different options. I thought about doing medicine at one point, thought about going to university to do computer stuff at one point. And in the end, I realized the thing I really want to do is pursue my passion. And so I kind of crazily just decided to go and be a musician, and eventually was a professional keyboard player for quite a few years, and then got into producing music, and that was my life for a while. But there's a lot of luck involved. I was quite good, but there are people who are better, who didn't have the opportunities that I got. So there was a fair degree of luck. But I worked really, really, really hard. I mean, for 20 years, I didn't have anything even remotely approaching a social life at all. 7 days a week, 10, 12, 15 hours a day, every single day. I worked hard. But that was a previous chapter in my life, and the work I'm doing now is far more meaningful to me than anything I ever did when I was working in the music business. And music business is changing a lot, and it's not a place I love anymore. So I'm grateful for the years I had. I had incredible experiences. I worked with amazing people. I had life-changing experiences while I was doing it, and I will always be grateful for those opportunities. And now I'm doing my own thing, and I wouldn't change anything about it now.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, the work you're doing is very, very meaningful, because I'm sure you're planting those seeds. Some people will come across your channel because of that. They'll change their path and really see things for what they are. So,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. All the best.
You. All right,
Keep
bye
well.
bye. Thank you.
Thanks, friend.
All right, you too. You too. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. We are nearly there. We're nearly at the point where I'm going to go and lie down and close my eyes for a little while. But this has been great. Absolutely great. Absolute joy. Okay, we will. So two more. One is going to be Deconstructing Joe, we're going to take right now, and then Babs after that, and then that will probably be it until later on tonight, where we come back and do another debate stream, which will be fun. I haven't picked a topic yet. We'll have to pick one later on. Right, let's try and get Deconstructing Joe in. Joe, are you there? Let's try.
Yes. Can
Hello.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. So welcome in. Thank you for waiting patiently. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for letting me on.
Of course.
I don't know if you remember me, but it's been quite a few months. I've been listening since what I believe to be the beginning. I listened to Justin before that, and I still listen to both of you whenever there's a new live or something that I've missed or haven't completed listening to. You guys are great. I just want to say that one thing that's worked for me when I try to explain, and I'm not trying to give you a tip or anything, but it's been helpful to me to just say to somebody, have you ever heard or thought that something was unbelievable? And that usually works. I can usually get someone to understand that I don't believe anymore because I don't find it believable. And it's just, it to me, it sounds like it's really simple, and I don't know why I haven't heard you say it before.
That's a lovely way of putting it. It's a lovely way of putting it. I'm going to try that. As I said earlier, I'm not too big to take advice and to learn from the experience of others around. I think that's a fantastic way of phrasing it. How did you say it? Tell me again exactly how you said it, because you said it beautifully.
Have you ever heard or thought of something that you considered unbelievable?
Yeah, that's brilliant.
I actually have a friend that makes an expression, and he'll be talking about something. It could be anything. It could be politics of the day or something that he read, and he'll just say, "This is unbelievable." And I'm sure he believes what he read or what he saw, but his expression was that it was unbelievable. It's just that to me, there are certain things that we just can't possibly believe. We can't put we can't grasp them.
It just has such an undeniable clarity about it, what you're saying. And you don't have to get into all the stuff I normally talk about being convinced and the condition of being persuaded and all of that. I really appreciate that. I think that's a really, really helpful thing. I'm going to do that. I'm going to take that on board. Have you ever heard or thought of something or felt something to be unbelievable? I think it's brilliant. Thank you.
You're welcome. I can't say that it's worked a multitude of times or anything, but I just was speaking to someone yesterday, and they grasped it right away when I said that. But he's already going through. That person was already going through he's in the deconstruction zone, like I am.
Right.
And so I knew that he'd pick it up right away. But even when I explained it to my wife that way, so she understood also. So like I said, it hasn't worked millions of times for me, but the times that I've used it, it's gotten through.
Well, I'll definitely give that a try. I mean, for me, the idea of saying belief is not a choice is so important because it actually communicates something about recategorizing belief and sort of taking it out of the actions box and putting it into the experiences box. And that's really important. So that's going to stay in the tool belt. But I really like what you've offered up here. For someone who just can't get it, to try to explain to them what we mean by belief is not a choice, because some people just don't get that. To them, it sounds preposterous, is to say, have you ever experienced finding something unbelievable? This is the experience. This is what it is. I think that's really helpful. And I'm really grateful that you called to offer that. I love that. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I also want to thank you for bringing up Carl Sagan. I wish that at the time that I read those two books, because I read Demon Haunted World
and Billions,
but I also read. I'm sorry.
Did you read Billions as well?
No, I don't remember Billions. I remember I read another one by Carl Sagan, which was Shadows of Our Forgotten Ancestors.
Yeah. Also good.
That is Carl Sagan, right?
I think so. I might be getting confused. There's another book he wrote about science and about the so there's 3 books of his that I have. One is A Demon Haunted World. The other one, the name escapes me, but it might be the one you're saying. I can't quite remember. The Demon Haunted World, I think I've read it 3 times and I've gifted it to something ludicrous like 50 people. And then there's a final book, which is called Billions and Billions, which is his little catchphrase, wasn't it? Which is actually an anthology of essays written by him, including one about his own imminent demise. And it's absolutely brilliant as well. It's edited by his wife, now widow, Andrian. I can't remember the name of the third one. It might be the title you said, but I actually can't remember it. Mm-hmm. But he was just such a brilliant communicator, and there was nothing in his writing that was polemical. He wasn't complaining or ranting or on a tirade about anything. He was just trying to inspire people with the same love of learning and love of science and love of discovery that he had. And it was infectious, and he was just such a fantastic communicator, such a terrible loss to the world because he had so much more to do still.
No, I believe that.
Yeah.
He was very specific about the steps he took when he was explaining these things in the book. I remember it being very sequential. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but it sort of helped me understand it a lot more because he wasn't all over the place. He was, gradually getting us to a point where we would understand, what he was saying.
Yeah, that was his gift. He was such an incredible communicator, and he was, and it was done with humor and with grace and eloquence and with a little wry smile. It was just brilliant. Such an inspiring figure. Absolute giant to me, Carl Sagan. And the dude could rock a turtleneck as well. Let's not forget that. I remember that Demon Haunted World had a candle on the cover. Am I right? Yeah, because it was the Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark. It went through a few different covers. So my copy was a black cover with a picture of a candle, and then they changed it. They did a new edition that had a slightly different cover, which was the case for some of the copies I bought for friends. I'm like the least imaginative gifter in the world, because whenever I meet anyone that I like, when I want to give them a present, I just buy them the Carl Sagan book, because it's just like a Bible. Everyone has to own it. It's required reading. So I bought it for so many people. But yeah, my copy was black with a picture of a candle, exactly that.
And I'm pretty sure I don't think I have that copy, because I don't think I read it, but I don't think it was mine. I can't remember. But I definitely still have, maybe in my storage, I have the Shadows of Our Forgotten Ancestors. And that I remember clearly was about evolution. And it was the best explanation of evolution that I had ever read.
Ah, okay. Then that's not what I read. The other book of his that I read was something else. I need to go and get it off my shelf and remember what it was, because it wasn't about evolution. It was more about science in general. Okay. Well, hey, we should maybe start a bit of a book list somewhere. I have to think about this, where to put it, whether we stick it on the Discord or yeah, we should have a recommended book list, because there are so many that, I could definitely list probably 20 books that have completely changed my thinking in pretty fundamental ways, or if not changed it, certainly impacted and influenced it. Sagan would be there. I know Richard Dawkins is not flavor of the month these days, but I think his science writing still absolutely incredible. That there are a few books on cognitive psychology which have really impacted my thinking too. Michael Shermer, really, really big. James Randi. I read every one of James Randi's books, which are all brilliant. There's some amazing stuff. I was talking on the stream yesterday about The Canon by Natalie Angier, Canon. That's an incredible book on kind of like introductions to basic areas of science, but beautifully written. Yeah, hey, we're never going to run out of things to learn. And meanwhile, people want to talk about burning bushes and you know, the sinful nature of the world and curses. It's such a load of old nonsense. This is the stuff that inspires me. This is the stuff that I think we should all be inspired by. And the other stuff just seems so lame in comparison, so lacking in ambition, so parochial, so small, and small-minded and feeble and silly and laughable and ridiculous, that, you know, if people detect a hint of scorn in my voice when I talk about it, it's because I read this bullshit and then I think about Carl Sagan and I think about Richard Feynman and I think about, you know, these great minds who are teasing out the secrets of reality and then gifting them to us through their communication and their writing. This is it. This is where it's at. So, yeah, we should definitely get some kind of book thing going.
Yes, what you need is a unconvinced.com/syllabus. Yeah. And then you can list all your books there.
I actually bought a domain. I haven't told anyone about this. I was planning on kind of unveiling it once it was built, but there's so many things going on that I haven't quite finished doing yet. I'm trying to move them all along. I've got to launch the merch store in the next couple of weeks or so, but I bought theunconvinced.com, which is a website that I now own. I've built about half of it, and it was going to be like a sort of like essays and work and stuff that I've done and videos and bits and pieces. And I think I might when I finally get that done, I'll put a book thing on there. And yeah, I think it's great. I think that we should still celebrate books. Books are good. We like books. Books are awesome.
I have a whole collection.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, buddy. Well, I'm going to move on to our final guest. Thank you so much for calling in, Joe, and we really appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Keep well.
Thank you. Have a great day.
And you. Take care, friend. Take care. All right. Well, our final guest of the night is going to be one of my favorite people from our community, consistently there all the time, absolute legend around here, complete legend. I give you our very good friend, Babs, coming in on TikTok. Babs, how are you?
I'm doing quite well, John. Yourself?
Very well indeed. All the better for speaking to you. What a wonderful way to end such a wonderful stream. I've had the best time. What's on your mind? What's going on with you?
Well, something that has always annoyed me every time I've heard it, which is that the pyramids were built by slaves.
Yeah, I said that earlier. It was my bad. What I meant was a generous workforce.
Well, everything I say can be checked out in the British Museum Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. But since the Giza Plateau has been completely excavated, they have the workers' village. And that was the skilled laborers, the foremen, the scribes, the plasterers, the surveyors, who were permanently employed by the state, right? And also in their records, we've got the very first workers' strike in history.
Oh, wow.
Where you're not going to believe this, the workers on the pyramids went on strike because their mascara allowance wasn't enough.
No way. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, the ancient Egyptians believed that if they had mascara, if they outlined their eyes, they could see better and it would protect them from the sun.
Wow. So they weren't getting enough.
So they went on strike because they thought they weren't getting enough mascara.
I love that.
And these were all the workers who had some skill. And in the rest of the year, there was an arrangement between the state and the people. Because, as you know, the land was fertilized by the flooding of the Nile. So when the Nile was flooded, people couldn't work their fields, they couldn't work their land, they couldn't live in their houses, so they went and worked on the pyramids. And in return for that, they wouldn't just get fed and housed during the time of the flood, but after the flood, whenever the ground was nothing but mud, in return for their labor, the state would survey the land to mark out the field so that every farmer would know exactly where his land was. And that's why the Egyptians were so good at getting alignments and everything, because they were doing trigonometry and using Pythagoras' theorem.
Yeah.
And they had a very good approximation of pi, although it was done with fractions. They were incredible surveyors. And that's how the pyramids were so great, so well aligned. It had nothing to do with magic or people from outer space.
No,
it was just the surveyors had to work all year round.
Right.
And without the surveyors, people would have just stared at a field of mud and said, "Which bit's mine?"
Right. And as is so often the case, the prosaic explanation just does a perfect job of explaining the thing. You don't need aliens or advanced civilizations or stuff like that. You've got, human history. And the truth is that much more edifying and that much more interesting, in fact. It's brilliant.
Well, one of the ways in which they moved the huge rocks, or things like the stela and the obelisks, was that they would put brand new hemp rope on them and tie that to where they wanted the obelisk to be moved to. And these were just freshly wound. And then what they would do is they would cover them with water. And as the water died up and the ropes would tighten, they would lift these tons and tons of rock and just drag them along.
There you go.
It was just ingenuity.
Yep.
But, for the building of the pyramids and then later the Valley of the Kings, no slaves. And every time I hear the thing, oh, the slaves did this, or the Hebrews did this, I just, nah.
Well, thank you for educating me. It's not a mistake I'll make again. I feel enriched beyond measure by this information. I absolutely love it, particularly the striking over not having enough allowances for mascara, which they needed to protect their eyes from the sun. I think it's superb. I think it's really, really interesting. And this is another of the things I love about this community is I get educated. I love not being the smartest person in the room. It's brilliant. So thank you.
I think you're a lot smarter than me, John.
Well, I'm not sure.
I could never have come up with the unconvinced theory.
Well, there we are. But I appreciate you educating me tonight on this. So
I appreciate you educating me.
There we go.
Mutual Appreciation Society.
Brilliant, Babs. Keep well, and lovely to see you, lovely to speak to you. Thanks for being such a lovely presence as well in the community. You're always awesome, always on point. I love your comments. You're always on it. So brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. I think I'll drop down now and go back to what I consider to be the proper chat.
The proper chat. Good.
Yeah.
Back with the proper people. I love that.
Back with the horizontal. Okay.
Keep well. Bye, Babs. Bye. All right, that is awesome. Folks, that's going to be a wrap from me for just a few hours. We will be back with a debate stream at 10 tonight. That's going to be 10 on Saturday night. That is 10 UK time, of course. That's 5 p.m. Eastern time in the US, and whatever time it is anywhere else that you might be listening from, you're going to have to work that bit out yourself. What am I, your father? Thank you so much for hanging out with me on this one. I absolutely love these shows. I've seen mention in the chat of people saying that they would like them to happen more often. I would certainly think about it. The difficult thing is, just from a sort of physical point of view, doing a through the night on Thursday, what's basically a through the night tonight, it's now 4 a.m. here, and then a through the night again on Saturday. That's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, working all through the night and still having to function during the days as well, because it's not like I can just sleep all day, is physically just quite hard. But I hear what you're saying. Maybe there's going to be a way to increase these shows. I do really love this. It's a good thing. I know that it is. This is the heart of, this is the community, isn't it? This is kind of the special part. So I feel the same kind of emotional tug towards it as some people are expressing. I promise I will never ever stop doing this. This is the bit that fills my heart up and equips me to go out and deal with all the crazy fools that come in here spouting all the nonsense they do. And I look forward to these shows all the time. So who knows what's going to happen? We'll figure it out. It's going to be a bit of a strange time for anyone who didn't hear me talking about this the other day. I'm going away on Tuesday, in fact, on the 21st, to the US for a couple of weeks, and it's going to be a bit of a disrupted time. I'm trying to get things set up so that I can do some streaming when I'm out there, taking a computer with me. I'm looking at hiring an office space that's got a fast enough internet connection on a couple of days, 2, 3, or possibly 4 days while I'm away. It'll be an odd time if it happens, because those spaces aren't open, late at night. It'll be a sort of day thing, but it's over on the West Coast, so that might work anyway. We'll see. So watch this space. I will get back to you and let you know what's going to happen once I have a clue myself. I'm just trying to figure it all out and get the pieces in place for that. So in the meantime, I will say again, thank you to all the mods, of course. I always say thank you to the mods because they are the best, to my friends and to everyone for being here. And we will we'll be in a bit later tonight. Adam says, let Sean be the host and you call in when you can to co-host. That's a possibility, but the setup to make the show work is really complicated. If you could see what my room looks like, I've got 5 screens around me, got 2 computers running custom software that I've made, and it's all it's pretty complicated. So it's not something I can just hand over to Sean. As much as I have absolutely no doubt that he'd do a superb job, we'll make it work. I'll figure it out some way. We'll do it somehow. So in the meantime, see you tonight, this evening stroke tonight. Really look forward to it, and thank you again so much for everyone for hanging out. It's just been the best. What a wonderful time. I genuinely love you people. So thank you so much, and see you later.